memories that will last a lifetime. Enter Travel Wisconsin's Dream Draft Sweepstakes at travelwisconsin.com/draft for your chance to win. Epic moments that become lifelong memories are waiting to be discovered across Wisconsin. Terms and conditions apply.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Cap and J Hood.
That's right. We bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out. Woo! Bring them out. 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 Bring them out.
Welcome in to the Cap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, we've got you for a 3-hour ride here on this Monday morning. We'll open phone lines for you at 312-332-3776, our phone number. Watch our show and all the shows on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago, and also on YouTube, youtube.com ESPN Chicago. Like, share, and subscribe everything we do on YouTube. Cap is back from sunny Florida, and Cap, I don't know why you're still not down there. I mean, when you flew in, did you have that feeling like, oh, God, the gray skies of Chicago?
It was beautiful. I went on to see my brother who just retired in December. He and his wife moved down there.
Yeah.
And so my wife and I flew down just for a few days to see them and make sure they're doing okay and the setup's nice and they're good. And he's done, man.
Yeah.
I'm like, you didn't do anything down here? Nope.
Right. So what are you doing back here?
I've got things to do, people to see.
Well, not necessarily, Cap.
Feathers to ruffle on the air.
Well, oh, you talking about me?
Well, you and I are not always in lockstep. We disagree on stuff. But I don't think I ruffle your feathers. But there are people in their cars or wherever having their coffee going, oh, that guy, he's going to tick me off again today. Okay, that's my job. So tell it like it is.
It's hard to ruffle my feathers when I am just got my coffee and crown every morning.
That's it.
Because you got to have something brown in there with the coffee working with you every morning. It just evens me out.
God bless.
Nothing wrong with that. I don't understand why you're back here. I don't understand that. Because the pictures and videos that I saw of you poolside with your legs out and your feet dangling around the pool, I don't understand why you're back here. What's the point?
I got kids here. I got my job.
Well, no. The job can be anywhere. I don't understand why look, Chicago is absolutely number one. You and I both are lock and step on that. We love the city. It's the very best. However, Cap, I'm sure you enjoyed the steps you got in with the warm temperatures.
4 days, I got 60,000+ steps in. Walked every day.
Wonder why that was, Cap.
Because it was 80 degrees.
Oh, that's because 80 degrees. I don't understand, Cap, because to me, during this time here in March, I would be making sure that I had my tan on. I'd make sure that I have plenty of steps and enjoying the weather. And there you are poolside. And then you trade that in to sidle up next to me.
That's it.
And dreary Chicago.
Back here. Came out. I'm like, walked out of the airport last night. I'm like, oh, boy. Probably wearing a light jacket wasn't a smart idea.
Well, I mean, when you think about it, Cap, of course Chicago is home.
Yep, always is.
But sometimes, Cap, I know in the back of your mind, and he won't say it, folks, but I'll say it for him. This is the life. I enjoy it. He sees his brother on the other side there as he's putting his bets in with his Sixers gear on. And Bruce is there and saying, yep, kid, this is how I live. And you're looking around like, You had to be thinking to yourself, damn, that's pretty good.
Pretty good.
It's a pretty good life.
Pretty good.
He's cashed his chips in. He's all good. He's got his Sixers gear on.
Yeah.
He makes bets. He gets his steps in, and he's good. One day, Cap, one day, you'll be doing the show from Florida. And it's going to be awesome.
It'd be great.
Because
I'm not there yet.
Not yet, man, but sometime, at some point.
At some point.
Because I'm going to tell you something right now. There's going to be times, you'll find me in southern Texas, and I won't be coming back, or in California. I'll stop and visit you, but the show will still go on. But, Cap, we're getting older now. We like to be able to have some loose ligaments and be able to move around a little bit more.
It was amazing how much looser I was when I went out in the driveway this morning to get the paper off the driveway.
Just saying, man. But
by the way, for people out there, it's called the newspaper.
Yes,
deliver it.
Yes, I understand what you mean. Absolutely. Well, I'm glad that you're back because we got plenty to catch up on. Not just what's happening over the weekend, but we have some other things that we need to catch up with. We got to get your opinion on that you missed.
Let's do it.
While you're sitting at the pool.
Yes, it was nice.
So as far as the Bears are concerned, again, I wish we could fast forward to the draft now so we can be able to see what's on the mind of Ryan Poles and the Chicago Bears brass, because I'm very excited when I open up a tab every morning on my computer or on my phone to open up and look at the depth chart, as you well know, Cap. One of the first things I look at the Bears depth chart, as if it's going to change daily. But I always have it in front of me because I just want to be reminded every day of the work that Ryan Poles has to do as a general manager for this football team. Because as I look at those holes and I look at the draft and the mock drafts that's out there from Shea, I'm very excited about what the future could bring. You are correct. You are correct, because I won't build that straw man saying the Bears don't have talent. That's not true. There was a time that the Bears didn't have a lot of talent at all. But I will agree with you that there are cornerstones on this franchise that Ben Johnson could build around. But there's also a bereft of talent on the offensive defensive lines that have to be filled right away. And I'm excited to see what the draft will bring for the Bears.
Yeah, and there's all this speculation. Like I had my one eye on the combine. You know, I saw a great quote from Sean Payton. He said a year ago at this time, Bo Nix wasn't even on our radar. He didn't throw well at the combine. He certainly was not the guy. We'll keep evaluating. He goes, and as the evaluation process went on, we went, we can win with that guy. And boom, they made the move. They got him, and he had a really good rookie year.
Nix, yeah, absolutely.
Yes. Bo Nix.
Bo Nix.
Nix with an N. And as you look at this Bears team, I've argued this with Waddle, who I love dearly. There's more talent than some people give them credit for. I'm not telling you they're going to the Super Bowl.
It's fair.
But I believe if they have a good offseason, they can absolutely get this thing turned in the right direction. That's how awful a head coach Matt Eberflus was. They have got to shore things up on their offensive line. They need more depth on their defensive line. Shay, who's the safety that's like 7 feet tall, runs a 4.2, and he's like 225 pounds from South Carolina?
The Big Show.
That kid was unreal. Unreal. Now, I'm not telling you I'm taking a safety at 10, but holy cow, man.
How tall is he really?
He's like 6'3.5", 6'4". Like, he's big.
Underwear Olympics winner, Emin Wari.
That's it. And
safety, you said.
Safety.
And out of position.
mean, where do you play him?
I love a tall corner.
He's a hitter.
Yeah, I
He's
get
a big hitter.
Yeah.
6'3", 220 pounds. Flew in the 40. 4.38 40, 43-inch vertical.
Yeah.
I always love that, too. Like, I saw people freaking out because somebody had a 37-inch vertical, and I'm like, can he play football? Put the film on. Like Will Campbell said. I loved that. Will Campbell got on the podium, and they're like, hey, you were an athletic freak, but you kind of have T-Rex arms. And he's like, can you just watch tape, please? Watch the tape of me.
Right. Yeah. His arms were like
balls.
3/8 of an inch shorter than what they want. He's like, okay, stop. I can play. Remember when the Bears drafted John Theory?
I do.
He bench pressed 225 a billion times. He ran fast. He jumped high. He had no football sense whatsoever.
No, but he was a freakish athlete.
Correct.
Yes.
Rest in peace.
And I think that that's a problem, Cap. I just think that I used to watch the Combine like chapter and verse. Watched it a lot. But then I come to realize, like, okay, we're watching the Underwear Olympics, yes. But ultimately, it's just like that guy said, Will Campbell said, just watch the tape. That's kind of balls, by the way, to tell somebody that played at a high level in college football, hey, you kind of got T-Rex arms. F off. I can play. Just put me in a uniform. I'll show you what I can do. Don't worry about all the numbers and the analytics. Just watch me play. I got a motor. I have a reason to play. I have a background that says I've got to be able to do the best I can. I'm a team guy. Just learn my core values, and then we can move forward. That's how that works.
Look, you can't imagine how many texts I'm getting. Could we trade 10 for 18 and a third and a fourth? I'm like, stop. That's not my job. I don't know if we could. I'm not in there.
Yeah.
Stop making up these cockamamie deals.
Mm-hmm.
Let Ryan Poles cook. It's his job.
Yes.
He's going nowhere. He's going to be here for a long time. And let's see what happens.
You're not going to like Mock Draft 2.0 today.
And that's coming up at 8:18. The mock draft.
He knows I love him. I texted him over the weekend. He actually texted me. He was out to dinner. And I texted him, I love you, Shay. I do. He's awesome. We don't always agree, and we don't have to. It'd be boring if everybody agreed. Oh, yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. No. But guess what? These mock drafts in March, man.
Yeah? What about them?
I'm sure they're great for the radio.
Of course. You know why? Because football's king. That's right. Were you trying to beat City Hall?
I'm not trying to beat City Hall. But, Jane and John Doe, who are headed to work trying to get the kids to school, or what are we having for dinner tonight? Oh, God, okay, I'll run to the store. They don't care that some guy whose entire life in there is either Kinsey, his dog, or football. That's it. That's all that guy's got. He loves it. He likes it that way. Says that we're getting a linebacker in mock draft 2.0.
Okay, you're making him sound pathetic.
Yeah, that was brutal.
Yeah, that's is.
How about that?
Yeah, you love me. Yeah, I feel it right now.
Boy, that's a warm embrace. How about that? He's making you sound pathetic.
By the way, what's the old Levitard thing? You don't get the show. You don't get the show. The whole point of the mock draft is that it's a ridiculous exercise. And everybody that on social media or football fans who live and die, every time Mel Kiper puts out a mock draft, did you see the latest from Mel?
Yes.
That's why I do them. Because if these lunatics can put them out and be wrong, I might as well join the club.
Yeah.
Have a little fun with it.
Yes, but I understand that my partner here is also on NFL Mondays with Overreaction Monday. He gets upset at your overreactions. Just keep that in mind also. It's called overreaction. That's the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard. Take that. Cap, it's Overreaction Monday. Oh. Well, it's still stupid. So that's where we are.
Like when he does a mock draft the week of the NFL draft, even 2 weeks, I get it. All right, we've got a lot more intel, a lot more things. It's freaking March 3rd.
But the NFL's king.
I mean, last week, I'm reading, laying at the pool, it said, oh, Mason Graham's going to be gone in the top 5. Forget about it. Don't even think about it. Now, all of a sudden, he's probably going to be there at 10. Oh, Will Campbell, he's gone at 4. Oh, His arms are 3/8 of an inch too short, so he might actually be there.
Well, that's ridiculous. That part of the discourse is ridiculous. But what I do care about is trying to fill the holes on this depth chart in front of me. This is why it's talked about, Cap. That's the reason why that the NFL's king is because even in March, people are wondering about the Chicago Bears. Because nothing galvanizes the city. Nobody drives a bus like Chicago Bears football.
That's it. Now, next week, a week from today, the Chicago Bears will begin with 31 other teams their foray into free agency.
That is correct.
Hopefully, by the end of that fact, it starts at what time that day?
I think it's usually 4 o'clock Eastern, so for us, 3 o'clock.
So hopefully in the middle of Waddle and Sylvie, I will be listening intently to hear them go with the breaking news of Drew Dahlman is the new center of the Chicago Bears. Oh, Kevin Zeitler is going to play right guard. Oh, this guy's coming to play left guard. Oh, we got a new safety. Oh, we got a receiver. That's what I want to hear.
That's funny. I thought I'd be watching that coverage on YouTube on the recap. But I just thought that maybe that's why we're getting my coverage first. Maybe not. 312. I thought I'd be getting it on YouTube, Cap. Is that where I can find it?
There'll be something there. But yeah, it'll break right here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000.
And also on the I'll see it on YouTube as well.
That's it.
I'll check it out. All right, coming up, Cap, here's something that you have not talked to us about. I'd love to get your opinion on the NFLPA and the grade for the Chicago Bears. Very interesting grades for the Chicago Bears as far as how the players look at the organization. We'll get to that and more as we move forward. Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet.
Cap and J Hood.
I'm proud of you fellas. You all kept your head on a swivel, and that's what you got to do when you find yourself in a vicious cockfight.
Mornings on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago listeners look forward to March for one thing. No, not that. It's Spring Trading Tuesdays. Same lovable ESPN Chicago hosts, but paired with different radio partners. Where will your faves be tomorrow? ESPN Chicago Spring Trading Tuesdays.
You know, here in Chicago, it's almost like there's a season between winter and spring, Johnny.
Pothole season?
Yes, I had to swerve this morning and miss one the size of a small bus. Potholes can be dangerous, cause you to lose control, and be a major contributor to an accident.
Yeah, it's important for you to know your rights and have an attorney on your side who can break it all down for you.
Howard Ankin is that attorney. Auto, truck, rideshare. Howard's helped thousands of injured people in Illinois get the compensation they deserve.
Howard can help you, too. Ankin Law, 312-6-million. Again, 312-6-million. Injury law made personal. That's Ankin Law. Jay Moore.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Like football, it comes down to the X's and O's. Hey, it's Yurko. You've spent your whole life working hard, saving for retirement, and now you need to trust Mitch Lyons Wealth to protect your money. Mitch is a former NFL player like me and knows how to create winning retirement strategy with a common-sense approach to help you protect and grow your wealth. To feel confident about your retirement, call Mitch Lyons Wealth at 866-857-8335. MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Michelle Smallman here. Are you dreaming of seeing your team draft their next superstar? Travel Wisconsin is sending 10 lucky fans and a guest to the draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Witness unforgettable moments and make memories that will last a lifetime. Don't miss out. Enter Travel Wisconsin's Dream Draft Sweepstakes. Visit travelwisconsin.com/draft to learn how you can win a trip to experience the biggest moment of the offseason. Epic moments that become lifelong memories are waiting to be discovered across Wisconsin. Terms and conditions apply.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp and it's electric. How is it sharp? How is it electric? Good questions. Try this on for size. 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime, forcing, playoffs on the line, golf. With 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour. Split into 6 teams. Atlanta, Boston, Jupiter, LA, New York, and the Bay. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. Tune in every week for TGL matches, only on ESPN. Keep up. It's golf.
This segment brought to you by ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com, your hormone replacement therapy specialist. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
Cap and Jay Hood are back. Presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago.
Cap and Jay Hood. Weekday mornings, 7 to 10 here on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Here's hoping that you're going to have a great Monday. We're presented by ESPN Bet, now live in Illinois. Right now, new ESPN Bet sportsbook customers can bet $10 and get $100 in bonus bets, plus 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100. Cap, while you were away, the NFLPA, and before I just go into it, you're asking, like, why is there so much chatter about the draft and this mock draft and all this stuff? Because nothing beats the NFL. They're number one with a bullet. Nothing beats the league, to the point where here we are, late February into March, and the NFLPA puts their overall rankings out about teams. And the ranking breakdown goes to the treatment of families and food and dining area and the locker room, nutritionist, training room, training staff, the weight room, the strength coaches, team travel, head coach, and ownership. Cap, one of the things that came out of the Bears as far as their report card was just a scathing review of Matt Eberflus as head coach. You saw this, correct?
Oh, yeah. I read the whole thing, and I had talked to some players, some who I've done some work with, who basically signed off on all of that. And I asked one of them, and I already knew the answer in the baseball part of it, because the Cubs, when Theo got there, completely changed how they treated families.
Yes.
And a buddy of mine, he was like, what does that mean? He goes, my company doesn't take care of my family. I said, you're not a professional athlete who's on the road all the time, and they want you locked in when you got a game, but the wife has an issue. One of the kids is sick. So, like the Cubs, for example, and I think the Bears have now done this, and many of the best teams do. If Jonathan Hood has got a game tomorrow night, he's pitching in, we'll call it New York for the White Sox. Rather than wake you up in the middle of the night, one of the kids has 102, what do I do? They have a phone number they call 24 hours a day. Hello. Yeah, this is Mrs. Hood. Yeah, one of my kids has 102 and, a bloody nose that won't stop. What do I do? I will have a doctor call you within 60 seconds. Mm-hmm. Bam. Okay. We're going to have somebody pick you up. They're going to get you to the hospital. Whatever you need, a doctor in the morning, whatever it is. You need anything. It could be medical. It could be like a concierge. They take care of everything. And if you don't do those things, you're still going to play the games. But guess what? The top players are going somewhere else because they do it everywhere. The Bears have, I think, gotten much better, still have a way to go in how they treat family.
So what you're saying is that if Matt Eberflus had a better bedside manner, then he probably would have kept his job.
Matt Eberflus lost the locker room. We know that after the Hail Mary. But a lot of the guys said he didn't manage the weekly schedule correct. There just was no accountability there.
You know how bad that is? To be 32nd out of 32 teams?
Correct.
Where the players report that Eberflus was moderately receptive to locker room feedback on the team needs.
Well, he had the leadership council that he created. Not every team has one. Most do. And the leadership council would give him, Coach, can we talk to you for a minute? Yeah. Guys are a little upset about this. Guys want to do that. And he would just blow it off. Nope, we're doing it this way.
And that's fine, by the way.
You better win.
Listen, you're the head coach. I totally understand that. First of all, I thought that it was odd that the Bears had a leadership council. And I'm not sure if every team has one. And if every team has one, we're not privy to who's on that leadership council. But we were with the Chicago Bears. To me, that's insane. It's one thing to give someone the C to say that you're the leader of the team, or when we go to the coin flip, you're the person who's going to be out there representing the football team. But the idea that you're having side meetings with the leadership council, the veterans in the room, it's like, okay, so you're the head coach. I mean, it's your job to be able to galvanize it. You get paid all the big bucks. You have all the big bucks to be able to have your own bees in your backyard to be able to get this ship righted. And somehow, some way, you fumbled it. The little bit of adversity that we saw from the Chicago Bears in that Washington game, okay, they effed up. Totally. I get that. But it doesn't mean that you fall apart to the tune of 10 games in a row that you lose, to the point where there's pointing fingers from the players. That's really bad. It's worse than we think. I told you this weeks ago. I said, Cap, it's one thing for Eberflus to lose his job, but it must be worse than what we really know internally in that room, in that building, for you to be able to fire the head coach in season. First time ever for the Chicago Bears.
Well, and you had, was it Jalen Johnson who went off on him in Detroit?
Yeah, man.
And that was the last game Eberflus coached. You had players screaming at him for lack of accountability, and we dealt with it when we had to host his show when we asked him about Tyreek Stevenson. It's fine. He already apologized. No, he actually didn't. He went on Twitter. That's not apologizing.
Bro. That's not good.
No.
At all. But we kind of knew the breadcrumbs were there talking to Eberflus every week, Cap. The breadcrumbs were there like, boy, you're overwhelmed with the job. He was underwater in that spot. And there's a big difference between taking care of your defensive room like he will with the Cowboys now and being able to bring everyone together, all 52, 53 men. It's a difference. He couldn't do it. And that's why I think it's always strange in sports when you have people failing up like Eberflus. You lose the job. If I'm the Dallas Cowboys, like, what is all this stuff in Chicago? What happened in the Washington game? Do you have a problem with leadership? No. It was just circumstances. Well, we know you're a good DC. All right, you can run the room. Really? How about a year off to be able to figure out what the hell happened? But he's right back in there. Sports is funny that way.
It is.
It's funny that way where it's like just an unmitigated failure in Chicago. Charter franchise. And the Dallas Cowboys said, yeah, you're good enough. Really? League is weird that way, man. So strange. So a C+ for the treatment of families. Something else that stood out, as we well know, it is an A- locker room. So the locker room being A-, and then, of course, the weight room is an A. They did significant changes there.
Yeah, when that building was built, that was a Ryan Pace creation.
Mm-hmm.
He went to George. George greenlighted the spend. I think it was $100 million for the building. And they have everything. They have the barber salon, and they have the weight room the way the players want it. Like, it's awesome. It's an awesome setup that they've got out there. But if you don't have good players, you're not going to stay as the GM just because you build good buildings.
That's true.
That's what happened.
The positive out of all of this, I don't know if that surprised you or not, Cap. Out of this thing, they were reading from the NFLPA, and again, you could check it out. Just go to the Chicago Bears. You could see what the players felt about the building and all the amenities and all the stuff that goes around with the Chicago Bears. Is the A- that goes to ownership with the McCaskies. The McCaskey family average rating was for a perceived willingness to invest in the facilities was a 9 out of 10. That makes them 14 out of 32 owners in the league. And the players feel that the McCaskey family is extremely committed to building a competitive team, which is 14 out of 32. That's really impressive, to the point where that seems like George is completely hands-off. He'll do what he thinks is best for the organization, but it's not like he's got his beak in everything to the point where the players are like, oh, my God, this guy again. Or this guy's not treating my family right. Oh, my God, he's not treating me right. An A- for ownership is quite the positive for the McCaskey family.
Yeah, that one was rather surprising to a lot of people.
Yeah.
A buddy of mine said, McCaskey got that high a rate. The players really like him, the late Virginia. They loved him.
Mm-hmm.
They did. He just doesn't know how to win. And this time, he let Kevin and Ryan drive the bus and did not put any type of a restriction on type of coach, what he gets paid, what the staff's going to get. They just, let's go. Let's step up. And they did.
I like that. I really like that a lot. And so
it's a good positive.
But here's the thing, Cap. It's like, so having said that about the McCaskey family, the way the players feel, okay?
Mm-hmm.
The way the weight room is, the way they feel like, the lunchroom could be better, whatever. I mean, so, again, you feel like you're in the precipice of something pretty special here with the Chicago Bears just because the players feel comfortable, but they don't know how to win. I say this as a White Sox fan all the time. When you go through the turnstiles at the rate, oh, my God, the food wafting in the air, all the amenities, the smiles from the people working there. How can I help you? You looking for something? Yeah, could you help me go to this side here? I want to get myself one of the like this is a shake, like the milkshake. I want one of those. Yeah, give me one of those. It's like, okay, it's up the stairs. So nice. But then you hear play ball, and it's like, oh, that's when it goes down because it's so bad on the field.
Correct.
But all the rest of it, Cap, is a great experience.
Correct.
So that's the thing that we always talk about around here is like how our teams can be better, where the experience might be great around it, but then on the playing surface kind of sucks.
Yeah, we've seen that for far too long.
Yeah.
Bulls are terrible. Blackhawks are terrible. The White Sox, historically bad. Cubs, I think, will be better.
Yes.
Bears are trying to go in the right direction.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a pretty scene in Chicago sports top to bottom.
It is not. But the Cubs are the only hope. It's the Cubs. And I'm putting that pressure on you.
I'll deliver.
No, well, you will. What about the Chicago National League Ball Club, though?
I think they're going to deliver.
I think, honestly, Cap, it really is on you, on the Chicago Cubs. Because whatever you think of the Bears, I know you're this internal optimist that believe that the Bears can turn this around, be a playoff team next year. Of course, I'm down on the Bears because of what we've seen in the Ryan Poles regime as of late. But the Cubs are ready-made to be able to have a nice little run here. I mean, it's pretty much time. Yeah, the stars are there. The stars are aligned for the Cubs.
They are in a good position.
Yes.
They're in a division that doesn't have the Yankees and the Red Sox and all the Orioles. They don't have to deal with that.
So you're the only hope. Now, if you fail and the Cubs fail, then there's going to be a beatdown here. Because if it's not the Cubs, I don't know where the winning's coming from.
The Bear.
No shot. Not enough.
Well, I'm not telling you they're going to win the Super Bowl. I do think they're going to have a much, much improved team. I do.
Well, wait a minute now. Okay. What's the bigger story? The Chicago Cubs winning the division, a championship, that is a championship, winning the division, or the Bears improving?
What if the Bears made the playoffs? What's a bigger story?
Well, the Bears are the thing that galvanized the city. I get that. Are you sure that's going to happen? I can tell you for sure right now, this morning, that the Cubs are more likely to make the playoffs than the Bears.
I would agree with that. But I do think both can make the playoffs.
I think the Cubs can. You're going, here's the hope. The hope is that the Bears are the Texans or the Commanders, now with Deebo Samuel, of the NFC North. I'd love for that to be the case. But I think the Cubs are right there. They're going to be the ones where we say, 2025, that's the championship team right there. And then you try your luck in the playoffs. Who knows? Outside of the Dodgers, who knows? But it's the Cubs' time. Enough. We need you through the summer.
Yeah, we need something to cheer for.
We need the Cubs through the summer, Cap. Just give me something interesting on a Tuesday night at 7. Give me something interesting to watch.
Yes.
Don't be underwhelming and underwater and just, struggling and piddling along in the Central. Don't do that.
They should be in the playoffs as a division champ. They should. But I also think the Bears can be a playoff team. I believe that.
How? Did you not see the team last year?
I did. They had one of the worst head coaches this city's ever seen.
Yeah. Okay, so someone new in the chair, someone new as a head coach is going to be the difference in what, 4 more wins, 3 more wins? I can't put a win total on the Chicago Bears just because Ben Johnson's in the seat and because he's got a new coaching staff. There's players, you still need to be able to have production. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what they're going to do in the draft.
I think they're going to be super aggressive. Super aggressive.
That's going to have to be a lot of home runs in the draft, too.
Right, and we've seen Ryan Poles, I think he made a good pick on Darnell Wright. I think he obviously made a great trade to send Bryce Young to Carolina and get DJ back and the pick that became Caleb. I think those were all great things. He's also missed on some picks.
Yes.
Like Jervon Dexter has to take another step. Zach Pickens has to take another step. Like Brisker, got to stay on the football field. Kyler Gordon, really good draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
But I do believe there's more talent on the roster, and they can take a step. I did not tell you they're going to the NFC title game, but you're telling me that team can't win 9 games? They can't win 4 more games.
I'd like to see where some of these spots are going to be filled in order for that to happen. Yes, you are correct. There is talent. But how much talent is it really? And again, there's an adjustment. I'll go back to what I told you last year regarding Caleb Williams. For every time that someone puts on a Bears uniform, there is an adjustment to the coaching staff. Nothing is a fait accompli. Nothing is perfect when you put on that Bears uniform. Because it's new, Cap. You have to be able to acclimate yourself to whatever the coaching staff wants you to do. I know football is football, but also scheme matters too. Production matters too. And what I'm telling you is that with the Chicago Bears, DJ Moore, what we're going to see in Roma Dunze in his second year, what we're going to see from Braxton Jones at left tackle, what we're going to see from Darnell Wright at right tackle, Cole Kmet at tight end, Caleb, okay, running back is a question mark. It's also a question mark, left defensive end with Montez Sweat. Shouldn't be, but it is. Dexter, question mark. Billings, I think the real deal in the middle as a run stuffer. Linebackers are fine. Your secondary is pretty solid could be elite. Could be. But then what about the rest of it? The quarterback himself is a question mark in year 2.
No question.
And that's the thing that makes the engine run, the quarterback. So all I'm saying, Shay, is nothing is a given yet. We have to see what happens. And this is why Shay's got his mock draft ready, because he's trying to get the Bears engine started. You have some cornerstones, but the Cubs have the better opportunity to get to where you want to be. Playoffs, postseason, lights on in October.
Let's go.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number. Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet.
You're listening to Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago. Here comes the Chicago Bears podcast. It drops daily on the ESPN Chicago app, and its rotating co-hosts make an essential pod for Bears fans. Join host Pat the Designer and company for the Chicago Bears podcast from ESPN Chicago, your home for Chicago Bears content.
Yeah. College basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove they're ready to shine in March. We'll be headed to San Antonio. Get in on all the action. Tip off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO100. Get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Winter is here. Snowball fights, sledding, and more good times with your kids. What a great family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to start thinking about the next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey, Chicago, it's your guy Cap. From houses to hospitals, nobody does HVAC better than Automatic Mechanical Services. They've been trusted throughout Chicagoland since 1945. It's easy to see why their motto is, we make people comfortable. Furnaces, hydronic snow melt systems, chilled water cooling, you name it, Automatic can do it. Best part, they treat you right from the first quote to the final tune-up. Trust the name I recommend. That is Automatic Mechanical Services. Visit Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The Auto Show sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get Auto Show savings with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now boarding Group A. Please have your boarding passes ready to scan. If your phone is cracked, old, or was chewed up by your Chihuahua travel companion, please refrain from holding up the line. We ask that you kindly not be that guy, and instead simply go to Verizon and trade in any phone from their top brands in any condition on any unlimited plan for the new Samsung Galaxy S25 with Galaxy AI.
With new line on my plan. Additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Relief from hip and back pain can be a reality when you work with the experts on a mobility and flexibility routine. That's why Stretch Lab was founded. Pro athletes and sports fans alike love Stretch Lab for our customized one-on-one assisted stretch sessions. Discover the difference a good stretch can make, because when your body moves better, you feel better and live better. Visit your local Stretch Lab today or go to stretchlab.com and use code FAN10 to get up to 50% off your first 50-minute stretch. Plus, receive an additional $10 off.
Bring a group of 15 or more to a Bulls game and unlock amazing benefits and custom experience tailored just for your group. Visit bulls.com/groups to learn more.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers high-quality supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as access to product specialists who have the knowledge and experience to answer your toughest questions. Plus, their commitment to being your safety partner can help you keep your facility safe and your people safer. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Jay Moore.
Cap and J Hood are back.
We are back, baby. We are back. We are back. Classic.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
$35 degrees in Chicago, getting up to 50 degrees later on today as you're listening to the Cap and J Hood Morning Show presented by ESPN Bet. We're with you until 10 o'clock. Then it's Clinton and Friends at 10 o'clock, followed by Jay, followed by
Carmen and Yurko.
Carmen and Yurko, the mystery show from 12 to 2. Right into White Sox baseball as they take on the Sacramento A's. That's at 2 o'clock. Waddle and Sylvie after the Sox and A's. Bleck and Abdallah at 6:30. And then we have Northwestern basketball. Tim Young for 3. And the Wildcats are down 15. Timeout on the floor. Okay, Dave.
He doesn't play there anymore.
7:45 with Northwestern against UCLA right here on the home of the Bears and the White Sox, ESPN 1000.
Hockey must be tickling the airwaves down the dial.
we get the pleasure of hearing a Dave edit at 7:45.
No way the Jayhawks signed up for all of the Northwestern games. No way.
It's pretty awesome. Glad that we're going to hear Dave on our air at 7:45.
The melodious tones of David Ennett.
Time out! Wildcats! And the Cats are down 23! Back in it. Hon, I'll be in a second. I think they're on a roll. Hang on. I love Dave Bennett so much.
Wow.
I wish I could do play-by-play like him. He keeps you in the game, doesn't he?
He does.
He keeps you in the car.
I love that man.
He keeps you in the car. You never know what's going on. Cap, so from theathletic.com today, a piece regarding the Chicago Bears. And the piece is talking about, from Kevin Fishbane and Adam Johns, what we heard about Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams, and the Bears' spending plan at the Combine. Now, again, there's different philosophies when it comes to the Chicago Bears as what they want to do financially, setting up for free agency. When it comes to free agency, the buzz of the Combine was that the Bears are seemingly prepared to spend on the interior of the offensive line, potentially signing 2 new starters. And Ben Johnson, seemed to hint at when he noted that the Carolina Panthers did the same thing last year. They signed 2 new offensive guards. And again, that's the building process for Carolina. You're trying to get protection for Bryce Young. Same thing for the Chicago Bears. There was something that was brought up, though, on Friday I want to get your thoughts on regarding Tevin Jenkins. I would say, and I think you and I have agreed, and I think Shea feels the same way, that it would be great for the Bears to be able to bolster their guards. You do need to have someone that's going to be able to set up the offense by having a center that will be aligned with Caleb Williams for a decade. That's what I want, like an anchor. Now, if that's going to be a veteran or a rookie, whatever, someone has to be the center, and they're going to be lock and step with Caleb for a long time. But what if the Bears look around and say, all right, Tevin, we'll bring you back for a song? What's the likelihood of that where Tevin Jenkins returns as a Chicago Bear?
I would be surprised. I would be surprised if he's back here because I don't think they could commit significant dollars off their cap to a guy who's unreliable.
You know,
injury-wise.
You know what I mean by a song. I mean, not for top dollar. Like, if you look around and you can't get what you want to guard, would they circle back and say, all right, here's a, not a paltry sum, but not what a top guard would get paid?
I would be surprised. I just keep hearing they want to move on. Now, again, if Tyler Booker's off the board and they lose out on, they already lost on Trey Smith, they lose out on Kevin Zeitler, and they lose out on this guy, and they lose out on that guy. Yeah, I guess anything's possible. They're all learning a new system.
Yeah.
But it does not sound like they want to bring him back.
It won't be all youth. I know that. It's going to have to be somebody that's young out of the draft, but also it's going to have to, if there's a free agent that can help this offensive line that's at the right age, I think that the Bears have to pull the trigger. Like, I can't see them having, say, 2 guys on the offensive line that are rookies, along with Braxton Jones and Darnell Wright. Because there's going to be a curve there, Cap. It's not like, as much as I'd love for it to be an iron gate in front of Caleb Williams so he can have time to go down the field, I think it's going to be at least one in the draft and one in free agency.
I think they're going to sign 2 offensive linemen in free agency.
Will they both start? I guess that's the question.
Yes. I think they'll sign 2 starters in free agency. One of them will be a guard, and one of them will be a center.
Okay. I would rather have the experience, I understand, more so than the rookie, but I think that you're going to have at least, I'd like to have 3. Both guard spots and the center to be solidified in some way, shape, or form, however you do that.
I think they're going to do that.
Yeah.
I think you're going to start Braxton Jones at the left tackle. I think you're going to start Darnell Wright at the right tackle. I think they're going to sign, does Kevin Zeitler get a 1-year deal out of the Bears? Maybe.
Yeah, we talked about it. We think that'll be nice for a 1-year deal.
Detroit would like to have him back. They've got their own cap issues. Mm-hmm. Drew Dahlman's going to get paid probably more money than even he had possibly imagined getting to free agency. He will be their I think will be their starting center. And then they'll either sign another guy to play the other guard or they'll draft a guy in the second round.
Mm-hmm.
Tyler Booker, man, I did not think he was a top 10 pick, but holy cow. Like, he was talking at the Combine about legalized violence and taking away someone else's love for the game of football when they have to go up against him.
Mm-hmm.
He said, that's what I do. Like, I like that guy a lot. From Alabama. Whew.
Well, you like him, but you fall in love with someone else, too, that was on the NFL, at the NFL Combine on the NFL Network.
Yes, the kid from the University of Missouri. His name is Armand Membou. And he ran fast. He was grunting and screaming as he was running. And I watched his interview with Stacey Dales.
Yeah.
He stole my term.
315-plus pounds, over 30-inch verticals with a sub-5 40-yard dash since 2003. These are the only 4. Will Campbell, you, Tristan Wirfs, and Trent Williams. How do you feel about that?
I mean, feel good, always could do better. But, yeah, just chasing greatness, competing every day. Chasing greatness, chasing greatness, chasing greatness.
Oh, God.
That's my line.
So you know what you got to do, Cap. You have to find him and send him a sweatshirt. Send him a hoodie.
I do.
And take some photos.
That's
he comes
exactly
here,
right.
I will absolutely get him a Chasing Greatness hoodie. 100%.
Get him a Chasing Greatness hoodie and a lawyer. That's my line. It's mine. It's capped.
I've already got it trademarked. You can't have it.
So I think that you should do that. I think so. All right, coming up, some thoughts from Ian Rappaport. And by the way, Rappaport looks like he's unscathed. Looks like he's okay.
Yeah, after he was going to go get into it with, who was it?
Schultz.
Jeremy Fowler? Or Jordan Schultz.
Yeah.
Jordan Schultz, and he got into it at the Starbucks. Are you kidding? Really? Guys are now fighting in the coffee shop over scoops.
Combine serious business, man.
That's just stupid.
Listen to grown-up Cap here, because he's never had a face-to-face yelling match with someone. Grown-up Cap telling you that's the wrong thing to do.
I have.
You've done it your entire career.
I have.
And I have as well.
And I embarrassed myself at the Final Four one year confronting a guy. I had that story before you, and you tried to steal it. Who cares?
Yes.
30 seconds after you put it out, everybody has it.
Mm-hmm.
Dumb.
Yes.
I've matured.
Grandpa Cap now with perspective.
Correct.
But crazy Cap with a hair up his ass, that guy was going after people because he's still in coach mode. Is that not true?
That was true.
Okay.
That was stupid.
Cap, we've all done it. It's not like we're looking for it sometimes. Sometimes it just comes after you. I've done it. You know me. I almost got in a fight with the guy down the dial.
Yes.
In the morning.
That's correct.
I was ready. He was not. I think you would have loved to see that.
I would.
Just off to the side and just watch us go at it.
That would have been amazing. That would have been
Hoodie,
amazing.
you're better than that. Don't beat him up.
That would have been amazing.
Ian Rappaport, something he said about Caleb Williams, you got to hear coming up next. Shot or no shot at 8 o'clock on Cap and J Hood.
Cap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the flow.
Got a few minutes? Check out our shorts. YouTube. Got an hour? Watch interviews and silly show moments. YouTube. Got nothing going on now? Join us on our live stream. It's all on YouTube right now. Subscribe at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90NATION.
Chicago, it's Michelle Smallman here from Unsportsmanlike, and do I have something cool for you? Are you dreaming of seeing your team draft their next superstar? Well, Travel Wisconsin is sending 10 lucky fans and a guest to the draft. Experience the thrill of the draft firsthand and make memories that will last a lifetime. Enter Travel Wisconsin's Dream Draft Sweepstakes at travelwisconsin.com/draft for your chance to win. Epic moments that become lifelong memories are waiting to be discovered across Wisconsin. Terms and conditions apply.
Something amazing is happening in data management. Even though storage needs are constantly changing, companies are only paying for what they need now. That's because CDW customized a Pure Storage Evergreen One SLA-driven storage as a service solution that delivers enterprise-grade hybrid cloud storage that is effortless, efficient, and evergreen. Simplify storage administration with Pure Storage and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/purestorage.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now boarding Group A. Please have your boarding passes ready to scan. If your phone is cracked, old, or was chewed up by your Chihuahua travel companion, please refrain from holding up the line. We ask that you kindly not be that guy, and instead simply go to Verizon and trade in any phone from their top brands in any condition on any unlimited plan for the new Samsung Galaxy S25 with Galaxy AI.
With new line on my plan. Additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Have I told you lately about 5-hour energy? Are you already worried about daylight savings time, Danny Zetterman? Well, make it not feel like the absolute worst day of the year with the new 1-hour energy shot from 5-Hour Energy. Just one quick shot, you get all the energy that you need to conquer that missing hour. Your energy levels shouldn't suffer because you're down an hour. Get back on track with 5-Hour Energy. Yes, 5-Hour Energy, your secret weapon when time feels like it's slipping away. Jay Moore.
Cap and Jay Hood are back, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago.
Cap and Jay Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10 here on ESPN 1000, presented by ESPN Bet. We'll hear from Jesse Rogers coming up at 8:35 with the latest on the Cubs and the White Sox and everything else MLB. Ian Rappaport was on with Waddle and Sylvie a couple days ago, Cap. Don't know if you heard this, but the Bears prospects for this year talks about that and also mentions Caleb Williams and his relationship with Ben Johnson, the head coach for the Chicago Bears.
I think they're a team that could win pretty quickly, honestly. I would say, it was interesting to watch how it worked with the quarterbacks because I think very quickly everybody was like, well, obviously Jaden's the guy and Caleb's just pretty good, and I think that's clear, and then the Commanders go to the playoffs and whatever. Except if you watch really closely, Caleb had a bunch of moments and a bunch of games where you're like, all right, I can see it. I really can see it. I think he's going to be exceptionally well coached. I think he wants to win very badly. He's got all the tools, as he always has been. So, my guess it's going to be pretty uncomfortable with him and Ben Johnson for a while, and I think that's going to be the best thing for him because it's really hard. It's going to be really hard. I'll be curious to see what the final story is on the 1-2 quarterbacks from last year and who's better.
So thoughts there from Ian Rappaport. Being uncomfortable with Ben Johnson at times. Make sense?
Well, Ben said at his original press conference, get comfortable with being uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be way harder than it was under Eberflus. It just is.
Yes.
Matt wanted everybody to like him. Matt was the guy that wanted to have, how did he put nicknames for everybody?
Yeah.
Dragon Slayer, and this guy and that guy. And
Eagle.
Let's go, man.
Let's
Love
go,
the brother
man.
next to you. Dragon Slayer. Right?
Yeah, the Eagle. That was the big Theo Benedette, the Canadian offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Right? That would be me.
So that stuff's all in the past.
Love
And
the brother next to you.
everything I've heard, did you read the quotes from Dan Skipper of the Lions? Keep a 5-yard radius around Ben Johnson. Don't go near that man during a game because it's not fun.
Yeah. As long as he's got the backing of the organization, I can clearly see that he does at this point in time. If it's his way or the highway, you could totally understand that. That's the thing, though, Cap. We can delve into this a little bit. There's certain organizations around the NFL, around sports, that say, you know what? He's going to be the man. This is going to be the head coach, and we're going to let him do what he thinks is best for the organization. If we're here as ownership, if he needs us, he knows where to find us. This is what the Steelers do. Okay, this is the guy we believe is going to be the head coach and the leader of this team for 25-plus years. You just leave him alone. And so the Chicago Bears, because there's been so much ineptitude in our lives as Bears fans, maybe Ben Johnson could be that guy where it's like Ben's got all these great ideas offensively, and it's an offensive league, and he's got all these new innovations. He can be able to unlock the mystery that is Caleb Williams in this offense, and it can be an offense that hums. Maybe he's that guy, but also support the guy. That's the problem around here.
Well,
support him.
Well, you brought Jay Cutler here. You gave him 16 different offensive coordinators.
Yes.
You never really fixed his offensive line. Did you really give him a top-flight group of receivers? No.
You did not.
So get it right, please.
Support is important, though, Cap. You have to agree that it's one thing to be hired, but also you want to say, okay, here are the players that you need to be able to win. Not middling players, not bottom shelf players, but the best you can at all the skill positions. And then you go from there. Nothing's guaranteed, But you know what increases your chances to win? Supporting the coach and the coaching staff from above. It has to happen. This guy's not coming in as some wizard. This ain't Walsh coming in here. But Ryan Poles and Kevin Warren have to support this guy. You think it's going to get turned? Well, support him. Don't just give flyers like, I think this guy could be good for the Bears, or I think this guy's going to. No. You got to get the players from free agency in the draft that can make a difference for real.
Completely agree.
And cultivate and develop said player, whoever that is. But this idea like, well, Ben Johnson's here. Well, we're all good now because Ben's here because he fixed the Lions. No, you need players for that to happen, Cap.
And that's what I keep hearing from people I trust, that they are going to be uber aggressive.
Have to, because you're in the basement.
Talk is cheap, man. Let's see it.
Yeah. All right. Well, coming up, we have Shot or No Shot. And don't forget, is the draft ready? Is it still cooking? Is it in the lab or is it ready? Oh, looks like it's ready. Shay?
It's in the can.
This is going to be good at 8:18, so stay by your listening advice, Bears fans. It's going to be cooking at 8:18. Cap's favorite segment, a look at the mock draft 2.0. Wow. From Shay. That's coming up, but first.
March 3rd.
Yeah, yes, it is March 3rd, yes. But the Bears, though, yes. People love it, Cap. They love it. We pause now for station identification.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Captain J. Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Cap and J. Hood here with Howard Ankin.
Hey, what's wrong, Cap?
I slipped on the court and I pulled a hammy.
You did a slip and fall?
I know who to call.
He's playing hurt.
Seriously, anyone who experiences a slip and fall injury should call me at 312-6-million. Auto, truck, rideshare, medical mistakes, I'm here to help.
Yeah, but this one was Cap's fault.
I need some new shoes.
I might be able to find a cold pack for you.
Injury Law Made Personal is Howard Ankin, our attorney on the Cap and J. Hood Show. Weekday morning, 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. Are you dreaming of spring and looking for the best fencing for your home? Check out my friends at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. They handle fences for homes, install playgrounds, hoops, trampolines, all over Chicagoland. No middleman, no big box runaround, just a great experience that will make your kids want to play outside all summer long. We have a hoop and trampoline from them, even my swing of sadness. So visit theguyon41.com to see their lineup and let them know that Sylvie sent ya.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GO to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GO for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GO for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? I've just been handed an urgent news story.
Cap and J. Hood are back.
Cannonball!
On ESPN Chicago.
Checkmate 1-6, suppression on target.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Shot or no shot with Cap and J. Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Cap and J. Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with the Hall of Famer David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. Still to come, Jesse Rogers with the latest on the Cubs and Sox and everything else MLB at 8:35. But first, shot or no shot. Here's Shay Norling. Shay.
Good morning, boys, on a Monday. How you feeling?
We're good, man. Good to be here. Good to be rocking and rolling with you guys, and I'm looking forward to Mock Draft 2.0.
Well, he starts the 8 o'clock hour lying to the audience. That's pretty good. How about that, Shay? I'm the only one here anticipating because that's the only one I read or actually listen to. So I don't get confused with the other mock drafts.
Wow.
Exactly right.
It's only one I need.
This is the most important one.
I would say.
And I am taking it very seriously now. I would never, ever just do 8 versions of this where I get Mason Graham to the Bears. That doesn't sound like something I would do at all.
I think that this should be out on social. I believe this should be a video short. I think that everyone should be able to see Mock Draft 2.0, Shay Norling. You support that?
Sure.
See that lukewarm?
Yeah.
See that lukewarm against it. I mean, just it's amazing.
Other people's success. He doesn't like it.
That's the truth. Jesus Christ. That's the truth. Look at this guy right here. He's giving us a mock. Look at Jay Moore in there.
I'm giving you a what? You said mock, correct?
Yes, mock draft.
All right.
How about that?
Okay.
And look at this guy.
God bless.
No, don't God bless it. Just give him your support, your stamp of approval.
I give it.
Bless it for me, Pastor.
It's blessed.
We'll get the church music going for you, and you can bless the mock draft.
It is blessed.
This is how we get Mason Graham.
It's good for the show, getting Mason Graham.
I'm a heathen. My prayers only do so much. But if we get Pastor Cap involved.
Cap, we will lay out now for you to give a prayer to this Mock 2.0 and the success of this segment. So please go right ahead. Give us your prayer. You're the only one as a licensed pastor around here.
I do have the license.
Yes, so please.
Ordained.
So please go right ahead.
God. Heavenly Father, we pray that you end this insanity of mock drafts. And we ask that you please bless the Chicago Bears and inform us when the draft commences that we have made wise and impactful picks. But until then, please have all of these draft prognosticators keep their beak shut. We love you, Heavenly Father. May God bless us and keep us in comfort and success and good health. Amen.
Amen.
I mean,
amen.
How about sideswiping me? You screwed up the amen. You sideswiped me. That prayer is going to get us Genty.
Oh, God. Oh, boy. Cap's going to hit the roof. It's like, we got a running back at 10. All this help we need on the offensive line. He's going to be upset. Unless you have sources that tell you that they're going to go with a running back at 10.
They're not taking a running back.
Have you heard that?
No.
Okay.
They are not taking a running back at 10.
Just watch, folks, for Mount Kaplan, though. Let it be 10, and they get the running back. Oh, God. How could you do that?
They're not taking a running back at 10.
He better be the reincarnation of Waller Payton. Take that.
Maybe in the second round you get Travion Henderson.
They will look at the running back. Yeah, well.
Quinshon Judkins.
That'd be a reach as well.
Those aren't real names, are they?
They are.
Okay.
Yeah, he just picked the 2 Ohio State guys.
Yeah, he did, yes. Doing a Key and Peele bit, apparently, with those first names. Holy smokes. We turn now to Shay Norling with this edition of Shot or No Shot Shay.
I want players in the draft to exhibit violence. Travion Henderson doesn't qualify. Just as an aside, because it's going to lead me to where I'm going with this first question.
All right.
Alabama guard Tyler Booker, a player who I love in this draft, has been shooting up draft boards. Kind of entered the process as an expected early round 2 or late round 1 pick, mostly because positional value at guard. People don't think top 15, you typically take one unless it's surefire, can't miss, Quentin Nelson type. Mm-hmm. But there is smoke now starting. Bears could take him at 10. And at the combine, Booker appealed to me and the violence, said he looks at football as, quote, legal assault, and his style of play is to, quote, make guys not love football anymore. Shot or no shot, despite his lower grade, the Bears can take Tyler Booker at 10.
Look, the Bears could take whoever the hell they want if Ryan Poles Ben Johnson and the staff are in unison. That's the guy.
Yes.
I don't care. When the Bulls first took Scottie Pippen, people were like, a guy from Central Arkansas that high?
Yeah.
He's one of the 50 greatest players of all time. Mm-hmm. Just do your homework. Bring your guys in, and at the end of the process, don't outthink yourselves, Arturis. Oh, we want to swing for the fences. He told us that.
Yeah, he did.
To you and I. He said, we won a grand slam, so we took Patrick Williams over Tyrese Halliburton. Let me know how that one worked out for you.
So that's a no shot. I don't like a guy that's doing all that talking. I think that feeling and that conjecture is great. I'm not sure. I mean, if obviously he was at 10, that'd be great, Shay. But the point is, though, is that that's a lot of talking before you even put on an NFL uniform. It's a lot of talk. I like my guys a little bit more quiet. I like for them to be able to respond on the field. I like that. I like his motor and his motivation. I like to see what that looks like on the field in an NFL uniform.
For sure, but I kind of like the confidence, and you put your game on tape in college and let the tape speak for itself. Mm-hmm. My thing with Booker is if they are going to take him in the first round, I'd prefer they try to trade down and do it. But you that's always difficult because if you trade down too far and somebody jumps you, then you're screwed.
See? That's analysis right there. I want you to start welcoming it.
Whatever you say, Shay. I'm in.
I'm trying, Shay. You hear me trying, right?
Yeah. I appreciate you. I appreciate one of you in that room. Jeremy Fowler wrote for ESPN, believing the Bears will sign at least one interior offensive lineman. Mm-hmm. He listed Falcons center Drew Dalman, Colts guard Will Freeze, and 49ers guard Aaron Banks as the likely names for the Bears to sign in free agency. Shot or no shot, the Bears will sign 2 of these 3 players.
Oh, that would be nice. I don't know if it'll be one, maybe.
Of those specific names or of at least 2 starting level offensive linemen?
Well, let's go more that route because, Dalman is a center, and then you've got Freeze from the Colts and Banks from the Niners, who are both guards. That's why it works. You can sign 2 of them and have them both be starters. But I do, we all kind of believe center guard is going to be addressed in free agency, right?
I believe that, yes. I think they're getting a center and a guard.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to have 2 guards and a center. And I don't, by the way, I might be in the minority in this, but I don't mind Matt Pryor being on the roster as reserve for a song.
Oh, I'd bring him back.
Yeah.
But somebody may see him as a starter somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't know. He had a pretty solid year.
So
guy competes.
I would say that's a shot if you could. I would love to have 2 of those 3. Because, again, everything on the surface is about the protection of Caleb Williams. That's what it's about. Like, Caleb Williams still is going to be in his second year. There's some that look at a new quarterback that go in the NFL and they believe that person has to be an upper echelon quarterback as soon as they put on the NFL uniform. It doesn't work that way. It didn't work that way for Caleb Williams. I should have just put on the games, by the way, in the second half. Then I could see some scoring for the Bears because I didn't see enough of it in the first half. Should have just turned on, about 2 o'clock? I'll put on the Bears. Oh, they're scoring now. That's when I should have watched the Bears because the first halves were dismal offensively.
Especially the first quarters. Our possessions to start games were literally horrific. Horrific.
See how Ben Johnson can fix that.
Yes. But let's fix up front first offensively.
Shay?
All right, Cubs prospect Matt Shaw made his spring training debut yesterday. A lot of people started wondering if this is going to get Matt Shaw on the roster for the Tokyo trip as the starting third baseman. Shot or no shot, Matt Shaw should be the starting third baseman for the Cubs in Japan.
What do the doctors say? That's all that matters.
Cleared him to play yesterday.
Right, but if they say, you know what, the long flight and all that, let him keep rehabbing here, they keep him here. Whatever the medical staff says, I follow that.
Sure, understood.
They said, hey, he's cleared. He can go. All right, bring him.
If he's healthy, yeah, he should play third base. But you're saying the starting third baseman, I mean, that's the idea. Like, Cap's been talking about this guy for a long time, what he's done in the minor leagues. So it's time. If he's going to be a starting third baseman, he's healthy, put him out there. Justin Turner will get his opportunities because he can play a number of different positions, third or first for the Cubs, or DH. He can do all those things as well. And I like an old head in the locker room, as you well know, Cap. I think these newfangled general managers, these new guys, all with their analytics and just saying, well, the bench is not important. All I know is that the championship teams I grew up on, whether it's football, baseball, basketball, you have an old head in the room that's almost like a coach in the locker room, and it can still do some things. I like that. I like that Turner's on the Cubs. I wish the Sox had that kind of person. They got a lot of different personalities in that locker room, but I'd like to have someone like a Turner who's played at a championship level that can be able to work, especially with the young guys, and give his support and his experience.
Well, that's the key. Good teams always have that old head in there.
I like that.
You know? So he said, I picked the team because I felt they could win. Let's go.
Shay, what's the best old head that we had? So I guess that would be Udonis Haslem as of late, right, when he was with Miami?
Yeah. David Ross probably qualified as one with the World Series team.
Have someone there like a really...
They literally called him Grandpa.
Backup catcher, really, but also a force in that locker room.
They brought him in because John Lester wanted him.
How about Mercedes Lewis?
He wants to play one more year. I know the Jags apparently have reached out because that's where he was an All-Pro.
Yeah.
And Tony Baselli was his teammate, and he's now the executive VP. So he could finish his 20 years there, but they might bring him back.
I liked Mercedes Lewis on the Bears. I mean, he never had to wash his jersey. Never got dirty. He's always there for one good, solid penalty a game.
Wow.
All right. What?
He can block.
Shay, he never washed his jersey here. never had to.
My guy.
DeAndre Jordan with the Nuggets. That's an old guy. Been around for a long time.
Correct.
DeAndre Jordan. It's a good name.
Granville Waiters was back with the championship level Bulls.
There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with having someone in there.
Correct.
Shay, do you have time for one more? Can squeeze one more in?
Yeah, Hootie, I need you to help me out with something because I don't understand it because I am not a wrestling fan at all. But I saw reaction over the weekend, and, I mean, people were acting like this was the biggest story of the decade. Like, the reaction was absurd. And a big moment for wrestling fans, John Cena turned heel at WWE Elimination Chamber. Yeah. And I'm glad you're here to explain this because shot or no shot, this is a big deal.
That's a shot. It is a huge deal. I just want to put it in perspective. John Cena, who is an actor, who also is a professional wrestler, is the #1 guy, Cap, in Make-A-Wishes. No one's granted more Make-A-Wishes than John Cena, which is incredible. You know how many Make-A-Wishes that is? Like, if you're on the road 300 days a year with WWE, now you're an actor and you're still making public appearances. He does a lot for a lot of people. So you think about this over 20 years where he's a good guy, a babyface in wrestling. And he's in Elimination Chamber. He wins the match, right? And Dusty Rhodes' son, Cody Rhodes, is the Universal Champion. He is the champion. And there's a choice between Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, is in the ring. And Dwayne Johnson says to Cody Rhodes, hey, I want your soul. I want your soul. I don't want your championship. I want your soul. I want you to align with me. And Cody Rhodes says, go F yourself. Unbleeped, by the way, on Peacock. Go F yourself. That's what he said. Not bleeped, wide open in Toronto. Wow. And John Cena's in the ring at the same time. And John Cena turns on Cody Rhodes out of nowhere. So for him to be a bad guy after being a good guy for almost 20 years, all the Make-A-Wishes, all the great things he does, it is pretty significant. Because now John Cena can go into his heel mode of cheating, eye gouging, taking a powder, going to the outside if he has to, run around. He's going to have fun. This is his last year wrestling, by the way. He'll be a full-time actor in 2026, Jay. So it is a big deal. Someone who's that caring for people decides, nah, I'm going heel. And by the way, as you well know, heels have more fun. Bad guys have more fun than good guys.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
So, as you know,
being the black hat, it's fun.
It's fun. So Cena in his last year in WWE says, I'm going to have fun. So I'm going to be a bad guy.
God bless him.
That's it. That's it, right? What's more fun, Cap, being a protagonist or antagonist in life? What's more fun?
Wow. Probably being the protagonist.
Antagonist, going after people, needling people, can be fun. I mean, look at your Twitter. Look at my Twitter.
All you do is antagonize people. And you said protagonist is more fun. You live one of the most fun lives of anybody I know.
That's true. That's true.
And all you do is antagonize.
Who do I antagonize?
Oh, buddy.
All I say is,
I got big shoulders, kid. Put them on me.
Yeah, I say things on the air that others might not say. But like my one-on-one interactions, that guy's long gone. I'm quiet, laid back.
Oh, God.
Did you say quiet? I don't know, quiet. You're great. You're a great person in one-on-one interactions. Quiet? I don't know if I'd...
How about reserved?
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Also no.
Also no. That does not, no. Loud.
Honest?
Boisterous?
Boisterous. Loud, yeah. And loud.
Bombastic?
Yeah, bombastic, yes. And you can't say that you like the babyface role when you're telling everybody to take that 20 times a day. You can't do that. You're telling people to take it.
This generation's so soft, hoodie. So soft.
It's actually fun. That character is actually fun. That character is fun. That's why we say you live the greatest life. Because you can just tell people take that every day.
Take that.
That's it, right? So it's fun to be a heel. And that's why it's significant. That's why it became huge in pop culture everywhere that John Cena turned heel.
My goal is always to make something happen positive.
What about his mock draft?
I'm positive that I'm not that into it. Okay.
But coming up next, the mock draft 2.0 on Cap and J Hood.
Cap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. ESPN Chicago listeners look forward to March for one thing. No, not that. It's Spring Trading Tuesdays. Same lovable ESPN Chicago hosts, but paired with different radio partners. Where will your faves be tomorrow? ESPN Chicago Spring Trading Tuesdays.
College basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams are going to prove that they're ready to shine in March and who will be headed to San Antonio. You can get all the action from tip-off to final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get signed and started today. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem. Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Jay Moore.
New treatments for joint pain are here. By now, you've heard about regenerative medicine. If you're wondering if you're a good candidate, answer these questions. First, does chronic pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or other joints keep you from doing the things you enjoy? Golfing, jogging, time with the family. Does it hurt doing the things you need to do? Like getting out of bed, sleeping, working, and walking. And finally, do you want to avoid surgery and all of the pain, long recovery, and uncertainty that comes with it? If you answered yes to any of those, you need to call QC Kinetics now. Learn about exciting advancements in regenerative treatments that can give you long-lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Get your free consultation today. Call QC Kinetics. That's QC Kinetics. Here's the phone number.
Call now, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955.
This is a message from Green River Bourbon. This St. Paddy's Day, residents are reminded once again to never drink from the Green River and instead drink Green River. So, Green River water from the river? Don't drink. Green River bourbon from the bottle? Drink. The Chicago Green River? No. The Kentucky Green River? Yeah. Visit Don'tDrinkTheGreenRiver.com to learn more about the Don't Drink the Green River Ultimate Game Show. Always drink Green River responsibly. The bourbon, not the river. Green River Distilling Company, Owensboro, Kentucky. Alcohol by volume varies by product.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
$5 million. The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group.
Welcome back to Cap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
I want winners.
He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
It's time to go around the National Football League as we get ready for Shay Norling's Mock Draft 2.0. Here's your host, Shay Norling. Shay?
It's Mock Draft 2.0. It is a combine overreactions and a bit of a chaos mock draft. We'll see what happens with the Chicago Bears, who in this instance, I have righting a former wrong.
Okay.
Very excited. So the number one pick. Oh, we have a trade.
Oh.
The New York Giants will select number one in the NFL draft. Trading their first, their third overall pick, a third round pick, next year's first, and a third round next year to the Tennessee Titans for the rights to select number one overall. And with the first pick in the NFL draft, the New York Football Giants select Miami quarterback Cam Ward after whiffing on Matthew Stafford.
Okay, Cam Ward. Okay, he is terrific. I know Cam Ward. Ward from Miami. Great numbers. Okay, great numbers. I know Cam Ward. So Ward will be a quarterback for a decade at MetLife. Go ahead.
He'll revolutionize the Giants there, Mike.
Giants are back. No question. Cam Ward played at a high level. I watched him very closely on Fridays. Oh, they play on Saturday? Okay. But nonetheless, I like Cam Ward. And by the way, that's a lot. That's a haul, by the way. That's a haul for the Giants, trading their future for Cam Ward. He better be the right guy.
And you know why? Because they won a stupid, meaningless game against the Colts.
Yep.
Because they could have just picked number one on their own.
Ooh, doctor. Oh, we got to dig into Matt Stafford at some point, too, with his return.
Are you confident that deal's going down?
The Giants will trade up?
Yes.
I don't know what their alternatives are if they want to fix quarterback. They thought they were getting Stafford. Stafford goes back to the Rams.
A lot of people think they're getting Rodgers.
I've seen that too. But if I'm the Giants, if I'm Dable and Shane, I feel like my seat's so hot. Am I hitching my wagon to 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers?
Cam gives you some time, man. Rodgers doesn't. Go ahead, Shay. Number two.
Number two pick with Cam Ward off the board. Dion gets his wish. And after speaking this weekend and Shedeur Sanders saying he can turn around the Cleveland Browns, why? Because he's turned around two other places, Jackson State and Colorado. The Cleveland Browns select Colorado quarterback Shedeur Sanders.
And that'll be all for the Browns.
Wow.
Shedeur Sanders? That's a no shot.
I thought Dion said I'm not letting my kid go anywhere cold. Did he not say that?
He says a lot of things. You have to ignore him. I mean, if he falls at 2, he's at 2. And that's a damn shame because that'll be all for Shedeur Sanders. He'll be buried in that mistake in the lake.
Yes.
In 2 years or less. Sorry, just not going to work. With the Browns, just needs better infrastructure. 3.
The number 3 pick, the Tennessee Titans, go out and get their generational guy. Back-to-back Buffaloes. The Titans select Travis Hunter with the 3rd pick in the draft.
Okay.
Wow. And that means the Patriots laugh all the way to the bank with Abdul Carter, the number 4 pick in the NFL draft.
Are you saying that there's going to be some people afraid of Abdul Carter because of the injury. You think that he goes down because of the injury?
100%. The foot fracture, yeah, absolutely. And obviously, you're not falling far from potentially
Better
1
hope you
to
didn't
4.
draft Sam Bowie.
No, that's Caleb. According to Chris Canty.
No. Sam Bowie being the guy who always had foot problems.
Yes.
You better not have foot problems if you draft a guy there.
That'd be Caleb Williams, according to Chris Canty.
Yeah.
Sam Bowie.
As we all know, Caleb's foot is a time bomb.
Wow. The Bears, I think they drafted Sam Bowie. Okay.
Good luck with that, Chris.
Number 5.
Number 5 pick, the Jacksonville Jaguars. I am buying into the rumor mill that came out of Indianapolis that they are entertaining selecting a tackle. And with the Patriots going Abdul Carter, Will Campbell falls to 5 and is a Jacksonville Jaguar.
Okay. Number 6, Shay.
I'm joining my friend in mock draft business, Mel Kiper. The Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah.
Jump everybody and select Boise State running back Ashton Genty.
Sure. Why not? And who's the quarterback?
Who knows?
Well, that's why Genty should be at 7. At 6, rather.
Kirk Cousins.
Sure.
Aaron. Maybe Aaron goes
Could be
there.
Rodgers.
Sure. Get the running game going. Sure.
We know apparently Brady loves recruiting veteran quarterbacks, but maybe he won't swing and miss on Aaron Rodgers.
You mean again? For Brady again?
Yeah.
Swung and missed on a head coach. Swung and missed on a quarterback. Well, he's a talented GM, front office guy, or whatever his job is with Vegas. Talented.
I feel like Devontae Adams could bring Rodgers back to Vegas with Tom Brady.
Sure. Number 7, Shay.
Number 7, the Jets. Speaking of Devontae Adams, the Jets get their Devontae Adams replacement. Tet McMillan, Arizona wide receiver. Goes to the Jets, number 7.
McMillan and wife to the Jets at 7.
Okay.
What do you think of that? Sure.
Good.
Who's the quarterback with the Jets?
We'll see.
See?
Could be Kirk Cousins.
It's incredible. Number 8.
Could be Sam Darnold. A return.
He's not going.
Number 8, Shay.
Number 8, the Carolina Panthers.
Carolina.
Select Michigan defensive cornerback Will Johnson. Oh, I almost had a panic attack.
Don't do that.
Will Johnson goes off the board at 8, the first corner selected in the NFL
they
draft.
would have him and J.C. Horn.
Yep.
Let's
Lock down 2 guys.
Let's go. They already took care of their offensive line with getting guards last year. So slowly, incrementally building the Carolina Panthers for their little guy, Bryce Young. Number 9.
We have a trade.
Another trade.
The Bears correct a mistake from a couple of years ago when they traded out of the 9th pick to the 10th pick and gave the Eagles Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
And the Bears pull an Eagles and send a 4th-round pick to the New Orleans Saints to move up from 9 to 10, where they select Michigan defensive tackle Mason Graham.
He's a beast.
They pull the Jalen Carter move.
They go up to get Mason Graham from 10 to 9.
In this scenario, I have sold Mason Graham a gas mask bong.
Yeah.
He fell. I personally sold it to him and video recorded him hitting it, and he has slipped from 5 to 9 as a result.
And remind all the people out there that are not weed aficionados what happened in the draft a few years ago.
It was Laramie Tunsil on video hitting a gas mask bong and falling in the first round of the draft as a result.
Correct. And remember, you're too young. When Warren Sapp, the day of the draft, supposed to go 1.
Yeah.
He's still on the board at 12.
Yeah.
12.
Yes.
We're like, what is going on here? And Tampa takes him, and he becomes a Hall of Famer.
Mm-hmm. Despite some of his issues.
Yes. He had more than a few.
Yes. So then Bears going up to 9, and then 10 would be?
10 is the New Orleans Saints who get Penn State tight end Tyler Warren.
He's really good.
Tyler Warren. Okay. Well, that's another path, Cap, to get Mason Graham to go to the Bears, but the Bears have to leapfrog from 10 to 9 to get there.
But that means you're not getting Tyler Booker because there's no way he's there in the second round.
Yeah, more than likely, yeah. He's storming up the board.
So there you have it. So let's see. How many careers are ended here? Shedeur Sanders with the Browns.
Done.
Okay. Abdul Carter is going to be a stud with the Patriots. That's going to work. I would say that Travis Hunter with Tennessee, will they let him do whatever he wants? Is he going to be an elite corner? Or will he corner and then some wide receiver? How's that work?
Sounds like only corner.
I know he says that he can play both sides of the football. Nobody is going to allow him to do that. I can't get there. This isn't baseball where you can be a two-way player. You can't play 140 snaps a week.
We're going to talk about that a little bit later on in the show because I thought that was an interesting comment by Travis Hunter, things that he wants to do in the NFL. But coming up next, Major League Baseball. Let's talk Cubs and Sox with Jesse Rogers. Is he up? Is Jesse up? He is awake. All right, we'll talk to Jesse coming up next. Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet.
You're listening to Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the ball.
Let's talk hockey. ESPN Chicago and Four Winds Casino present The Hockey Show. Hosts Pat Boyle and Barstool Chief are your guide for pucks, skates, power plays. Join us tomorrow night at 8 for The Hockey Show on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. Presented by Four Winds Casino and brought to you in part by Nancy's Pizza and your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
One. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Warming temperatures and more frequent rains can lead to significant issues for your home. Hi, I'm Roy Spence with Permaseal. With over 500,000 satisfied customers and over 14,000 five-star reviews, we are Chicagoland's most trusted waterproofing contractor. We offer a free detailed foundation inspection, no pressure, just peace of mind, and the knowledge and options that you need to make the right decision. Stay dry, stay protected. Call Permaseal today, 800-421-SEAL, or visit permaseal.net.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Get your yard game ready with Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Ego has nearly 200,000 five-star reviews from homeowners like you. Ego delivers the power of gas, but without the noise, fuss, or fumes. Best of all, Ego 56-volt arc lithium batteries are universal, so they fit all 90 tools. Power your yard, power your tailgate, power your life. Learn more at egopowerplus.com.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp and it's electric. How is it sharp? How is it electric? Good questions. Try this on for size. 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime, forcing, playoffs on the line, golf. With 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour. Split into 6 teams. Atlanta, Boston, Jupiter, LA, New York, and the Bay. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. Tune in every week for TGL matches, only on ESPN. Keep up. It's golf.
Hey, it's Cap. Let me tell you about my guys at Automatic Mechanical Services. Their motto is we make people comfortable, and comfort isn't just about heating and cooling. It's about the peace of mind knowing they'll always give you fair and honest upfront pricing and complete the project with the highest quality technicians and installers. For the past 80 years, Automatic has handled Chicagoland's toughest commercial jobs while keeping everything in your home running right. Don't settle. Go with Automatic, the team I trust. Visit atomatic.com.
Are you already worried about daylight savings time? Your energy levels shouldn't suffer just because you're down an hour. Get back on track with 5-Hour Energy, your secret weapon when time feels like it's slipping away. Jay Moore.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Cap and Jay Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Cap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10 here on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Now time for baseball conversation with Jesse Rogers, who covers the Cubs and Sox and everything else MLB for ESPN.com. He joins us on the Yuengling hotline. Yes, Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can enjoy Yuengling traditional lager, light lager, golden pilsner, black and tan, and Flight.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
Good morning, Jesse. How are you?
I'm good. Good morning, boys. What's going on?
So, Jess, have you packed for Japan yet?
I have not. I'll be in Florida when they're in Japan, unfortunately. This is what's happening, Cap. They're sending me to the Cardinals camp instead of Japan. Can you believe that?
No, especially with the Cubs off to a 7-1 start. So let's start right there. Matt Shaw, does he make the trip? He's been cleared to play. I know he was 0 for 3, but if you're letting him play in spring training games, why wouldn't you send him to Japan?
Yeah, I think he does. Barring a setback, of course. I think he's going to play every other day. He's going to get into the field soon enough. He says he's 100%. I don't see why he wouldn't. The only reason would be to get him a little bit more work back in Arizona, but there's exhibition games there. There's practices. It's really a day of travel on either side that you lose some workout time. But otherwise, I think it's good for him to be with the team. And also, they need a third baseman in those two games. Turner's not going to be that guy, though he took some ground balls there this weekend. So, yeah, Cap, I think he goes, barring a setback. It's not like it's 2 days from now. It's 2 weeks from now. So I think he'll be ready.
So what have you gleaned from the Cubs so far? Again, very good spring from a one-loss record standpoint. Yep. But what are the stories that appeal to you so far from Craig Counsell?
Yeah, I'll give you a couple. One is Miguel Amaya picking up where he left off. He looks great at the plate, 7 for 15. Remember, him and PCA struggled so much in the first half and then had great second halves. Amaya looks like the real deal at the plate now. This is spring training. But again, the way he finished last season and starts this year, I think that's telling. So Miguel Amaya as your starting catcher was something in doubt a year ago. They were looking by the All-Star break, they were thinking about replacing him. And he's come on strong, and he's looked just as good at the plate as he did. So there's one storyline people aren't thinking about. The other is, and I was questioning their backups. Remember, Cap, we would make fun of Miles Mastrobuoni and everything.
Yep.
And I wasn't sure if their backups were going to be that good, but they have looked really good at the plate. If you want to talk about the difference between the Cubs and Sox right now, the depth guys on the Cubs have really looked good this spring. It is only spring, but competition has to come from somewhere, and it comes from spring games. And whether it's a Rule 5 pick like Gage Workman, a minor league guy that was picked up, Greg Allen, Vidal Brujan, not household names. But as we know, with Miles Master, these guys will get playing time, and all of a sudden people will be like, he stinks, or wow, what a pickup by Jed. And I got to tell you, Hoodie, there's a lot of good competition in camp, better than I thought. Again, spring stats are spring stats, but you got to judge them somehow. And when you talk about backups, they're into the spring games. Like Kyle Tucker's 0 for 9, who cares? But these backups have been really good and impressive, so I'll give credit at least for the competition they've created.
Couple things. If he's 0 for 9, I'd walk in right now and offer him like a 5-year deal and $1 million a year to see if he wants to sign it.
It's Mark Grace.
Yeah, exactly. My other question is, I have pledged to be a calmer person watching games this year.
Okay.
How does that freaking bullpen look? Because that will get my blood pressure up.
Yeah, Presley's looked better the last 2 outings. It's still coming together, Cap, and which makes sense. It's early March. I still have some doubts. Maybe I have, like you, PTSD from the last couple of years especially. There's more experience, as we've talked about. With experience comes age. It's looking better and better. I mean, Tyson Miller had a good finish to last season. It's one of those things where, again, just like the backups, we don't think of these names until they're out there on opening day in the 8th inning of a tight game. There's quantity. I want to see quality. So I'm still a little doubtful, but it does look better on paper to start this season than it did last year. I mean, think about it. Adbert Alzolay and Mark Leiter Jr. were thrust into huge roles without a ton of experience there. And as much as I like Leiter, it was still a thin, late-inning bullpen. It's got a lot more experience, but I still want to see it all come together. And again, Presley's looked better the last 2 outings. But let's see, Cap. Let's see as it plays out in April. At least there's more better and more experienced arms back there.
Speaking of the bullpen, does Chris Flexen make the team?
I don't think so. I don't think he's going to make the team. So we can go through some injuries.
Now, wait a minute. He's good enough for the White Sox, not good enough for the Cubs? He can't give you an inning?
Yeah, that guy did have a solid year. I know he didn't get a number of wins. He was on the worst team in baseball. He actually pitched okay.
He did. He ate up innings. I mean, if he accepts a deal down to the minors, he could absolutely be a depth guy, but I'm not sure that he will. I mean,
wait a minute. Go ahead, Jess. Because it is a big story. If the bullpen holds up, then I think that the win total that's out there is solidified because I believe in the offense, but it all depends on the bullpen. So that's why we're just trying to figure out the puzzle pieces.
Yeah, I hate to say it this way. If the Cubs need Flexen like in a major role, how deep are they? Right? It's really he's for depth. If other guys go down, now Assad went down, but Colin Ray is ahead of Flexen. Ben Brown is ahead of Flexen. So I don't think Flexen makes the team. He's there in case other guys go down. I think that's a good thing. You don't want, and nothing against Chris Flexen. Remember, his ERA was still in the high 4s, I believe, last year. Wow. So I don't know. I don't think Flexen makes the team unless more guys go down. Assad has gone down, but there's 3 guys ahead of him.
In terms of this team, like I don't see a reason why, unless, God forbid, there's horrific injury problems, they should win their division comfortably. Do you co-sign that?
I'm not going to co-sign it. I'm not going to say comfortably.
You're better than that.
Yeah. They played the Reds yesterday, lost to the Reds. If Terry Francona still is Terry Francona, I mentioned this last week on the air, like they're going to get a boost. But
yeah, I noticed that worked out real well with Council last year.
True. I do think the Cubs are better than the Reds. I do think that. I will tell you, and I think I mentioned this last week, insiders around the industry within the game do think Cubs, Brewers, Reds are going to be pretty tight, but that's on paper. But they are saying they will separate from the Pirates and Cardinals. Nothing crazy there. No, people are not necessarily counting the Brewers out within the industry. I wonder if any of the 3 teams gets to 90 wins. 90 might win the division. I think they should be the favorites. Let's put it that way. So I do think they should be the favorites. I do think they should win it. I think it might be closer than you say going away. That's my feeling.
Also, by the way, Francona not using the ABS this year, Cap. Oh, in spring training, rather. Spring training.
He's against it.
He's like, okay, none of that. Don't be asking if it's a ball or strike. Just get in the box.
Yeah, and Max Scherzer came out. He goes, can we just have humans, please? Stop with this.
Right, and Council isn't that into it at all. The league isn't happy with these guys. They want to get a real test out of this. And they're getting some blowback from people. But in a year, it could be real. And then you've got to talk a lot about it because there's strategy involved. When do you challenge? I mean, are you challenging in the first inning? Are you challenging with less than 2 strikes? All these things. But none of it matters now. It'll matter when it's real.
Anything that you've seen from it, by the way? Any trends that you've noticed in games that you've covered as far as ABS, as far as the timing? How much is it a timing issue or a time suck on the game?
It's really not a time suck. It does happen quickly. I'm amazed that they show the animation of the pitch on the scoreboard because that really does show up the umpire.
God.
Right?
Yeah.
Instead of just telling the guy in his ear whether it's right or wrong. Like the fact that they show it, I think is pretty cool. And it also kind of shows up the guy challenging it if he gets it wrong. But it is what it is. No, it's been pretty seamless. It's been pretty seamless, and that's the only reason I'm for it. If it delayed the game in any manner, I'd be against it. But it's pretty good.
All right, I'm looking I follow at Boston Sports for whatever reason. I follow a billion people. They write this morning, fascinating explanation from Garrett Crochet and his stance last July about needing a contract extension to pitch in the postseason. And then you click on it, it says, ESPN's Jesse Rogers reported on Thursday that Crochet was going to require a team to give him a long-term deal to pitch in the postseason. Blah, 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 and he refuses to pitch out of the bullpen. His quote, I don't owe a team that I'm not on anything. For me back then, that was the way to protect myself. Have you talked with him?
No. I will. I'm going to Florida next week, so I will end up at Boston's camp. But, I mean, that all coincides with what happened last summer. What's amazing to me about that story is if 10 years ago, the entire baseball world would have came down on him, especially other players. But things have changed. Players protect themselves more than ever because of a lot of reasons involved in, if you get hurt before you hit free agency, you don't get paid, et cetera, et cetera. Teams use up arms and go to the next guy. It's amazing how players came to his defense, not just teammates, but players around the league. So that stance has now become the norm, where years ago when we were growing up, he would have been really criticized about a me-first attitude. So that all coincides with what happened last summer. And, a lot of people actually give him credit for standing up for themselves. I can't remember what your guys' stance was, but I think we've all changed a little bit in this category.
I had no problem what he did.
All right.
Yeah. The way the players get injured now.
All right, Jesse, I'm going to ask you
any sacks news
next right here on Cap and J Hood.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Cap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
Any sacks news?
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Cap and J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Cap and J Hood show are presented by Hankin Law.
Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in Hinsdale and Deerfield, call West Coast Men's Health at 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
True Chicago-style pizza? It's not what out-of-towners think it is. True Chicago-style is thin, crispy, and cut into squares. Thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are made with the same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years, and they're exactly what you crave. Get to know the true Chicago-style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available in a freezer aisle near you.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
It's time again for an utterly unnecessary announcement from Green River Bourbon, reminding you don't drink the Green River. To make sure that we're crystal clear, they're bringing back the most legendary game show that never existed. So go to don'tdrinkthegreenriver.com to sign up. Always drink the Green River responsibly. The bourbon, of course, not the river. They won't.
You're listening to Cap and J Hood. Follow the show on Instagram at The Catman and at IGJ Hood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Jesse Rogers covers baseball for ESPN and ESPN.com with us here on Cap and J Hood. All right, Jesse, what's the latest from the Chicago White Sox?
Injuries. I mean, the biggest one, obviously, Benintendi, but more important in a lot of ways is Colson Montgomery's down. Back spasms, hasn't been the lineup the last few days. I still expect him to be the opening day shortstop, but, any setback isn't good for a young player. And as you look at the lineup without Benintendi or Colson Montgomery, I mean, even with it, it's tough. But I don't know how they're going to score runs. I don't know how. Now, Colson will be back. Benintendi maybe mid-April, maybe earlier. It's just going to be it's a decent starting staff, not much of an offense and not much of a bullpen, which were kind of the same things that we saw out of last year's team. But Colson's the biggest thing, and he's been delayed with a back problem. Other than that, they just can't score a lot of runs. They did on Saturday, but other than that, they haven't scored much at all.
Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how's the play?
Right, exactly.
Wow.
But I do like that starting staff. Davis Martin has looked good now as he's come back from injury. It's young. It's got a chance to grow at least, which is what they're counting on.
Jess,
but there's so many other holes.
That
so many other
starting
holes.
staff, though, I said to Hoodie at the break, do they have one guy that's thrown 140 innings in the big leagues?
Martin Perez would be the guy, right? He's the one veteran that they have. And by the way, he's the one that said we might contend this year, and everybody, I think has gone nuts.
People were beating his door down to sign him.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
but Davis Martin, Jonathan Cannon, Drew Thorpe when he's healthy, and then Hagen Smith, Noah Schultz coming. There is the makings of it, and they're hoping their whole rebuild is based on those 3 or 4 or 5 names. But it's a long way to go.
So Hagen Smith is going to start in the minors, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And Schultz.
So yeah. I saw Smith in college, and Jesse, you've seen him, with his. I mean, he's just a power arm. He is without question. And that's the thing that gives me hope as a White Sox fan, understanding that, hey man, there's going to be some cornerstone kids for the future that's going to be really good. I just know it's ugly now, but I think that has some pieces, young pieces that I think can really develop.
Yeah, he just doesn't have them around the diamond. He has pitchers. He doesn't have them around the diamond.
Yeah.
I mean, they made a decision to draft him instead of Jack Caglione, who homered against the White Sox a week ago. The Royals. I wanted the hitter over the pitcher, but it's splitting hairs. Both are talented players, and they've developed pitching much better than hitters. But eventually, they got to find some hitters. I mean, Luis Robert's going to be traded. Benintendi's on the other end of the contract. He'll be traded if he's any good. And they've got to find a whole host of hitters for this lineup, So it's going to be interesting in how long this takes. You mentioned it last year. It's going to be a while. It's going to take a long time.
By the way, on the Martin Perez front, he threw 135 innings last year, 141 and 2/3 the year before. He had a big year in 22. He threw 196. And then prior to that, 114. We'll skip the COVID year, 165, then 85. Like, this dude's not a horse now.
No, he's not. I talked to him at camp, and look, it's not like everybody was, like you said, looking to sign him. He did sign a nice deal for him, $5 million at his age and everything, but he's not a horse. He's not a number one. He's a good leader in the room. I think that's half the reason he was signed. They need some veterans to lead the group, and they do have them in Benintendi and those guys and Vaughn, but they don't have them on the pitching staff. So we'll see. But yeah, he's probably easily their most accomplished pitcher. But he's not really all that accomplished in the last few years.
What about this kid Grant Taylor?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's another name. Throws hard, but I'm not sure that there's anything in the near future for him.
What I want for the near future, is for Andrew Vaughn to be off this baseball team. Jesse, he had full autonomy of being the guy, and I just think hopefully there's someone in the minor leagues that could be able to step in there to provide a little pop. Vaughn, he plays like there is a piano on his back. It's his job, and I just think whatever we saw from him is the best.
But what are you getting for him, Hoodie?
No, I'm just saying.
You're going to be giving away the 3rd overall pick, and you don't have somebody ready to play, and nobody's going to give you a lot for him. I would just play the guy. He's got hitting skills.
Well, he's going to play, and just like Benintendi and Robert, a year from now, are all 3 of those guys gone? The last 3 veterans, Vaughn, Benintendi, Robert, all 3? I think there's a chance. Depending on obviously how they perform, because Getz has proven he's not going to give people away. He wants to get something for them. But I think we're 12 to 18 months away from all 3 of those players being on someone else's team.
I don't need you, Cap, to explain to me who Andrew Vaughn is. I don't need you to, and I don't need the pat on the head from you either. That's enough of that. I'm not going to tolerate that. I'm going through a very difficult time. Do you understand? I don't need he was a top draft. So was Madrigal. I don't want to hear it.
By the way, Madrigal out for the year.
Yeah, because he sucks. That's why he's out for the year, because he's bad. You know what I'm saying, Jesse? There's some of these guys, it's like, okay, by the deadline or when they just can't be here. I mean, you could say in a loud, clear voice that Vaughn is a bust.
Oh, you could probably say that.
No question.
For where he was drafted,
bust?
You could. He hasn't been a difference maker at all.
Why don't you put him on your ball
club? Not been a difference maker.
I've got Michael Bush.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, then don't be extolling the virtues of Andrew Vaughn. He's a bust. He is. Any diamond notes?
No, that's about it.
All right.
What is this, baseball tonight?
Well, it's got to be somewhere around here, doesn't it? Why not on this show?
I mean, my God.
Jesse, as always, we appreciate the time.
All right. Have a great week, boys. Love you.
See you, Jess. Love you.
Jesse, go ahead.
Let me give you Andrew Vaughn's numbers last year.
I know.
He had 19 with 70 RBIs, 19 bombs.
I'm going to push you to that wall.
He was solid.
On the Yingling hotline.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
We pause for station identification.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Captain J. Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Why have thousands of ESPN fans made ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com the most popular choice for testosterone therapy? It's simple. Results. The results are real. Patients lose unwanted body fat, gain lean muscle, enhance their sex drive, and increase energy. Don't just take their word for it. See the reviews online at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. That's ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
Chicago, it's Michelle Smallman here from Unsportsmanlike, and do I have something cool for you? Are you dreaming of seeing your team draft their next superstar? Well, Travel Wisconsin is sending 10 lucky fans and a guest to the draft. Experience the thrill of the draft firsthand and make memories that will last a lifetime. Enter Travel Wisconsin's Dream Draft Sweepstakes at travelwisconsin.com/draft for your chance to win. Epic moments that become lifelong memories are waiting to be discovered across Wisconsin. Terms and conditions apply.
Spring is finally here, and so are spring projects. So get them started at Harbor Freight's parking lot sale. This weekend, save on products like pressure washers for $69.99, 42-inch roller cabinets for under $500, plus 30% off Hercules corded power tools. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until 3/9/25 while supplies last. Limitations apply, so spring in before it's over.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
Cap and Jay Hood are back, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago.
Cap and Jay Hood, weekday morning 7 to 10 here on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Along with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you, we've got Shay, we got Jay Moore, we got you here on this Monday morning. Thanks so much for being with us. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe everything we do on YouTube. YouTube.com, look for ESPN Chicago, and on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. So, Cap, I'd like to remind everybody that tomorrow you'll be hearing some different pairings because tomorrow is spring trading here on ESPN 1000. So, tomorrow's lineup will be me teaming with Adam Abdallah at 7 a.m., followed by Clinton and Friends. He's not part of this. Clinton and Friends at 10. And Cap will be teamed with Yurko.
Let's go, Yurt!
Sure. From 12 to 3. Then Carmen and Sylvie, saving the music at 3 o'clock. And then Bleck and Waddle from 6:30 to 8. So spring trading starts tomorrow and every Tuesday in the month of March right here on ESPN 1000.
Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Love it. Me and the Yurt man.
Uh-huh.
We'll have some fun.
Yeah. Already got a plan on what you guys are going to talk about?
Not an idea.
Okay.
I'm letting Yerk drive the bus on that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, really? How about that, Shay? Letting Yerk drive the bus.
I was listening when I was out walking in Florida, and I thought Shay wanted to produce that show.
Oh, I have to follow my radio pappy.
That was my hope. That was my hope.
We efforted. We couldn't make it happen. I will be with Hoodie and Abdallah tomorrow.
Yeah.
I needed to follow my radio pappy around. I think you and Yerk's going to be a light show. It's going to be fun.
We'll have a good time.
Now he's saying that, and I'm working with Abdallah at 7. Not much of a light show.
Well, no. I got to be honest. You and Abdallah is one of the most fun shows that there is to produce, but we've done it twice recently. I'm not getting exposed to anything new. We're just going to come in, have fun, and screw around. Cap and Yurko, I don't think it's happened in spring trading in the 3 years we've been doing this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it has.
It's going to be a light show.
Yeah. Thank God the job pays well, Cap, and I've shut down on people's opinions around here. Wow. Thank God that the job pays well. I could fold my ears around here what people think.
Who do you know? I'm biased to my radio pappy, as you've said in the past.
I think it's very clear. I think that's very clear. So, unfortunately, you won't be working with your son. Hope you'll be okay on Tuesday. I know the morning show won't be as good because you're not here and because Shay's here, but we'll make do.
By the way,
we will cobble the show together somehow.
The morning show tomorrow will be great.
Yeah, we will cobble it together somehow.
By the way, Atomatic Mechanical Services, a trusted name in HVAC for your home and business, making people comfortable since 1945, brings you Jesse Rogers throughout the baseball season.
I want to talk to you about something that we discussed in the meeting. You were not privy to the meeting. You were getting steps, and I was talking to Shay about this.
Yeah.
So now this will be fresh for you. Regarding Travis Hunter. And Travis Hunter, as we talked about in the Mock Draft 2.0 from Shay in the 8 o'clock hour, you can go back and listen to Mock Draft 2.0 from Shay Norling. Say, why would I do that? Because it gets you ready for the draft. That's why you should listen to the Mock Draft 2.0. You get those names going, so get yourself, your blood cooking for the draft. Mm-hmm. So Travis Hunter was a two-way player, not only at Colorado but also Jackson State for head coach Deion Sanders. And it was so rare, Cap, because you might see this in high school. Someone's a running back and someone's a linebacker. You just sit in the bleachers like, oh, there's a two-way player. But to see this in college on a high level, to see Travis Hunter be able to be a corner and a wide receiver and playing both ways, pretty damn good. But how does that work in the National Football League? Because obviously a lot more competitive, a lot more physical, much more taxing and demanding on the body. So if you had your druthers to choose which one is more difficult, Is it Travis Hunter being a wide receiver in a corner in the NFL, or Shohei Ohtani as a pitcher and hitter in Major League Baseball?
I'll probably be in the minority on this, but I think it would be harder to play both ways in the NFL. I do. I think it's really hard to be a Major League hitter at the level Ohtani is, and, oh, hey, Shohei, you got side work today. You got to do your bullpen today.
Yeah.
What? I'm trying to get ready to hit this guy. Nope, you got to throw. Like, that's not easy. And the strain that it puts on the body, and he's had Tommy John surgery, and he's had other issues physically from pitching. But the physical pounding to be able, like if you said a guy's going to play backup right guard, and he's also going to play on the defensive line, he's taking a beating. But I think as a backup in one of them, maybe he could give you something if he's that good and that big. To be able to play wide receiver, run full out, get drilled as you go across the middle.
Yeah.
And then have to come up in coverage.
Backpedal your way through and then
run
coverage.
Support.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be way harder.
Well, I think we should ask you at 312-332-3776 about this. Travis Hunter is a two-way player in college. He says, and I'm just paraphrasing, I don't have the quote in front of me on my computer, Cap, but I'm sure you read it over the weekend as well. Travis Hunter wants to be like the Ohtani of football. And what I would say to him is, bruh, look, Shohei Ohtani is, to me, the face of baseball. I know people want to say, no, it's someone else. You know, but to me, because of Mike Trout's injuries, and because he was supposed to be that guy, he's just not. He's just not. He's not available. But Shohei Ohtani is special because he can pitch every fifth day and can be a DH or play a position every day if you asked him to. Yes, he's had a few injuries here or there. But the point is, though, is that Ohtani's special. And I don't know why the Sports Society does not get that enough. If this happened in the 80s, Cap, say the 80s or 90s, when it was an honor to be on the cover of Sports Illustrated, could you imagine Ohtani in the day doing that? And here's how I know this, is because you and I lived through Deion Sanders. Deion did not play both positions as wide receiver and corner in the NFL, but we did see in our lifetime Deion Sanders play corner, get on a plane, and put on the uniform for the Yankee. Did we not see that play baseball and football in the same day?
We did. And which is awesome. They made the movie about it, the 30 for 30, where he was on the plane and he's trying to get a little rest and played the one game. Now he's going to do the other thing. Super cool.
Which is awesome.
But that was a stunt.
Still.
That wasn't a regular thing.
We just never seen that before.
We haven't.
He was on a Major League Baseball roster and an NFL roster at the same time.
That is correct.
That's damn special. Stunt, yes. Special also, though. He wasn't the greatest baseball player, but he was one of the best corners we've ever seen. That's for sure.
Yeah, he's maybe the best cover corner. Not, the best in run support, but cover guy, that guy was amazing.
What do you think, Shay, about this? Because with Ohtani, the baseball fan will say, oh, my God, the idea that Ohtani's got to be out there every day to hit DH or play a position and pitch is taxing on a baseball player. And I would say the physicality of what Hunter would have to go through. And, by the way, I don't think that he will. But if he did, how long would he really last as a corner and a wide receiver in that league?
I don't think it's even possible. I mean, Ohtani has the benefit of he only has to pitch every 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
And he's elite at both.
But pitching every 5 days, you got to train to pitch every 5 days.
No, I get it. And he's elite at both, but it's just it doesn't have the physical tax that playing 140 snaps in an NFL game would have. Like, think about if Travis Hunter's a true two-way player.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to get a full season snap count in 8 games. He's going to play 2 full seasons every season.
Yeah.
That's
it's
impossible.
It's not sustainable.
It's not feasible.
It's not.
I think if he's drafted, hold on a second, if he's drafted at 3 to Tennessee, according to the Shea Mock Draft 2.0, I think they would have him just as a corner. And if there was a special set of plays that they had for him, I don't mean like every down, Cap. If there was something that they want to do, a trick play or something like that, Hunter would be there to be able to catch the football.
That's different.
Yeah. I think that, like a special set of plays or one play. He's got to concentrate on one side of the football. And the question is, how good will he be in the NFL? I don't know the answer to that. I just know that he got great tutoring and great coaching from Deion Sanders in Jackson State and then was able to get to the main stage of Colorado. So we'll see. But I understand what he's trying to say. But I think on top of how difficult that is, just remember, Ohtani is one of the best athletes in sports. He is, based on all the things he could do. We read about this as kids, about Babe Ruth doing this. Oh, he was a great pitcher, great hitter. But to see Ohtani do this?
Yeah, it's
spectacular.
It's literally insane what they're able to do.
Yeah.
It is. But I got to go with the football thing. That's insane to try and do it consistently.
There was money, by the way, Shay, that Cap would side with the baseball.
I thought so. When he started it by saying I might be in the minority on this, I was like, oh, he's going the Ohtani route.
No.
Because I think the majority would think there's no way you can be a two-way player in the NFL. It's just not possible.
It's only sports that we could talk about in that regard, too.
But it used to happen back in the day.
Sure. Small rosters.
Correct.
You had to.
Correct.
You had to do it.
In the NFL. But, and again, to try and train yourself, look how few really amazing starting pitchers there really are.
Yes.
To be able to, all right, I pitched on Sunday. Oh, God, we got to fly tonight. I got a game tomorrow. Yeah. And then Tuesday, I got to do a side session, but they're expecting me to bat 4 times. Not easy.
Yeah, it's not. No, it's not. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. Shay, put that on the poll at ESPN 1000 to see how many people would vote for Ohtani with that question about the more difficult thing. Travis Hunter trying to be a two-way player and Ohtani being a pitcher and a hitter. We always see it from Ohtani. And again, we're talking about a special athlete. That's why I hold Ohtani in such regard, because I didn't think I'd see it in my lifetime. To see it on the Major League Baseball level, it's pretty special. Coming up, a head coach has drawn a line in the sand as far as high school athletes. That's coming up next. Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet.
You're listening to Cap and J Hood, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago.
No read.
ESPN Chicago listeners look forward to March for one thing. No, not that. It's Spring Trading Tuesdays. Same lovable ESPN Chicago hosts, but paired with different radio partners. Where will your faves be tomorrow? ESPN Chicago Spring Trading Tuesdays.
I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The Auto Show sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get Auto Show savings with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
What's up, it's Jay Hood. College basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove that they're ready to shine in March and who will be headed to San Antonio. Get all the action from tip-off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 of bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Spring is finally here, and so are spring projects. So get them started at Harbor Freight's parking lot sale. This weekend, save on products like pressure washers for $69.99, 42-inch roller cabinets for under $500, plus 30% off Hercules corded power tools. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until 3/9/25 while supplies last. Limitations apply, so spring in before it's over.
National University honors those who have broken barriers and paved the way for future generations. If you're a parent and a professional, a dreamer and a doer, NU is here to support you. With flexible online classes and career-focused resources, you can earn your degree while balancing work, family, and everything in between. Empower your future today at nu.edu. That's nu.edu.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit. Credit for deciding while stuck in traffic to get a bachelor's degree. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. Students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's. And graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. Flexible online and hybrid classes start March 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
$5 million. The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group.
Cap and J Hood are back.
Appreciate you guys. I listen to you streaming on the ESPN 1000 app.
Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Turn that bass up, Jay Moore. Turn down the treble. Thank you. I like to scare my wife with that all the time. I just like, because, you know, she's gotten older now, so she likes, like, the treble and the bass in the middle. So I like to turn her bass all the way up so that when she turns the car on, smoking on, hey, in the middle of the barn. She's like, yeah, have you messed with my radio? I said, yes, I have, because I'm in it. Correct, right? You got to have, like, it's not like Shay when he was a kid with his subwoofers in the back in Detroit. I didn't have that.
Yeah, the car just rattles. You don't even actually hear the music. You just hear the vibration of the plastic of the car.
It's not like Shay was back in the day.
The older you get, the more frequencies you lose in your ears.
That's true. Hey, music's music.
You got to crank it up, baby.
Captain Jay Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN 1000. And streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Now we got spring trading tomorrow. It was to Cap's surprise that it is spring trading tomorrow.
No, it wasn't my surprise because I actually was listening. I texted you guys on the group text while you were doing it, and I texted. I was listening.
I saw your face when I was reading that. You was like, "Oh, that's right."
I was
tomorrow.
like, "Oh God, tomorrow."
I saw your face.
Right.
Oh God,
that's tomorrow.
Yes.
So it'll be me and Yerk. So I get to sleep in a little bit in the morning. Did you watch the Oscars?
I watched bits and pieces of the Oscars on TV, but the rest of it I consumed on Instagram.
I said to Shay, if you asked me, like I saw on social, what picture won best? I never heard of it.
Yeah.
And then I had to take guff from Vicky McHenry.
Yeah. And she said,
thank God the Cap Man was off on Friday because we got a whole bunch of Academy Award stuff from Hoodie and Adam Abdallah and Shay and Jay Moore. Good for you, Vicky. Love you dearly. Appreciate you always listening. Not my cup of tea. Take that.
No, if you were here, we would have talked about the Oscars. We would have.
Right.
Yeah. So we would have talked about, listen, everybody's not a movie buff. I know that for some, it's a prerequisite to be in this business to be able to know everything about every movie. But the point is, though, is that it's about the movies for some, but it's also about the speeches also, what's being said. It was good to see Pat Riley get an award toward the end of the show from Winning Time. Good to see Pat up there. See, Adrian Brody, no matter what else he's in, that's fine. He'll always be Pat Riley. He was fantastic in Winning Time. Do you recall this?
Winning Time was spectacular.
He, as Riley, that's who he will always be. Sorry.
That's who you always be.
You saw how he checked the band, like, hey, turn that music off.
I know.
And they did it, too.
So imagine Cap, okay, getting himself an Oscar. He gets up there, Mindy's up there, Bruce is up there, the three of us are up there, and Cap's there. It's like, well, first of all, I thank you so much for this award. My lovely wife, Mindy, my staff, this is great. And all of a sudden, and I like to think, hello. They cut the mics on these people. Cut the mic and play the music. Cap would hit the roof. I'm not done.
When the
Wait a minute.
During, I think it was Best Original Song, and the songwriter started singing the song, and even the guy she's with is like, okay, that's enough, let's go. And then they cut her mic off. I was like, thank you, God.
You can't.
That's enough.
Now, I saw enough of that, Cap, on social media where if you're talking and you have a speech laid out, you might have a limited time, but the idea that they're just going to cut you off and so you can't speak, that's the worst.
The worst.
Cap, you would hit the roof.
I would.
I think the time was like 45 seconds.
Oh, God.
To get everything out.
But Riley up there, he had about a 3-minute speech, 4-minute speech. They said, and they try to play him off. Yeah, I've been up here before. Cut the music. I got more to say.
2 full timeouts in the 30.
Oh, God.
That's it. Make this one a full.
Adrian Brody was like, you're not stopping me, pal. This means a lot to me. And
so who were the nominees for Best Picture?
Here's Shay Norling. Shay?
I'm setting the over-under at 1.5 that you have heard of these movies.
Have I seen any of them?
I would set the over-under at half a film there.
He's seen one of them.
And how are you going to bet it?
I think over, because I think you've seen one, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
He's seen one of them, for sure.
So I'd go over on half, and I think I'd go over on both. But I'm out of 10 movies, I'm setting the over-under at 1.5 for movies you've heard of.
10 nominees? That wasn't like that when we were kids.
No.
It was like 5.
That's right.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
All right. The winner was Anora. Have you heard of Anora?
No. What is it?
Anora is a 2024 romantic comedy drama film that follows a young stripper who impulsively marries the son of a Russian oligarch.
Well, Russian and stripper, he's in.
I'm in.
Tell you that.
Mindy, we're going to watch this tonight.
Is she hot? Take that.
Go ahead.
The Brutalist.
Never heard of it.
Long movie.
Yeah, it is 3.5 hours long.
Out.
JFK length. It's long.
Running time at 215 minutes.
Done. Out.
The Brutalist is a story about a Hungarian Jewish Holocaust survivor who emigrates to the United States, where he struggles to achieve the American dream until a wealthy client changes his life.
Not enough ha-ha in there for him. Not enough silliness. So he's definitely out. Yeah. A serious subject?
Yeah,
this guy, no, absolutely not.
I'm gone.
Holocaust survivor. Nope. Pass. There's no way Cap's going to sit through that. No shot. That's sad.
I saw Schindler's List, kid. I don't need to see it again.
That's sad.
Like Born on the 4th of July, never have, never will. Sad. Why do I want to go to a movie and cry?
Hey, hun, here's the favorite scene from Brutalist. You ready? No shot.
No chance.
Too sad for me.
Out. Go on.
I don't see any funny in this. No action.
A Complete Unknown.
That's the name of the movie?
No, he's talking about a Complete Unknown movie.
Yeah, that's the name of the film.
Never heard of it.
This is the one that I kind of thought you might have seen.
No,
so
he has not.
I may have had to go under. It's about American singer-songwriter Bob Dylan, who's portrayed by Timothy Chalamet.
Hey, you want to see that Bob Dylan?
You mentioned him before at one point, Timothy Chalamet. You mentioned him in the prior show.
I know I did.
I did.
We talked about his jeans. I talked to Abdallah about his jeans.
Yeah, no.
That way he wears women's jeans.
I know nothing about that movie.
What?
Never heard of it.
Oh, man.
Did Top Gun Maverick get a nomination?
It did when it was nominated 3 years ago or whenever that came
3
out.
years ago.
Been that long.
Conclave.
Nope. Don't know it.
Conclave is about Cardinal Thomas Lawrence, who organizes a conclave to elect the next pope and finds himself investigating secrets and scandals about the major candidates. As a certified Preacher, you should watch Conclave.
Yeah, I'll pass. Go ahead.
Dune Part 2.
No.
He ain't seen Dune Part 1.
Because I heard of Dune Part 1.
He ain't never seen one.
I knew. Okay, so that's the one that you've heard of so far.
Yeah.
And I set the over/under for heard of at 1.5.
Correct.
But you have not seen it.
No.
You don't want to watch Paul Atreides ride the sandworm?
Excuse me?
Riding the sandworm.
Oh, the sandworm got busy last night.
The sandworm did get busy playing the piano.
Yeah.
He's playing chopsticks.
Oh, my goodness.
I love the music that Jay Moore's using for the bed. That's Rocky.
No, it's not. It's Fame.
Well, now
Irene
it's
Cara.
Indiana Jones.
It's a
No,
mixture.
now it's Indiana Jones, yes.
It's a mixture.
Oh, there was Rocky in there.
Rocky was in there, yes. It's a lot of movies.
I heard Irene Cara.
Go ahead.
Heard Fame.
She was
All right,
first.
Jay.
Yes.
So we're one I've heard of in first 5, but I haven't seen any of them.
How about Emilia Perez?
What about her?
What team does he play for? Shortstop.
He plays
Rockies.
shortstop.
Shortstop Rockies. Take that.
She's either a shortstop, a congresswoman,
Yeah.
or a WNBA player.
Played for the Expos.
Ground ball to short. Emilio.
Amelia Perez.
Perez up with it. Fires it first in time. One away. One down. Here comes Concepcion.
This film, produced by Netflix, is based on Audiard's opera libretto of the same name. Follows a Mexican cartel leader who aims to disappear and transition into a woman with the help of a lawyer.
Nope. Not going to watch that. Sounds sad to me. Drugs.
Out.
I don't like that. I like Perez over at second. I like my Perez at second base. Ground ball to second, Perez. Oh, the first in time, 2 away. All right. I'll bring up, who is this now?
All right, we're 0 for 6.
Here comes.
1 for 6 on hearing about him, at least.
Here's
Yeah.
Cruz. He's due. He's 0 for 4. Pitch on the way.
Ducks
Fouled
on the
away.
pond.
Fouled away off to the right. No balls and a strike to count. Perez, a dandy second baseman.
Cap, how about I'm Still Here?
No.
This is a foreign production. It's a movie from
I'm
Brazil. Foreign language film that follows a mother and activist coping with the forced disappearance of her husband, a dissident politician during the military dictatorship in Brazil.
Yeah.
I'm out.
I'm gone.
That's not an American film.
This is also, it's not a happy movie either.
Yeah. Hard pass.
I'm out. Dictatorship, Brazil. Is Will Arnett in it? No. All right, I'm out. Take that.
How about Nickel Boys, Cap? Have you heard of Nickel Boys?
No.
It's not one of your stage plays that you see downtown. We're going to see Nickel Boys. Nickel Boys.
That was Jersey Boy.
Hello.
No, don't know that one.
We're not seeing a little stage play with your wife downtown.
This film, shot from a first-person point of view, follows 2 African-American boys, Elwood and Turner, who are sent to an abusive reform school in 1960s Florida.
I'm out.
This is like the remake of Sleepers.
I'm out. African American kids. Too much sadness. So, you going to see it or
No.
Okay.
Pass.
All right.
Have you heard of The Substance?
What substance?
That's the name of the movie, The Substance.
I have not.
This movie is wild.
Is Eddie Murphy in it?
I would almost pay you to
Chris
watch
Rock
it.
in this?
No, it's Demi Moore and Margaret Qualley, and it's about a woman who's
in it.
Margaret Qualley.
And who's the other one?
Demi Moore.
Demi Moore.
That'd be Demi Moore, but whatever.
It's Talib's sister.
It's it's about a woman who's a fading celebrity. She's fired by her producer due to her age and uses a black market drug that creates a younger version of herself with unexpected side effects. And it is nuts.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Is John C. Riley in it?
I would
Cap.
Yeah.
Cap, I would pay you to watch this movie.
Yeah, no.
It's insane.
I'll pass. Thank you, though.
I think that's cool. I love that as a premise. I've not seen that movie myself. I'd like to see that.
All right, so we're 0 for 9 in seeing them.
Wicked is the final
I saw
He saw that.
nominee.
See? Told you.
I saw it.
He saw the one.
Yep. family wanted to go see it together, so I accompanied them.
Sure. It was on your phone the entire time.
Probably. I had a parlay going, but.
Of course. Yes.
Yes, I was there.
Only reason why I know he saw Wicked, see, Shay. I listened. I know he saw him because he thought that Will Ferrell was going to be in Wicked, and he was fooled into going.
Yeah, I didn't think it was great, but I was there. Wow.
You just hit it with a hammer on your way out here.
It wasn't that good.
Yeah, what was wrong with it, Cap? Not enough sports in it? That's probably what happened. Where is the shortstop in this one?
The Wicked Witch of the West had top-level speed. They should have had her in center field. She might not have hurt all those people.
Too much emotional ties to it. That's what it was. There he was, standing in the middle of the theater, Jay Moore. Here he was. Wicked. There he was. Fooled into believing that Will Ferrell would be in it. Are they showing old school in here? Wicked. I was fooled.
Old school. Now that's a quality movie.
Oh, yeah. See? Right up his alley.
Hoodie, why are they all dancing in the library? Don't they play sports at this college?
I remember Galinda. Wasn't she the Witch of the Good?
The
Galinda
witch,
the Good?
the good witch, yeah. Galinda the Good. Yeah.
See? It's got to be simple for the cat man. He ain't watching nothing with a lot of substance and crying and emotion.
No.
I don't like that emotion. I don't like it. I was thought that old school would be replaying here in the dollar movie. And it's wicked.
I like how this movie's about a sex worker. I'm in.
Oh, yeah.
This movie's about a Holocaust survivor. Out. No shot.
Very sad. Not watching that. No shot. No, sir. So
I think we saw one other movie this year, but it obviously didn't get a nomination. What were the top movies this year?
Heat. Cap, he just went through them.
No, those are the nominees. I'm asking if there's any others that were, well received by.
Top grossing movie. Did you see Inside Out 2?
No.
That was the top grossing movie of the year. Did you see Deadpool and Wolverine?
Nope.
Did you see Moana 2?
Nope.
Did you see Despicable Me 4?
No.
You saw Wicked. You did not see Doom Part 2. Did you see Mufasa the Lion King?
No.
Godzilla and Kong the New Empire? Kung Fu Panda 4?
No.
Sonic the Hedgehog 3?
No.
Venom the Last Dance?
No.
Gladiator 2?
No.
Wow. Well, some of those you should take Ben to see.
Did you see Bad Boys Ride or Die?
No.
I'm trying to figure out which of these movies you would have seen.
What was the movie that was underwater?
Underwater?
Maybe that was a year
Avatar?
ago.
That was 2 years ago.
Oh, 2 years ago. That's the last one I've seen, other than Wicked.
You mean Patrick Duffy? He was the man underwater.
Avatar 2 sucked.
I loved that movie. I will say, going through the box office leaders for 2024, weak crop. That is a weak crop of popular movies in 2024. So no wonder everybody watching the Oscars was like, I've never heard of this. Because the only good movies were movies, apparently, nobody saw.
You know what we should do, though? We should, this year, we should do movie night with Cap and J Hood, where we get listeners to join us to check out a movie at a certain theater.
I get to pick the movie.
No. I get to pick the movie.
No. You picking the movie. My God.
I think that'd be cool.
I'm going to have us at film print showings of some art house avant-garde BS.
Oh, God.
Oh, God.
Sheesh. I can't even do that, bro. I mean, unbelievable.
I'm taking you to Music Box to watch some movie 15 people have heard of
You remember
on a
that-
special film print.
That show that would be on here on Channel 11, Masterpiece Theater,
Absolutely.
when we were kids?
Boring.
Horrible.
Yeah.
Master P?
No, not Master P. Gotta say, Sha-na-na-na.
We had a relative who's long since dead. I didn't care for. An uncle. Yeah, Uncle Al.
Yeah.
Not a good guy.
Learner.
Uncle Al would be like, another game? Can we not watch Masterpiece Theater?
Oh,
I'm
my
like,
God, bro. No.
Masterpiece Theater?
No.
What, you lost your mind? Go
So-
back to Washington.
so
where he
boring.
lived.
Boring.
DC.
Masterpiece Theater.
Horrible. The absolute worst.
Just want to stick daggers in your eyes when that came
How
on.
long were the speeches last night?
I only watched a few. Like I said, I didn't watch the whole thing. I just watched a few. I mean, it's 45 seconds for those that's not as popular, And then Pat Riley was up there for about 3-4 minutes.
Yeah, it was a bit. He kept saying, "I'm not going to be egregious," while he was being egregious.
As long as they don't preach at you.
Conan was excellent.
Conan was great.
That's what Shea had tweeted, yeah.
So, Cap was going to go see Patrick Duffy in The Man from Atlantis. That's what we're going to see in the movies.
No.
I love Patrick Duffy. He's underwater. Take that. Rick Pitino with some controversial thoughts next on Cap and J Hood.
Good morning to you. Cap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
The Chicago Wolves are about to get what may be their biggest TV spotlight ever. The AHL team will have 2 games this month on Fox 32 Chicago. It's a rare break from their regular local broadcasting agreement with the lesser-known WPWR channel, also known as Fox Chicago Plus. The Wolves are hoping it's a springboard into more games on a bigger local network, a move that would help them land new advertising and sponsorship partners. It's an opportunity for the Carolina Hurricanes minor league affiliate during a season in which many Blackhawks fans have been shut out of watching games due to Comcast's dispute with the new Chicago sports network. The Wolves have capitalized in the past when fans haven't had easy access to the Hawks. They famously outdrew them for a weekend game in 2004 when the NHL team's home games were blocked from local TV. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Some people like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X. Like the dynamic X3, meant for ultimate exploration. The X5, built to conquer even the most difficult paths, or the pinnacle of comfort and luxury, the X7. And since every X-Range vehicle is packed with performance and versatility, you'll always get the best of X. The BMW X-Range. Your next X venture starts here. Take advantage of exceptional lease and finance offers today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now boarding Group A. Please have your boarding passes ready to scan. If your phone is cracked, old, or was chewed up by your Chihuahua travel companion, please refrain from holding up the line. We ask that you kindly not be that guy, and instead simply go to Verizon and trade in any phone from their top brands in any condition on any unlimited plan for the new Samsung Galaxy S25 with Galaxy AI.
With new line on my plan. Additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp and it's electric. How is it sharp? How is it electric? Good questions. Try this on for size. 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime, forcing, playoffs on the line, golf. With 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Atlanta, Boston, Jupiter, LA, New York, and the Bay. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. Tune in every week for TGL matches, only on ESPN. Keep up. It's golf.
Chicago, dreaming of seeing your team draft their next superstar? Visit travelwisconsin.com/draft to learn how to win a trip to experience the biggest moment of the offseason. Epic moments that become lifelong memories are waiting to be discovered across Wisconsin. Terms and conditions apply.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Cap and J Hood are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Cap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Don't forget, tomorrow is a spring trading Tuesday, as I'll be teamed with Adam Abdallah from Bleck & Abdallah from 7 to 10, followed by Clinton and Friends. Cap will be with Yurko at 12. Carmen and Sylvie at 2:30, Bleck and Waddle at 6:30. That'll be the change-up tomorrow, so don't think that The station has changed for good. It's just a Spring Trading Tuesday. We'll do this every Tuesday in the month of March right here on ESPN 1000.
A couple things for you. One, our friend Gordon Wittenmeyer said Ohtani much more difficult from a talent skill standpoint in his opinion, but Hunter from a physical toll. It's apples to oranges.
Okay, Gordon, why don't you just write the column? I'll read it there.
Wow.
I don't need to hear your text message, your side text to Cap. Give me the column. I will read it like I read your stuff all the time.
He's a great
That's enough,
great
Gordon.
writer. And then
he should be in front of the Tribune right now if they paid him.
You're right.
In the wake of the news, I would read Gordon. I told you, one of my favorite, underrated Whitmire. Did I not tell you that?
You did.
Underrated.
He can write.
So don't be texting. Give it to me in a column so I can sit back on the train. Yes, hon. Give me a cocktail, please. I'm reading Whitmire in the paper. Go ahead.
And then our friend Jim Memolo said, tell Hoodie Chalamet, Timothy Chalamet,
yes,
invited Mad Dog Russo to the London premiere of A Complete Unknown.
That is correct. I'm very aware of that.
What's the hookup between Timothy Chalamet and Chris Mad Dog Russo?
I think it's very interesting that there's a connection there because I'm sure that Mad Dog Russo probably could not pronounce the name Timothy Chalamet.
Timothy Chalamet is also a certified ball knower. I went on college football game day earlier this season, and it gave out a performance for the ages. He was throwing stats around for Ohio's quarterback, Peyton Navarro, 4-year quarterback. Yeah, he's a ball knower.
Which is great. Let's see. I do want to ask you about Rick Pitino. I texted you this a couple of days ago.
You did.
Rick Pitino, who is the belle of the ball in college basketball these days, right? Kansas is down. There's coaches that are retiring left and right. But because of the special that's out there on Rick Pitino and St. John's that we've been seeing,
yes,
Cap, everyone is exalting Pitino for the turnaround in Gotham.
First, St. John's outright conference title in the Big East since 1985.
That's insane.
And I told you the priest introduced him at the press conference and that, all right, cool, take questions. Yeah, Father, Rick has a very checkered past. You know, strippers and hookers at Louisville and supposedly had sex with the staff members. Like all this different alleged stuff out there.
Allegedly on the stove.
Yes. And he said, why are you bringing him into an institution, that's very religious? He said, because it's time to win.
I mean, that's the truth.
That was the priest.
Yeah, that's the truth.
I like you, Father.
I mean, he understands.
He does.
All right, we're just going to give you a couple of Hail Marys and novenas. All right.
Keep this rosary in your pocket.
Okay, just keep that and just keep the Lord on your heart and out of your pants.
And they won the other day over Seton Hall, and he was wearing the white suit.
It's a whiteout.
I love that outfit.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing these idiots. Of course, sports writers can't dress anyway. Sorry, Gordon.
Don't do that to Gordon.
And I'm looking at it. They're all like, oh, please put that. Don't wear that again. That thing was awesome.
It got the fans into it. They were wearing white. That's the reason why he wore white.
Yeah.
He didn't do it for fashion. Did it because trying to get St. John's fans into it. I've been watching them a lot, Cap, and it's St. John's has been really good, entertaining to watch.
Yep.
And Pitino is getting his flowers now. He said this, and I couldn't wait to get your reaction to this statement after the game. Tight game, by the way, against Seton Hall.
Was.
Tight game.
They didn't play great.
But Rick Pitino said this.
Well, we're not recruiting any high school basketball players. Not this year. We've already recruited Ruben, Lefty. Come on, we're building from that. This year, we're not even looking at a high school basketball player. Because we're losing Davon, Kadari, and Aaron. You can't replace them with high school kids.
I just thought that's stunning. And I talked to some college coaches over the weekend after hearing that comment. For me, and I'm not a coach, Cap, for me, to be able to supplement my roster, knowing that the portal's wide open, anyone can do whatever they want, it's the Wild West, I wouldn't close my door on someone that watches that watches St. John's and goes, man, I want to play for that guy. Look how dynamic he is. They may not know about the past. They may not know about the Celtics and talking about, Mikhail's not going to walk through that door. Bird's not walking through that door, all that stuff. They probably don't know that. But they see a dynamic program on CBS or on Fox, and they're like,
I want to be at the Garden. Hell yeah, I want to play for that guy. That guy will fast-track me right into the league. As a high school senior, you're saying this, right? And Patino says, no, I'm good. We'll just work portal only.
Yeah, we're not recruiting any high school players.
What was your reaction to that when you first heard that?
So the game has changed so much. You don't, first of all, what is he, 72?
Yeah.
You don't build a program with a 72-year-old head coach. All right, we're going to get this kid out of the high school, and we're going to work with him, and 2 years down the road. No. We're here to win right now. We got all the money we need to buy anybody we want. That's exactly what he's going to do. He is not taking high school kids because he wants to sustain winning. Period. Mature, developed, physically imposing guys, and then they're going to play his way or he'll get rid of them.
You wouldn't do that.
Today's game is different.
No, I'm saying, but you're going back to coach. You go back to coaching.
If I took a job tonight,
yeah,
I would be all over that portal, trying to get veteran guys. Like if the job I'm taking, the coach probably was terrible. He got fired.
Yep.
Unless he left for a better job. But let's assume he had a bad team. Well, what am I going to do? Let's go to Naperville Central and get one, and let's go to Deerfield and get one, and let's get a couple kids out of the city. They're skinny. We got to get them strong. 2 years later, I'm like 8-24 trying to get this thing turned. No.
Right.
I'm going to all my best sponsors. I need you to be involved. I want to have your logo right on the side of our court. How much you need? I need X. All right, great. Now go get me a veteran point guard. That's the number one position I got to have. Oh, we got this 6'10" kid that wants to come with, too. How much? $500,000. Done. Let's go. That's how you got to do it. Wow. Then you can bring high school kids in with them and develop underneath.
Yeah, I would do that.
But you cannot just build it with high school kids. You can't.
That's fair. But, Shay, you heard that, too,
Different
over the
world.
weekend. Completely shut the door on high school kids. It's just like, no, I'm going to build through the portal. Because it's going to be guys that are already sophomores or super freshmen that can help me right now. I guess if you're St. John's, you're in that position. I just know most coaches can't just do that. Portal only. That's tough.
Yeah, I think Patino's a little unique because players really want to play for him, and he's so good schematically, one of the greatest ever schematically, that you can get away with it more. But, like, ask Bill Self how that's going at Kansas, where you got a bunch of guys that don't really care about playing for Kansas basketball.
Wow. I just never heard it put bluntly like that in an open mic.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Yeah.
It's like, if
We're not recruiting any high school players.
Yeah, if you're a high school senior and you see us on TV and we're on the trend up and you see that I'm a great coach, yeah, don't apply. Go play for Seton Hall. Holy smokes.
That's
okay.
Good luck.
The Captain J. Hood cut of the day is right around the corner on Chicago's Home for Sports.
You're listening to Captain J. Hood, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago.
Let me tell you about Atomatic. That's right, Atomatic. You know how to mess around when it comes to trusted services, and when it's time to handle your home's heating and cooling, you need to go with Atomatic Mechanical Services. Their motto is, we make people comfortable. Yes, every HVAC company strives to make people comfortable, but they take it a step further and make sure their clients are comfortable throughout the entire process. My guy, Steve, who's the CEO, has an amazing staff around him, like Ivan, who I saw it on the street a couple of weeks ago. They offer fair upfront pricing, no gimmicks, clean, courteous technicians who aren't pushing sales, just real solutions. Trust me, Atomatic gets it right. Visit Atomatic.com. That is Atomatic.com.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Pat Boyle inviting you to experience the excitement at Four Winds Casino Resort in New Buffalo, Michigan. great dining, especially if Chief is buying when we visit next. Experience the latest slots with the biggest progressive jackpots, a wide variety of table games, sportsbook, headliner entertainment, and luxurious hotel rooms. The winning never stops at Four Winds Casino. For more information and to make your reservation, go to fourwindscasino.com.
One good shot can change the trajectory of your career. Seize your moment and train for a future with potential at ETI School of Skilled Trades. In as little as 7 months, you can get started in welding or HVAC with hands-on training and the skills employers are looking for. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule. Take your shot. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Advantage Toyota of River Oaks has all the new Toyota vehicles you've been looking for. If you're not driving home in your new Toyota in less than 60 minutes, they'll make your first car payment. Every new Toyota comes with the Advantage Plus program. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details or visit AdvantageToyotaRiverOaks.com.
Cap and Jay Hood are back, presented by ESPN Bet on ESPN Chicago.
And now it is time for the Cap and J Hood cut of the day.
Brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. That's right. Best place for you to go dine, whether it's lunch, business dinner, celebrate a special occasion, or just have an amazing, amazing meal at lunch or dinner. It's on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River Gym. Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport. Oh! Whatever.
It's not boring.
Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut.
I think that everyone should be able to see Mock Draft 2.0, Shane Orley.
Bless it for me, Pastor.
It's blessed.
We'll get the church music going for you, and you can bless the mock draft.
It is blessed.
This is how we get Mason Graham.
It's good for the show, getting Mason Graham.
I'm a heathen. My prayers only do so much. But if we get Pastor Cap involved.
Cap, we will lay out now for you to give a prayer to this Mock 2.0 and the success of this segment. So please go right ahead. Give us your prayer. You're the only one as a licensed pastor around here.
I do have the license.
Yes, so please.
Ordained.
So please go right ahead.
Call it. Heavenly Father, we pray that you end this insanity of mock drafts. And we ask that you please bless the Chicago Bears and inform us when the draft commences that we have made wise and impactful picks. But until then, please have all of these draft prognosticators keep their beak shut. We love you, Heavenly Father. May God bless us and keep us in comfort and success and good health. Amen.
Amen.
I mean,
amen.
How about sideswiping me? You screwed up the amen. You sideswiped me. That prayer's going to get us Genty.
Oh, God.
Cap's got to hit the roof.
It's like, we got a running back at 10. All this help we need on the offensive line.
And that's all, folks.
The Cap and J Hood cut of the day.
Brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River. It's awesome.
We will see some postseason basketball around here for our college teams, including the UIC Flames. It's locked in. by the way. It's locked in for the Flames. We're going to be the number 6 seed. We're playing Valparaiso again Thursday for Arch Madness.
Arch St. Louis.
Arch, get it? Arch Madness. Thursday.
Some of that ravioli, kids. About all they got going food-wise down there.
I'm bringing the Cap Tupperware.
That's it.
I can't eat the pizza or the ravioli there. Are you kidding me?
No, it's not good.
Maybe a fine steak someplace, but that'll be all.
That's it. By the way, did you see what Adam Sandler wore to the Academy Awards?
Pretty funny.
Shorts
it
and
was
a
a bit.
zip-up hoodie.
It was
cool.
a bit. Conan threw to him.
Oh, it was a bit?
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
He said, if you're not properly dressed, I'm kicking you out. And then they threw to Sandler, who was dressed like that.
And the sister in front of him was very uncomfortable.
He invited everybody to a 5-on-5 basketball game in the park at midnight. Said he gets the tall dude from Nosferatu and Chalamet.
Our thanks to you for listening and calling in and being part of the program. Thanks, Shay. Thanks, Jay Moore. Tuesday morning, join us for spring trading. So long, everybody.
Take that.
From Chicago.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Warming temperatures and more frequent rains can lead to significant issues for your home. Hi, I'm Roy Spencer with Permaseal. With over 500,000 satisfied customers and over 14,000 five-star reviews, we are Chicagoland's most trusted waterproofing contractor. We offer a free detailed foundation inspection, no pressure, just peace of mind, and the knowledge and options that you need to make the right decision. Stay dry, stay protected. Call Permaseal today, 800-421-SEAL, or visit permaseal.net.
A safe, affordable, and convenient way to fight the effects of aging. Find it at ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. Their programs help you increase energy levels, lose unwanted body fat, increase lean muscle mass, and enhance your sex drive. Located in downtown Chicago and now in Oak Brook, their licensed medical doctors customize a program just for you. They make the process easy. All meds are shipped directly to your doorstep. Visit ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com now. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com. It's time to look and feel young again.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Empower.
Nick bought a new guitar, a 62 American Classic Electric. Does he know how to play? No. But Nick's Empower investment account has performed well. He got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risks. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. This is a really, really, really good guitar solo.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Are you tuning? Take a stop at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. We got shorts to scroll, pressers to parse, interviews to intake. Subscribe and see it all at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. Did you hear this one?
He doesn't believe that there's actually a man named Salty Saltwell, but that was his name.
Yes. Oh, he passed Salty.
For Brother Salty, we would just like to give praise to what Salty brought to the table. Brother Saltwell, thank you for all that you've been able to bring to us.
The same team had at the same time a coach named Peanuts Lowry.
Your nuts were salty, and we liked it that way. We loved the salty nuts. We loved that you would always bring cashews to every party, ready with a smile on your face. We don't do nicknames as well as we used to.
Cap and J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by ESPN Bet.
Transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates
with a microphone.
with
the microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard of Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates! Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Monday, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, SiriusXM Channel 80, the ESPN app, and, of course, Watch ESPN. I want to thank you all for popping in on a Monday, the first Monday in March. We are slightly still under the weather. You might have heard that Friday. The cough button, not quite fixed yet. We're getting there. We're efforting. Might have taken NyQuil a little too late at night last night, so the loopiness still a factor. That doesn't mean that if you test me on the phone lines, you won't get served. Be prepared. So, we got a lot to get into. There's a lot of basketball this weekend in Los Angeles specifically that we will address as the show goes on. But the most important thing that happened here with the family in-house is, of course, we had the hockey trip. Matt Lack and Steele made their way to Pittsburgh to watch the Maple Leafs and the Pens skate. Take us through it, James. Who was in the traveling party? What was the itinerary? Do we still like each other? And did anybody gain any meaningful injuries?
Yeah, so we left. Excuse me.
Everyone's feeling
maybe I'm under the weather too. It was a long weekend. We left late Friday to head out, about a 7-hour drive. Stayed in an Airbnb. It was me and Ryan Matlack, who also works on the show, and his fiance Danny.
Okay.
And their dog Jax.
Okay, so a four heartbeat traveling party.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was a good time. We got there early Saturday morning. I told them, hey, you guys do whatever you want to do. Like, this is where I'm from. I have people to hang out with. I'm not going to be left alone or anything. Don't worry about me. So they went out and explored Pittsburgh on Saturday. I went and watched wrestling with my friends on Saturday night.
Okay.
Had a couple beers and then woke up on Sunday and we went to see a pretty fun game at PPG Paints Arena in Pittsburgh, the Pens and Leafs.
Quickly, my understanding is that the wrestling was exciting.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, it was a huge event, which usually doesn't happen this close to WrestleMania. We're about a month and a half away from WrestleMania. Giant storylines. Yeah, you had John Cena turning into a bad guy for the first time, basically in his career.
That was very cool.
20 years, and The Rock was there, obviously. Travis Scott, which I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what his cultural significance is. That's not
he's
really.
He's a rapper.
I know. Yeah, I know he's a rapper. I don't know.
But other than that,
I don't know how big he is. Like I don't have like a reference to that. People were saying online that like people are going to look back in like 20 years and be like, why was Travis Scott in the?
Yeah, he's not Bad Bunny, not remotely.
I don't. So, but yeah, that was fun. And then the hockey game was really fun too. No, we didn't fight. No fighting between me and Matt Lack, even though the Leafs won. Game went into overtime. Penguins did what they've been doing for the past couple of years, and they lost.
So hold on. Okay, wait. So that game was what time? Eastern time yesterday?
It was 1 o'clock puck drop.
1 o'clock puck drop in Pittsburgh, and you burned it back to get here for the show this morning?
Yes, we got in around 11:15, 11:30 or so.
Yeesh.
And I basically fell face first into my bed.
Wow.
And slept for a few hours, and now I'm here.
Okay, well, thank you. That's an impressive cannonball run out of Steele. We'll get Matt Lack's version of the story later this week. You never know, Devin. That could be one of those, there's three sides to everything. There's Steele's side, there's Matt Lack's side, and then there's the truth.
It's a little game of telephone.
Yeah.
You listen, wait, what do you have?
Oh, yeah, I forgot to show you the
Oh, yes, the pièce de
beer stick.
résistance. Okay, so hold on. He mentioned this. That's the beer hockey stick. The beer stick, that's what that's called for those of you watching on the ESPN app and Watch ESPN. How much beer does that hold?
Like 1 cup of beer.
Okay, it's a beer is what it is.
Yeah, like a beer, yeah.
So you drink, what it is it's a plastic, okay, so it's basically.
Very inconvenient.
It's effectively a field hockey stick, but the
shaft, the stick portion of it, is plastic, and you can put beer in it. That's not very useful, but it looks cool.
Very, very inconvenient to drink out of.
Right. It's like a yard shaped as a hockey stick. That's basically what it is. Okay.
Can I ask how much the price jump was in that? Because I know it's a novelty item.
The stick was only $10.
Oh, it's not bad.
It's barely anything.
Oh, with beer in it?
No, the beer came with it. But
Jeez.
You gotta, yeah.
All right.
But the stick was only $10. I mean, how can you pass that up, you know?
Yeah, that's like winning in overtime. You know what I'm saying? You don't necessarily get the full points, but you do get the extra point for the effort. Clinton Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Drivers who switch to Progressive could save big. Quote today at progressive.com.
We're not parsing words, hiding from the headlines,
Extra, extra, read all about it.
or saving the best for later. I can't wait. It's time for The Lead.
Talk about burying the lead.
On Clinton and Friends.
All right, so last night, the Lakers beat the Clippers 108-102. For those of you who are like me, who are journalism nerds and former headline writers, a job I used to do at the Washington Post, they would qualify as having eked this out. This was an eke, an eking. I made up those last two words, but yes, that verb, eked it out, is what happened. Luka Doncic, 29 points, 6 boards, 9 assists, did all sorts of things. Bron had 17 points and 9 assists, and both of those guys have obviously been pivotal in the Lakers' resurgence. Now, there's a couple different things we can get to. First of all, thank God the Clippers didn't beat the Lakers and knock them off on this particular streak. And not because I have any affinity towards the Clippers versus the Lakers, but if you live here in Los Angeles, you know what an annoying thing happens when Clippers win single-game situations over the Lakers is that Lakers fans go berserk, and it's just too much to deal with. I've said this before. I'll say it again. Nobody talks about the Clippers more than Lakers fans. That's a story for another day. Anyway, Lakers pulled this one out in a game in which they were, I don't want to say tested, but they had to figure out whether or not, okay, are we going to go ahead and win this game, or are we going to hang around and something's just not going to happen? They won the basketball game, which is more than I can say for what this team might have done in years past in this particular spot. And overall, there's something happening right now with the Lakers that I'm going to expand upon. First, though, I do want to hear what Luka Doncic has to say about what it's like being second in the West now that the Nuggets dropped a game.
I didn't even know. That's a great position to be in, honestly.
You're a little bit ahead of Denver.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I didn't know. I don't pay attention that much to standings. But go game by game, that's a hell of an accomplishment right now.
You said a couple games ago you wanted to start shooting well here. 5 threes tonight. You feeling pretty comfortable?
Yeah, today I felt a little bit more comfortable. As long as we get the win, we got 6 in a row, so that's what this is about.
Luka, you can once again hear in his tone, you can hear the happiness in his voice versus the sadness when it comes up. But here's the thing. Let me lay this out to y'all, Los Angeles. On this program, we've gotten a couple calls here and there. Devin, you've heard this being said. Big Lakers fan, not a big LeBron fan. Now, what this dates back to is when LeBron signed with the Lakers, the fan base of the team was still very much in their Kobe era, if you will, to the point that reasonable people were yelling and screaming on airwaves across this particular city in America, claiming that he would be bad for the Lakers brand, LeBron James. A lot of people out there who said, oh, no, he's too selfish. He thinks he's above the brand. He's going to run us into the ground with his extracurricular activities and Clutch being this and Clutch being that. Now, some of those concerns were real. A lot of Clutch clients on this team over the years. But okay. My concern then was Planet LeBron running into Laker Nation with a career of alienation happening in between. That's not what happened. There are still holdouts who claim LeBron is a fraud and this, that, and the third. And that, no. What you're seeing right now from the Los Angeles Lakers does not happen without LeBron James. Let us repeat again for the kids in the back of the class. What you're seeing now from the Los Angeles Lakers is not possible at all without LeBron, Raymond James coming to this team to begin with. Why does this matter? Because it feels like both of these sides are finally in the clear and the goal is apparent and in front of you. This isn't a matter of whether or not LeBron's making power plays with the NBA or the franchise. This isn't a matter of whether or not the competition is good enough across the board to be able to, with reasonable doubt, say, oh, no, they don't have their guys. The guys saved the franchise. A couple of things they tried in between definitely worked and did not work. I'll say AD worked. I'll say Westbrook didn't. They won a title in the bubble, the purest form of basketball we've seen in the last 25 years. Never at me on that. Accomplishments have been there. But what we're seeing now, playing with Luka, J.J. Redick's a part of the function in a major way. LeBron's game adjusting. We're not getting into Jordan LeBron because we don't do that on this show. But Jordan wasn't moving like this when he was that age. Jordan wasn't playing in games of consequence like this when he was that age. You know how I know? Reminder, we were there. It happened in my hometown. And for those of you who believe still that somehow what Planet LeBron and LeBron James has done to the Laker organization is an issue, why don't you just go ahead and take a look at what Michael Jordan did to that organization, as in the Washington Wizards? It was worse. I'm not going to get on a soapbox about that. It makes me very upset. For my hometown, teams of my youth. That aside, the consistency that he's brought to the game, LeBron, Raymond James, is unbelievable. And this Lakers team is benefiting from it in a way that, if from nothing else than a confidence standpoint, gives them a pretty good shot to make the finals. I'm not putting everything in the one game last Saturday in which they dismantled the Nuggets. I'm not going crazy about every single win. But I've always said that this team was built on the experience of Bron, so that when you played an opponent multiple times in a row in the playoffs, you had a better chance. They're beating teams with different styles of play tonight now. My man Dalton Connect, Westside Connect, is getting put back dunks. AR's out here talking trash on podcasts. Luka is smiling in interviews. And LeBron James is telling all the haters in the league that they can go stuff it. Kind of enjoy this little Laker team right now in terms of how the personalities have come together. The blend. Let's hear what J.J. Redick had to say about what it's like when Luka actually turns up.
I think the way he started the game got us going on that end. And then it just seemed like throughout the game, when we needed a bucket, when we needed him to draw a second, third defender at times, he was able to make the right play, minus the 6 turnovers. But he played fantastic tonight. And again, it was that verve and that spirit of competition, but also just something that is, maybe it's an inner demon, I don't know, but it comes out, and it's fantastic for us when it does.
Luka's not there without LeBron. Luka can't play the same way without LeBron being on this team. My point is, all of this true Lakers stuff has to end. It has to end. It doesn't make sense anymore. There were plausible reasons for it beforehand. It doesn't make sense now. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Devin, we tackled this question literally a week ago in the same place on the program. Am I wrong?
You're absolutely correct. Yes.
What do we think about the Lakers? This is called an update, as in update. Has a week of Laker basketball changed your feelings about them? What did they go over the past week? They lost one game? No. Have they lost since?
I think they're on a 6-game winning streak.
I was going to say, they have not lost since we last revisited this topic. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. On the other side, we're talking Lakers. This is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, kiddos.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
You can enjoy it in the tub, in bed, in your car, on your bicycle, your motorcycle, or on the backyard swing if you want. I'm talking about
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive knows there's so many great things about being a sports fan. Like scoring the company box seats. How great is that? Trick plays that actually work. Prevent defense when your team is winning by a lot. And even more preventative prevent defense as they're hanging on by a thread. And of course, saving money when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's pretty great. Just like trick plays that actually work.
Yeah, but how often does that happen?
Complaining about sports. Not so great. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Like football, it comes down to the X's and O's. Hey, it's Yurko. You've spent your whole life working hard, saving for retirement, and now you need to trust Mitch Lyons Wealth to protect your money. Mitch is a former NFL player like me and knows how to create winning retirement strategy with a common-sense approach to help you protect and grow your wealth. To feel confident about your retirement, call Mitch Lyons Wealth at 866-857-8335. MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Chicago, it's Michelle Smallman here from Unsportsmanlike, and do I have something cool for you? Are you dreaming of seeing your team draft their next superstar? Well, Travel Wisconsin is sending 10 lucky fans and a guest to the draft. Experience the thrill of the draft firsthand and make memories that will last a lifetime. Enter Travel Wisconsin's Dream Draft Sweepstakes at travelwisconsin.com/draft for your chance to win. Epic moments that become lifelong memories are waiting to be discovered across Wisconsin. Terms and conditions apply.
One good shot can change the trajectory of your career. Seize your moment and train for a future with potential at ETI School of Skilled Trades. In as little as 7 months, you can get started in welding or HVAC with hands-on training and the skills employers are looking for. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule. Take your shot. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Communities in Southern California urgently need our help. The Los Angeles wildfires have been some of the most destructive in state history. Thousands of homes destroyed, schools, classrooms, libraries, museums, places of worship, all lost, and livelihoods ruined. With so much devastation, students, families, businesses, and communities are now left struggling to recover. And that road to recovery will be a very long and a very difficult one. But there is hope. The SoCal Fire Fund provides immediate, free, and long-term support for countless community-centered recovery programs. You can be a part of providing those most impacted with the resources they need to move forward. So please, visit SoCalFireFund.org to learn more about how you can join in this tremendous effort.
There's an app for that. Download, listen live, podcasts on demand. The ESPN Chicago app.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
No, I'm not going on the air.
Whoa, why? Why are we going live with this? This is great radio.
This is not great radio.
Exactly. This is a disaster waiting to happen.
I mean, if there was some sort of dramatic helicopter rescue, then maybe that would be great radio.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Still Snoop Dogg and D.I.
Guess who's back? ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, SiriusXM, and watch ESPN. Talking about the Lakers, they beat the Clips 108-102 last night. And there's a question of what this team is, what this team can do, what you like about them. But I was making the point to open the show. The LeBron is not a true Laker era has to be over. It just has to be done at this point. This is a very local, yokel discussion for those of us in Los Angeles County. But it's real, and the OC for that matter. Let's not forget, amongst all the other things that I indicated that happened, bringing them back to the playoffs after 7 years out of it, winning a championship in the bubble, a year in which Kobe Bryant passed as well, where LeBron served as a very much an emotional masthead for the franchise. Don't forget that part either. I understand some of the Bronny stuff doesn't rub people the right way. There's people who still even think about the Blaze Pizza incident. We're getting real hyper-local here in Los Angeles. But all I'm saying is, none of the things that we saw happen or have seen to this point happen with this team being in prime position to make a run happen if LeBron James is A, not only still on the team, but B, playing incredible basketball alongside Luka Doncic. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Kathy, you're in Los Angeles. It's ladies first on the program today.
Hi, Clinton. Welcome to the show. It's so great. Congratulations on being on our show here.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it was. We loved hearing you on ESPN locally here for the last few years. It's been great.
Doing my best.
Okay, so born and raised in LA. My first time being a Laker fan was with my dad. We watched Wilt Chamberlain and Jerry West get their championship in '72. I was in 6th grade, and it was just amazing. And I just want you to know, a lot of us out here, we are so blessed. We feel so grateful for having this team. I mean, we get that era. We have the best announcer, Chick Hearn. Then we have, Magic and Kareem. Then we get Shaq and Kobe. I mean, it's just remarkable how blessed we are, to be a sports fan here in Los Angeles. And then, Shaq and Kobe, just magical. And, I mean, when the news came that we're getting LeBron James, it's just amazing. He is a Laker. He'll always be a Laker. And just beyond that, he's a family man. He speaks out for social justice. I just think we're incredibly blessed. And now, with JJ and what our city is going through with the fire and all that, they bring so much joy. And I just want to get that across. And also thank you because you're doing a great job, and you'll always be our handsome man.
Appreciate that, Kathy. Incredible phone call to start the week, Devin. A-plus phone call. Live, local. That was great. And thank you for the compliment, Kathy.
James and I were talking in here, too, just like as audio files. Clearest phone line I've heard in a long time.
Such a
You're
good
telling
phone
me.
line. Oh, my God.
I mean, that was 1985 landline action right there. For those of you who think that we're running an old school show, guess what we are? 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Walrus, how was your weekend, brother?
Amazing weekend, CY. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Kathy, I hope you have a blessed day. What a beautiful phone call in person. CY, I have something to say about the Lakers sweeping the second fiddlers this weekend, but if you, Devin, and the crew would indulge me, I have a public service announcement I'd like to make for the listeners and followers of the show.
Sure.
Two things. First, there appears to be a point of contention with some people about how much time you devote to talking about the Lakers, despite the obvious. 2 points. One, the Luka trade is arguably one of the most consequential trades in NBA, perhaps in all of sports history. It happened just before your show debuted, not to mention they played the best basketball in the association since then.
Yeah.
2, for those unaware, our honorable host does this show from downtown Los Angeles across from the house that Kobe built. This is the morning drive sports talk radio show in L.A., like Kathy was just saying, the second biggest market in the country. In fact, the first time I ever spoke with you, CY, was after Game 2 of the 2023 Western Conference Finals against the Nuggets, and you were on ESPN LA 710 out here with the former great and pre- and post-Lakers game host Alan Slewa, their former board op and producer Taylor. He played I Am the Walrus after I was on that day. Second thing, okay, and I've heard you talk about this, is you using the term of endearment kiddos.
Yeah.
For the uninitiated and all the man babies out there, Clinton Yates has been using that term for well over a decade, closer to 2, I imagine, including on as many orbits of the Horn. Babe Ruth used to call all of his teammates kid. It worked for the Sultan of SWAT, and it works for the Raja of radio. I love the social media check-in segment y'all have, and I would humbly suggest a possible sponsor. Haterade, you have issues. So thank you for indulging my PSA. If there's time, I would love to briefly talk Lakers.
No, Walrus, you're out of time here, buddy. Sorry. Now you got to go. I love you. We do not have 3 blocks for your layout there, Walrus. I appreciate all of the housekeeping we got done there. We got to call. We got too much in one there, Walrus. Then if you get a sponsor for your own segment, then you can talk for 3-4 more minutes. But I appreciate that. We'll review part of that later because he had a lot to say about things that are not topical, but they are always topical. So I appreciate Walrus, the sergeant-at-arms of the program, for doing that. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Aaron in Kentucky, you're on the program.
Hey, Clinton, man, I listen to your show, man. I want to say I'm 100% a LeBron hater, but in the same sentence, he's an actual Laker. I mean, I've been watching basketball for a long time, and I've seen what guys have done for franchises and to kind of pick the franchise up after, so many lottery picks in a row, man. He's a true Laker, and I'm still a LeBron hater, but he's definitely a Laker.
Thanks for the phone call. Do you understand what I'm talking about here, Devin? People are LeBron haters as their primary identity. It's the strangest thing to me. And they say they're Laker fans. It's weird.
I wonder if more people are kind of rooting for the Lakers to win just so they can say, oh, look, Luka's the reason they won.
Listen.
Versus them not winning.
Listen. If this particular program is on at another day part on this local station, ESPN 710, trust me, these are the kind of intricacies that will be getting dealt into. I'm not going to go that far to waste people's time with that. But, yes, I guarantee you there is an element of that within Laker fans. But you can't complain now. You can't say that it's been a net negative. There's no world in which that makes sense. The Lakers are cooking right now. And I don't know anything about the Vegas odds. There are other people that are smarter than me and who can count higher who can do that. But the oddball test, and by the oddball test, I mean watching the basketball, not just looking at internet screens, tells me that this team has it all going right now. What's your man Shannon Sharp say? Insert whatever you want here. Lakers in 5. I'm not going to steal his bit because that's not my bit. But it's funny, and we might just be back as close to it as we've ever seen. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Jose, where in California are you, sir?
Hey, good morning, brother. So I'm currently on the 105 freeway, transitioning up to 710.
Nice.
So I'm in the city of, either in Linwood or in Compton. I'm in one of these cities. But
okay.
Thank you for having me on, boss. I'm a big fan of the station. And just quick take. I'm 38 years old.
Yep.
I'm actually wearing a Kobe Bryant jersey right now. I'm on my way to take my kids to school. LeBron is amazing. Wasn't a big fan when he came over, but actually I love Bronny. Got a Bronny jersey. Anyways, I believe that LeBron needs to get to at least 2 championships. That, to be perfectly honest, to be kind of in that talk about Los Angeles. Currently, he's at 1. We appreciate it. But you got people like Paul Gasol that had 2 that made a big difference. So, just my personal take.
All right, thanks for the phone call. I understand that. If we're going strict meritocracy, okay. The rings matter in L.A. That's not up for debate. Championship or bust is a little bit unrealistic, but the rings do matter for people who consider themselves hardcore Lakers fans. But to say you have to have 2 rings to be a true Laker, when you throw in all the other stuff, namely, again, the passing of Kobe Bryant was a big deal. Not just for Kobe fans and basketball fans, but like that actual franchise still had to keep going. I truly don't believe they're in the same spot if they don't have actual LeBron James in that position as a leader. And right now they're cooking on the court. Big time. Big time. True Laker. I'll be the best Laker you got in this generation. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle motorcycle, RV, and boat insurance. Visit Progressive.com.
The weekend's a blur.
Fine weekend. Good weekend.
We've got you covered. Time to rewind.
Rewind. How do you rewind?
And catch up on everything you missed.
Guess I missed an awful lot.
This is Weekend Rewind on Clinton and Friends.
All right, Devin. What's up?
All right, we had a big weekend. A lot of things happened.
We did.
So we're going to rewind it. It's pretty simple. Clinton, first up, the long-standing dispute between the Washington Nationals and Baltimore Orioles regarding Masson's media rights have been resolved, at least for 1 year. The Nationals will continue to have their games broadcast exclusively on Masson for the 2025 season under a 1-year agreement. Afterward, they can explore alternative TV rights for 2026. What do you make of this 1-year resolution, Clinton?
Our long local nightmare is finally over, Devin. For those of you who don't know what any of this means, let me break things down from a fundamental standpoint, as Kent Murphy, funny internet baseball coach, used to say. When the Nationals moved from Montreal, the Orioles argued that the Nationals were stealing part of their market share. Therefore, they could not negotiate their own rights. They had to be with the O's network. Massive. For years, they fought to be able to split this, and there was divided revenue. I mean, it's been 20-odd years now with a lot of in-between as to who should get what money, who should have this, that, and the third, rights, how all of this shakes out. What it led to was the Nationals literally not being on television for actual seasons when they first moved to the district. I have vivid memories of listening to them on the radio because that was the lone option locally if you didn't, go to the games or didn't have whatever. It was the weirdest thing in the world. It wasn't like we were in 1970. You had to listen to the team on the radio. So now, what this means is that after this year, the Nats can basically get their own broadcasting package. Kind of stinks that regional sports networks are all, kind of drying up. But isn't this convenient, Devin? One Theodore Leonsis, principal operator of the Washington Capitals, the Washington Wizards, and the Washington Mystics, happens to also run a network called the Monumental Network.
Oh.
In the district. And guess who else wants to buy the Nationals? Oh, wait. It's Theodore. So while one long local nightmare ends, arguably, if you know anything about that guy, another new local nightmare begins if this clears the way for him to buy the Nationals to use as inventory on his regional sports network, a.k.a. state-run media, as some people call it, regarding the district sports. So there's a little good, there's a little bad here. But to quote a famous movie, old boss, same as the new boss. What's next?
All right, next up, the Packers, they're cracking down on season ticket resellers. Green Bay is revoking the season tickets of fans who have sold all their tickets for multiple years, arguing that true fans should actually attend games. But should teams control what fans do with their tickets? Is it fair for the Packers to take away season ticket from people who resell them, Clinton?
I'm of two minds on this. It's fair, but at the same time, it's I don't want to say un-American, but low-key, like, why should people not be able to hit the open market with what they already purchased? You're already charging people an arm and a leg, PSLs, just to get into the place to have the right to sell things. If there were no PSLs, I'd feel completely different with these. For those who don't know, PSLs are personal service license? Is that the technical term?
I think seat license.
Seat license, whatever. My point is that you've got to pay in a big amount of money just for the right to buy tickets. After that chunk, I'm kind of okay with being able to sell whatever. Devin, actually, what do you think about this? This seems like it's something that is more in your day-to-day lifestyle in terms of you might be buying tickets or seasons or not. Would you be mad about this if you were a season ticket holder?
If I was a season ticket holder, yes, I would be mad because I'm purchasing these seats. I can do what I want with them. If I'm not going to the game, I can make a little scratch.
Yeah.
Then yeah, absolutely. I don't think it's within their right to take those rights away.
Again, if the PSLs didn't exist, this would be an overreach to me. But they do. You're already banking money from people. Stop being greedy. What's next?
All right, next up, Pete Rose's family wants him reinstated. MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred is considering a request from Pete Rose's family to remove him from baseball's ineligible list. Rose, I hear you. Rose, MLB's all-time hits leader, has been banned since 1989 for betting on games. Clinton, should Pete Rose finally be reinstated, or should the lifetime ban stand?
Let me say it this way. If Rob Manfred, the commissioner of Major League Baseball, makes this his sort of swan song effort, we will have thrown away a lot of the efforts of other people to try to legitimize the game ever since Pete Rose bet on baseball to begin with. Truly. We can get all into the hit records, most winning games, blah, 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 but you're not going to have me get up here and tell you that Pete Rose was some great guy who deserves to be in the Hall. You're just not. I went to college outside of Cincinnati. I know a lot of Reds fans, a lot of people who grew up in and around where Pete Rose, let's just say, did his dirt. But I don't think that means that you belong in Cooperstown. And I'm not going to say especially not posthumously because that sounds crass, but I do think that there is something unnecessarily symbolic about going through with this process after the man is no longer with us. If we had had a real-life sort of humanitarian effort for him to rehabilitate his image in baseball in one that wasn't just, y'all stole something from me, I think we're having a different discussion. But it didn't happen like that. Not remotely. Never mind other choices outside of the baseball diamond. So as much as you might want to say that shouldn't matter, that shouldn't count, it's the career, it's not the man, well, just not sure I believe that. What else we got?
All right, last but not least, South Carolina women's basketball secured the #1 seed in the 2025 SEC tournament after winning a coin flip against Texas. Both teams finished the regular season with identical 15-1 conference records, necessitating the coin toss to determine the top seed. Clinton, do you think a coin flip is a fair way to break a tie for tournament seeding, or should there be a different method?
Well, I think both. It's fair because it's 50-50, but there should absolutely be a different method. And this method is easy. I've said this before. I'll say it again. There are not enough things in basketball that are decided by games of knockout. One of the best games of all time, a summer camp staple. Knockout from the three-point line. Gotta happen. That's what you guys do. You line up each player alternating. You play a big game of knockout. Whoever wins, you guys get the #1 seed.
And then you got to have there's strategy involved too. Where are you going to put the non-shooters versus where you put the shooters? This is like
knockout. Yeah. To me, more interesting version of basketball than say, I don't know, one-on-one. It's not more interesting than 3-on-3. But knockout, bring it to the NBA All-Star Game would do numbers. Anyways, Weekend Rewind is brought to you by Grainger Game Plan. With Grainger, to gain a competitive advantage. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by for the supplies and solutions to help keep your business moving. Are the Washington Commanders, my Mandos, not really my Mandos, the most desirable team to join in the NFL? We'll talk about that next. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, kiddos.
Welcome to the 2025 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio.
The NFL Draft is now underway.
Live from historic Lambeau Field in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
With the first pick,
it all begins with round one.
The Tennessee Titans select
Thursday, April 24th.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit. Credit for deciding while stuck in traffic to get a bachelor's degree. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. Students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's. And graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. Flexible online and hybrid classes start March 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
New treatments for joint pain are here. By now you've heard about regenerative medicine. If you're wondering if you're a good candidate, answer these questions. First, does chronic pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or other joints keep you from doing the things you enjoy? Golfing, jogging, time with the family. Does it hurt doing the things you need to do? Like getting out of bed, sleeping, working, and walking. And finally, do you want to avoid surgery and all of the pain, long recovery, and uncertainty that comes with it? If you answered yes to any of those, you need to call QC Kinetics now. Learn about exciting advancements in regenerative treatments that can give you long-lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Get your free consultation today. Call QC Kinetics. That's QC Kinetics. Here's the phone number.
Call now, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Warming temperatures and more frequent rains can lead to significant issues for your home. Hi, I'm Roy Spence with Permaseal. With over 500,000 satisfied customers and over 14,000 five-star reviews, we are Chicagoland's most trusted waterproofing contractor. We offer a free detailed foundation inspection, no pressure, just peace of mind, and the knowledge and options that you need to make the right decision. Stay dry, stay protected. Call Permaseal today, 800-421-SEAL, or visit permaseal.net.
I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The Auto Show sales event is going on now at all 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Choose from thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get Auto Show savings with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com!
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
After getting my promotion, the time had come to sell our home, so we got an appraisal.
But it was much lower than we expected. Before we had it appraised again, a friend suggested we make some changes.
I put my framed vintage Negro League baseball shirt, our African art, and family photos into storage. And that second appraisal came back much higher.
It's a shame we had to hide who we are to get a fair home appraisal.
A recent study found that Black and Latino homeowners are about twice as likely as white homeowners to get low appraisals. For example, one Black homeowner received an appraisal more than double the original after removing family photos, Black art, and books from her home. If you believe your home has been unfairly appraised because of race or national origin, that could violate the Fair Housing Act. Contact HUD at hud.gov/fairhousing. That's hud.gov/fairhousing. Everyone has a right to fair housing. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
A dog? I'm not. I was born for a purpose, to bring you hope, to guide you out of darkness, to stand by you as you rediscover life. When past battles cloud your mind, I push them away. You tell me I'm your hero, just as you are mine. You hold me when you're afraid, whisper that I saved you. With me by your side, no challenge is too great, no night too dark. I'm your guide, your companion, your friend, your light. A dog? I'm not. With me, you see the world again.
Discover hope at Dogs Inc. Visit us at dogsinc.org to learn more.
Ever tried balancing a dozen eggs in one hand while hopping on one foot? Or maybe juggling cats while riding the unicycle? Sounds ridiculous, right? But guess what? That's exactly what texting while driving is like. Your human brain only has the capacity to focus on one thing at a time. So when you're behind the wheel, give driving your undivided attention.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Carmen and Yurko. Weekdays, now noon to 3 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
This is Clinton and Friends.
You know, just because you're a good reporter and have a nice smile doesn't mean you're going to beat me to this King Davis story.
So, you think I have a nice smile?
I don't know. I've never seen a weasel smile until now.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Clinton and Friends here. ESPN Radio, watch ESPN, Sirius XM Channel 80. Talking football a little bit. We had a good weekend rewind, which we were talking about the Packers and them trying to basically dominate the gray market by preventing fans from reselling tickets because there's too many non-Packer fans entering the building. I mean, you're charging tens of thousands of dollars for PSLs and then telling people what they can do with their tickets. That's tough. But Zach in Connecticut, a Packers fan, a season ticket holder, you're on the line. Zach, you're on the air.
Yeah, hey, Dominic, first-time caller. Thanks for taking my call. I'll give you a perspective. I'm a season ticket holder. I have been going to games since I was 2 feet tall with my dad. I went to high school half a mile down the road from Lambeau Field, and I'm an owner. And I think I'll give you an alternate perspective here. I think a lot of the motivation from the Packers is to try to get all those Lions fans, Bears fans, Vikings fans from going to the games because a lot of people are reselling them to them. And I noticed, I watch with my friends, there are a lot of away fans at these games, and I think we want Green Bay fans to go and not resell them away, you know?
Hold on. No, okay, I get that. That's the obvious motivation. But, I mean, there's human nature and there's market forces. What are they supposed to do about that other than just be better, the Packers, that is?
Well, I don't think it's a problem with the Packers being better. We don't want to be L.A. Like when the Packers go to L.A., there's endless Packer fans because there's not a big fan base, or there's a diverse fan base there. And we want Packer fans at Packer games. I don't want to see Bears fans. I don't want to see Lions fans at games. I don't want to see Vikings fans for sure. So
thanks for the phone call, Dominic. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. We'll discuss that during the next break. Anyway, that his logic made no sense there. Like, he was just basically saying, because I say so. The whole point is that because I say so doesn't actually matter when it comes to dollars and cents, kiddos. That's my entire discussion. So if maybe the team was better, people wouldn't want to sell their tickets. Alas, they don't care. If you're just going to tell people that they should care more, well, then maybe the football team should be better. Anyway, so over the weekend, there was some pretty decently big news in the NFL, which is that Deebo Samuel is heading from San Francisco to D.C. The Niners have officially sort of given up on him. They sent him to the Commanders for, a fifth-round pick, I believe it is. Now, I'm not a big capologist. I'm not going to get all into this, but It's sort of a buy low, you have to sell high situation because of the way his contract works out. But, I mean, with this move, let's hear Louis Riddick tell it. Mando's got a little squad here now, y'all.
As many playmakers as you can surround Jaden Daniels with, the better. And for Debo, and with Debo, see, you're getting kind of a 2-for-1 because he's a guy who's a dual threat in terms of being a guy who can run the ball traditionally and catch the ball out of the backfield like a running back. And then he's also someone you can put in the slot and have him attack the middle of the field, both short, intermediate, and deep. And that is something that I'm sure Jaden Daniels is looking at and going, man, the possibilities are endless with this kind of player because of his versatility. And on top of it, this is pound for pound, maybe the toughest player in the NFL. I know he has an injury history, and because of the way he plays, he puts himself in harm's way. But this is the kind of tone setter that they need on offense and the kind of playmaker that Jaden needs behind him. I'm super excited to see how they put this all together.
Yeah, it's a big pickup for the Commanders. Sidebar, we'll talk about this later, but I might have seen Jaden Daniels this weekend in Los Angeles. But I think that for them, it's as much an indication of, hey, okay, we got some moves to make, and we don't necessarily have to take huge swings. They made enough on-field progress last year, the Burgundy and Gold did, that you can now pluck off bit too major parts from other teams. Now, what this means for the Niners is another question. Feels like a slow decline of a once very robust offense that is now going to be centered on an ingredient which might be the most expensive ingredient in the entire soup, with the least amount of flavor. Let's hear what John Lynch had to say before Debo was traded about things with Brock Purdy.
We have started negotiations. We're talking. I won't go into negotiations like always is our stance. Want Brock to be our quarterback as long as we're here and beyond, and we'll leave it at that. I think the final thing, there's no guarantees that we get something done, but my experience has been when both sides are motivated, there's ample opportunity to do so, and we've been able to do that.
We need a new production bit element. Write this down, called word salad. We need that. We're getting a word salad a day from various NFL people. That we need. Maybe find some clips of various famous cooks making salads, your Batalis, your Emeralds. Keep Bobby Flay out of it, though, please. I'm joking. I'm joking. I don't have any issue with Bobby Flay. His show is very annoying, though. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Todd in West Virginia. Welcome in on a Monday.
What's going on, everybody? What's up, everybody?
How we doing?
We're doing great. First off, I don't know if you know Franconia, Woodbridge area.
I do.
That's where I'm originally from. So to hear someone like you, a 202-301-703 guy, and forget those last few callers. I love your show. You're doing great.
Thank you, brother.
No problem. HTTR. I mean, this pickup, Debo, I call him Tyshawn Raekwon, but that's just going to open up so many more avenues for us on third and short, fourth and short. People thought we were dangerous last year on fourth down. Wait until now. So I don't know where y'all want to go with that. Also, we still need some help on defense. Still need some secondary help. But I'm excited for the Commanders.
Thanks for the phone call. I cannot explain to you what it's like for people in the Washington, D.C. area to be psyched for Commanders fans. It's wild. Coming up.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold.
Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Finding the right employee for your company is tough. One wrong hire can be a major setback. You're not alone if you face this. A recent survey by Robert Half shows nearly half of hiring managers readily admit to making a bad hire. Luckily, there's a solution. With Robert Half's specialized recruiter's experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can have the right skilled professional in place quickly. We understand what it takes to build winning teams because at Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
Hey, it's Captain Hood here with Howard Ank. And Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck. I'm here to help. My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal. I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Cap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
When this is the sound of a waterfall in nature, there's no cause for concern. But when it's the sound of water gushing through your living room ceiling because a pipe bursts inside the wall, there's reason to panic unless you pick up the phone and call 1-800-SERVPRO. Only the cleanup and restoration specialists at ServPro can help make fire and water damage like it never even happened. So make the call to 1-800-SERVPRO at the first sign of water damage. Franchises are independently owned and operated.
Chicago, it's Michelle Smallman here from Unsportsmanlike, and do I have something cool for you? Are you dreaming of seeing your team draft their next superstar? Well, Travel Wisconsin is sending 10 lucky fans and a guest to the draft. Experience the thrill of the draft firsthand and make memories that will last a lifetime. Enter Travel Wisconsin's Dream Draft Sweepstakes at travelwisconsin.com/draft for your chance to win. Epic moments that become lifelong memories are waiting to be discovered across Wisconsin. Terms and conditions apply.
True Chicago-style pizza? It's not what out-of-towners think it is. True Chicago-style is thin, crispy, and cut into squares. Thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are made with the same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years, and they're exactly what you crave. Get to know the true Chicago-style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available in a freezer aisle near you.
Each year, more than 23,000 kids experience cardiac arrest, and nearly 20% are infants. You always say that I'm your whole heart. I believe you, and so does the American Heart Association. That's why this American Heart Month, they want to make sure that you and every other parent know CPR to make sure you are ready. Ready for when I come home? Ready as I grow? Ready to save my life when it matters most. Learn CPR today so you can be ready and become a part of the nation of lifesavers. Because no one, especially me, should face a life-changing moment alone.
Visit heart.org/nation to learn more.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Are you tubing? Take a stop at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. We got shorts to scroll, pressers to parse, interviews to intake. Subscribe and see it all at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. Did you hear this one?
He doesn't believe that there's actually a man named Salty Saltwell, but that was his name. Yes.
Oh, he passed Salty.
For Brother Salty, we would just like to give praise to what Salty brought to the table. Brother Saltwell, thank you for all that you've been able to bring to us.
The same team had at the same time a coach named Peanuts Lowry.
Your nuts were salty, and we liked it that way. We loved the salty nuts. We loved that you would always bring cashews to every party, ready with a smile on your face. We don't do nicknames as well as we used to.
Cap and J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by ESPN Bet.
course.
Transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
Let's go. We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Monday, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and, of course, watch ESPN. You see how we nailed that transition? Good job, y'all. Good job on the tech side. I'm getting better at that. It's going from the wide shot to the single shot, moving back to the radio show. Talking NFL today. A lot going on the quarterback carousel, if you will. Matt Stafford signed with the Rams over the weekend. Basically saying that every other quarterback has now to fiend and scramble for various slots because he was the domino that needed to fall in order for everything else to happen. Now, there's a couple things about this. Number one is we have moved from in the house on the front porch to kind of messy to like, all right, finally. I'm of multiple minds now, and I've said that twice in this show about two different things now. But I feel like the Rams put a little bit more unnecessary pressure on themselves than they needed to. Like, okay, you wanted him to go shop around and ended up re-signing him anyway. Did we all kind of get played by the negotiation process here? What was all that about the ski chalet and the après ski and wherever that was with Tom Brady? Love a good après ski, by the way. But it just kind of feels like, why did we go through all this for somebody who's eventually coming back anyway? And all this does is ratchet up the expectations on a team that some people thought kind of overachieved low-key last year. Like, am I crazy on that, Devin? I mean, the Rams were good, but I don't think anybody thought they were like a play away from beating the eventual champions good, you know?
No, especially how they started, too.
Right.
Yeah, I think that they came together late as a team. And I think that's going to carry over into next season.
Okay, all right. But the thing is, my point is that for teams like that have low expectations but kind of end high, I don't keep my expectations at the same point necessarily. So if they screw around and miss the playoffs, a thing that happens all the time, by the by, teams make the playoffs, then don't make the playoffs. You look around and you say to yourself, why do we go through all this headache? I'm not saying Stafford doesn't deserve the money. But I feel like they've really added to their own pressure, the Rams that is, as a result of how public a lot of this news was with the negotiations. Don't get it twisted. Going to a last-place team in the division, let's just say the Raiders, for a couple extra $1 million, what do I know? I don't have any millions of bucks. Doesn't seem like it would have been a smart idea, but nonetheless. Rams got a serious target on them in terms of if Stafford can't compete this season for whatever reason, energy, accuracy, injury, that's not a good thing. Now, the reason why it's important, though, is because it like I said before, it realigns everybody else. The Giants, for example, who a lot of people had rumored as where Matt was going, are a big example of this. They are trying to figure out what they're doing at the quarterback position. Our resident Giants fan, Devin Kane, is very upset about this. Please lay out the situation as you see it, DK, regarding how NYG is going after this.
Yeah, so the Giants GM, Joe Shane, and their head coach, Brian Daboll, have basically been given a one-year prove-it from the owner, John Mara, saying, hey, we need to see vast improvement or you guys are gone. The problem with that is when you don't have the number one pick and you need a quarterback, you're more likely to mortgage off assets for the future, given that if you don't show improvement, you're not going to be there anyway. So why do you care about the future of the team?
Right.
Which makes it hard as a fan to reconcile the fact that we might lose multiple first-round draft picks for a quarterback who might not even be good. And I don't blame them because they need to do something to save their jobs. But that just the long-term health of the organization, if it doesn't work out, it's a tough position to be in. And they're not the first to do this, but it just shows you that maybe they should have got rid of the GM and the head coach. But Aaron Rodgers in New York, I don't know, man. I don't want the headaches. Like, he's definitely better than Daniel Jones or any quarterback they've had in a long time. But it's just the distractions. A lot of Giants fans are trying to talk themselves into this. It's not going to be good.
Wouldn't have to move. Montclair, New Jersey, you're on the air. You know what I'm saying? Wouldn't have to move. Literally play in the same stadium. The double dip. It's like some guy coming to town dating both of your sisters. Weird bit. I don't love that either for Giants fans. But it's a bad spot to be in. Sticky wicket. Because are y'all that pressed for any sort of success that you need this right now? I feel like Giants fans have a little bit more, self-respect than that? No?
Self-respect and Giants fans, I'm not sure those two go together.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, let's hear what Chris Canty had to say about what the New York Football Giants would be doing if Rodgers stepped into the building.
What happens, CC, if your squad goes out there and signs Aaron Rodgers?
Oh, well, that's it for Joe Schoen and Brian Daboll. The general manager and the head coach are going to get fired by the end of the season, and we're laying the groundwork to be able to draft Arch Manning with the top pick in 2026. So I'm all in on the New York Giants signing Aaron Rodgers because it all but guarantees that the New York Giants are going to be awful next year. And that's the slogan that I'm going into next football season with if they sign the former four-time MVP. Awful for Arch 2026. Print the T-shirts. If they sign Aaron Rodgers, it's all about Arch Manning in the draft in 2026 because it ain't going to be about winning on the field in 2025.
I love this take. I love this take for multiple reasons. First of all, he's firing guys right out of the gate. He's got coach and GM gone just like you, Devin. Secondly, he's saying, no, go ahead and do it. Do it because you're going to lose. And then he says, do it because you're going to lose, and let me roll out my lovely phraseology, awful for Arch. That's a solid take from Canty, CC, who obviously played for that team. What do we think about awful for Arch, James? Is that a good one? Is that a good turn of phrase for you?
It's a pretty good one, yeah. I enjoy it. I always like these mottos for teams who are going to be bad so that they can draft, hopefully, their next franchise quarterback.
We've tried to think up a rudimentary back of the envelope list, back of the napkin list. Capture the flag was the one that came to mind for me simply because I'm thinking about this is 2 mentions of the Washington Wizards on this program today, which is 2 more than necessary. But anyway, Cooper Flag from Duke. Capture the flag is one that I like. Stop winning for McKinnon. Not sure how familiar I am with that one.
Yeah, this is some preliminary internet research during the break. Nathan McKinnon, I can't remember what year he was drafted, but Nathan McKinnon, stop winning for McKinnon. It's pretty good.
It's a little mouthy.
It's probably the most famous one we talked about, Suck for Luck.
Yeah.
It's the best one, too, I think.
I mean, and also, I don't want to say, was it the first one? Like, I feel that maybe this is one of those where the best one feels like the first one because it's the only one we really remember with any longevity. Sort of like Kleenex are now all tissues are Kleenex kind of thing. But Suck for Luck was the one that made this a thing. Has to be, right? I can't think of any off the top of my head. Tank for Trevor, not great.
I think you're right. Suck for Luck was probably the first one. It's definitely the most prominent one. And I think that's just because it's the best one. Tank for Trevor was pretty okay. The alliteration makes it.
Not bad. More specifically, though, regarding the football Giants, let's hear what Chris Canty had to say about their roster construction.
What about what we've seen with the New York Giants would indicate that they're close to winning? Nothing. So I don't understand why you would think we're an Aaron Rodgers away from this team being back in the playoffs. And if you're not going to be a playoff contending team with Aaron Rodgers as your quarterback, then go ahead and get somebody else that represents more upside at that position into the future. But to me, to go out there and get your heads beat in with Aaron Rodgers as your quarterback in 2025 makes no sense. It doesn't make sense in the short term because you're not going to win. It doesn't make sense in the long term because there is no benefit in being able to get young players experience.
He's right. The guy's a headache machine. I would not want that guy in my building if I was running an NFL franchise. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. I presume this call is about football, Devin. And the question is, Shelby in Kansas, you're on the air. What you got?
How you doing, Clinton?
Pretty good.
Hey, I've been a Cowboys fan for 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you what, when I became a Cowboys fan is because I got in trouble at Thanksgiving. I got locked in a room. Thank God there was a TV. And the Bears, 85 Bears, were playing the Cowboys in Dallas, and they just got beat down. So I felt so bad for the Cowboys, I started becoming a Cowboys fan. So then I've been a diehard Cowboys fan. But it's getting tougher and tougher, Clinton. I'm thinking about switching teams, man.
Hold on, Shelby. Hold your hand when I say this. Are you thinking about bringing yourself on down to the nation's capital to perhaps align yourself with the maligned burgundy and gold?
Because anything that Magic Johnson touches turns into gold. That's a good organization. I love Dan Quinn. I'm thinking about burning my Cowboys crap and becoming a Washington Commanders fan.
Wow. Shelby, okay, here's a couple things. First of all, thank you for calling the show. This is the kind of honesty we appreciate and reward on this program. Number two, because of the fact that you laid out the reason why you're a Cowboys fan to begin with, if you're not even from Dallas and you don't currently live in Dallas, you absolutely have carte blanche to just exit. There's no reason to be holding on to something that has been losing for 3 decades, sir, if you don't even live there and you're not even from there. You have my blessing. To think that the Washington Commanders are good enough at this point, and thank you for the phone call, Shelby, to be turning Cowboys fans is crazy to me. Wow, what a phone call. Got to clip that for the affiliate in D.C. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. We're talking about football here. You know, some teams are trying to figure out what their quarterback situations are. It's not easy. I say this all the time. You've heard it on this program. You've heard it on television. Quarterback, worst coached position in the league. And that's a microcosm for not only coaching, but scouting, player personnel, acquisitions. People overspend all the time for guys that were never going to be that good to begin with. Quarterback's a hard one to get right. But I don't think that Rodgers to the Giants makes any sense for anybody at all. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. CJ in Los Angeles, you're on the program.
Hey, what's going on, Clint?
What up?
Oh, nothing much. Hey, I want to weigh back on that Packers situation. You were saying that they didn't want to, as far as the season ticket holders, they didn't want them to sell their tickets. I had an idea for them. Maybe they should do like how my Clippers did and have like how the Clippers got the wall. Maybe they'll have a section or something for where it can't nothing but Packer fans get in. That way they'll have their section. They can work something out like that.
That's not a bad idea. Thanks to CJ. That's my homeboy CJ. I know him. That's a good idea. I mean, you got to do something at this point. Because if Packer fans, like the people who we are led to believe, are the say-all, end-all of what NFL fanhood is supposed to be, the frozen tundra of Lambeau Fields, if they ain't even showing up, you got a product problem, Jack. I think the number one reason, though, has to probably be with temperature. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. We want more of your phone calls. Is the pressure on the Rams to win? Would you want Aaron Rodgers on your squad? A lot of NFL potpourri out there on the table. Also, I went to a basketball game this weekend. I'll tell you all about it. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, kiddos.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
Do you understand what this means? Those stupid, idiotic jackasses are not going to ruin my station. Get the plane ready. I'm going to L.A.
Clinton and Friends.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now boarding Group A. Please have your boarding passes ready to scan. If your phone is cracked, old, or was chewed up by your Chihuahua travel companion, please refrain from holding up the line. We ask that you kindly not be that guy, and instead simply go to Verizon and trade in any phone from their top brands in any condition on any unlimited plan for the new Samsung Galaxy S25 with Galaxy AI.
With new line on my plan. Additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students.
This is a message from Green River Bourbon. This St. Patty's Day, residents are reminded once again to never drink from the Green River and instead drink Green River. So, Green River water from the river? Don't drink. Green River bourbon from the bottle? Drink. The Chicago Green River? No. The Kentucky Green River? Yeah. Visit Don'tDrinkTheGreenRiver.com to learn more about the Don't Drink the Green River Ultimate Game Show. Always drink Green River responsibly. The bourbon, not the river. Green River Distilling Company, Owensboro, Kentucky. Alcohol by volume varies by product.
Increase your energy and your sex drive. Chicagoland Men's Health. Lose unwanted body fat and gain lean muscle. Chicagoland Men's Health. Go to ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com today. Make an appointment with a board-certified and licensed doctor in the Oak Brook or downtown Chicago office. Get your meds shipped directly to you. And then you're on your way to real results. It's time to look and feel young again. ChicagolandMen'sHealth.com.
College basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove they're ready to shine in March. We'll be headed to San Antonio. Get in on all the action. Tip off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO100. Get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with Hollywood Casino Resort. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
$5 million. The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group.
We gather together in communities across the nation to remember and honor, to celebrate and support, to light the night. Join us as we lift our lanterns high in order to move toward a world free of blood cancers. Join us as we light the night for a loved one. Join us. We are the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Our mission is to cure leukemia, lymphoma, Hodgkin's disease, and myeloma. Our aim is to improve the quality of life of patients and their families. Join us. We are LLS, and when we walk, cancer runs. Join your community and help bring light to the darkness of cancer. Join us as we light the night. Find your local event at lightthenight.org. That's lightthenight.org.
Beckett's amazing. He's a miracle child. In the mornings, he'll wake up and he'll roll the shades up and, Dada, it's time to get up. It's a bright, beautiful day.
He started getting dizzy. At the first of the year, he started going, I have to sit down, I'm dizzy, Mommy. A month after his 3rd birthday, he got diagnosed with ATRT brain cancer. All you can think of is, the kid's not gonna live. The fact that St. Jude doesn't bill is a godsend. And the fact that we don't have to ask for help here makes things a lot easier to go through what we have to go through with Beckett. The fact that they are researching and they are saving these children, it's so important. We wouldn't be where we are without St. Jude, and in turn, we wouldn't be where we are without those people that have donated. They're the reason why my son's still alive.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
Chicago's home for sports is on Twitch. See what we're up to. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago today.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
That makes no sense. Every time I try to think about what happened last night, all I get is your voice on the radio. What do you think it means?
You're a fan?
Yeah.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. 1-888-ESPN, 1-888-729-3776. Talk a little NFL, a little NFL potpourri. I wonder what NFL potpourri would even smell like. Probably puke and trash cans. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Tyler in North Carolina, how are you today?
How are you doing, sir?
I'm well.
Good, good. I was just calling in to talk about the Matthew Stafford take, and I've been a Rams fan my whole life.
Okay.
You talked a lot about, the re-signing, put the target on the Rams' back and, puts a little more pressure on them. But, ultimately, Matt Stafford stays pressure ever since that trade was made. Going back and looking at it, they've made the playoffs every single year except for one, and that was the year that he was out for, I believe, the last 8 to 9 games. This guy, pressure doesn't bother this man. And, watching the Rams and being the extreme fan I am of them, I didn't really agree with the take that, that the Rams put a target on their back. Because,
all right, let me explain it this way. Stay on the line, Tyler. Let me explain it this way. Because oftentimes the difference between success and failure in the NFL is not just the individual moxie of one player. It is circumstance. And let's just say that for whatever reason, they take a step back this year. Like I said, be it competition, other teams getting better, potential injury to other guys. If you've invested this much in your quarterback when you already put it out there that you had the option to leave, forget about Stafford. That becomes a point where you have to start, and I'm not saying any of these guys are going to go anytime soon, but the McVays and the GMs of the world, his name is escaping me right now, like that's where you start thinking like, okay, why did we do this? That's my point here, Tyler. Do you see what I'm saying?
I do. But it's always, if you think about last year, Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua being out at the same time and Stafford being able to navigate, through, those injuries. I do know that when they, that there was a stretch towards the beginning of the season that, the record got to 1-4. But ultimately, as those guys did come back, obviously that's when he took over, the Rams kind of, took charge and really made that run there at the very end. But,
Thanks for the phone call. I see what he's getting at. And I wasn't cutting him off. He was just trailing off. I see what he's getting at. I don't think that Stafford is going to be the problem. That's my point here. That's why you should have gotten on with it to begin with. But now that it's carried all out and dragged out and we hear, and you're also getting rid of Cooper Kupp. Like, if this just doesn't work out and it doesn't work out, you're like, dang, that stinks. For all that headache and made people sort of do the thought exercise of who else it could be, that doubt starts to creep in if it just doesn't go right due to circumstance as much as anything. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Dean in Ohio. You're on Clinton and Friends.
Oh, yeah. How you guys doing this morning? Or afternoon now. It's getting to be. Hey, the comment about Packers having a bad product and this stuff. I've been to Brett Favre's last game in Lambeau. He's played as a Viking. I bought a ticket through Ticketmaster. They sent me a paper ticket then, $69. I paid $592 for that ticket. You've got Green Bay Packers fans all over the United States that pay 10 times face value to go to historic Lambeau Field. They don't have a problem with the product or the field or the history. It's the greatest in the NFL.
So then why are they – hold on. Why would they be doing this then if they don't have a problem with getting their own fans in their own stadium?
Buddy, they still go to those games, and half of those tickets are being sold, or to the opposite. Not half of them. I'll say a good amount, because there's always a good turnout from other fans that just want to go to Lambeau Field.
Okay, thank you for the phone call. You're making my point for me. What are we doing here? This is not the kids' table. Even if I do mention the family is kiddos. We need to bring an elevated level of at least critical thinking here. If they have a problem with Packers fans selling their tickets, obviously they have a product issue in that Packers fans don't want to go to Packers games more than they like money. It's all explainable. I understand it. But if you're okay with the reasoning, then you should be okay with the result. They're saying they're not okay with the result. That's why we're discussing this. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. BJ in California, you're on Clinton and Friends.
Hey, good morning, CY.
What up?
Hey, congratulations on the show. First-time caller.
Appreciate that.
Just wanted to say, it's a little bittersweet. I'm a 49er fan, and to see Debo go over there, it sucks. But I'm glad that he's going to get an opportunity to go and be motivated and be healthy. And most of all, he gets to play with Jaden Daniels, who's from the IE. So, congratulations on the show again. Thanks for letting me get on the line.
Thanks for the phone call. That's a thoughtful call. That's one of those calls you don't hear a ton of in NFL circles. You hear a lot more of that in baseball, decent amount of it in hockey. Basketball is a whole other monster. But where a guy goes to another team, you say, you know what, I wish that guy well. He's an exciting player. He did a lot for us, and I hope he can do a lot for the next team. You'll hear a ton of that in the NFL. That was a very thoughtful call. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Barney in Michigan, you're on the program.
Hey, Clinton, love your show.
Thank you.
Two things. I think the Packer fans, they make so much money selling their tickets. If you buy a ticket for $150 and you can sell it for $750, why wouldn't you do that on a pretty regular basis? I know my cousin has half-season tickets, and he sells at least one a year to pay for his whole package. My other comment was based on your love of the Washington Commanders, and I get that Jaden Daniels is a great player, but he's also has a great offensive coordinator. If you stuck him on the Bears this year, I think we wouldn't be talking about how great he is.
Thanks for the phone call. Couple different things there. Number one, I don't love the Commanders. The Commanders were the team of my youth under a different name that I don't use anymore. We're still working out what our relationship is at this point. It's complicated. We can break that down on another show. Secondly, yeah, if he was on the Bears, he's not on the Bears. We don't have to operate in the non-real hypotheticals. He's not on the Bears. So why would we be talking about if he was on the Bears, he wouldn't be as good? That makes no sense. But the first part of his phone call, I mean, what are we talking about? Why wouldn't you sell your tickets at that high of a price? Because you want to go see the team. That's why. I get it. There's a real capitalist concern here. If you can pay for your entire season by selling one ticket, fine, do it. But if the team doesn't want you to do it, it's on the team to make sure the experience is worth people actually staying. That's what I'm trying to say. It's all within reason, but they're choices. You have to give people better outcomes for better choices for them to go your route. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Clinton and Friends here on the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and watch ESPN. And joining us now, my friend Momo, Ramona Shelburne, ESPN senior writer. You can find her on The Bird at Ramona Shelburne. Hello today, Momo. How are you?
How's it going, Clinton?
I'm doing well. I was just explaining to people how the LeBron's not a true Laker era pretty much has to be over at this point because this kind of longevity and this kind of streak and this kind of sort of stability doesn't happen without him. But before we get to that, Luka has really transformed this team, Momo. It's just a totally different unit between JJ, between him and LeBron. What are you looking at right now with the purple and gold?
You know, here's what's interesting. They actually had hit their stride right before they made this trade, right? There was this game in New York where they beat the Knicks without Anthony Davis, and without Luka yet, and they had this amazing defensive game where they shut down Karl Towns and Jalen Brunson, and it was part of this really long road trip. And then they make this trade, and you're like, oh man, they're going to lose a lot defensively, right? This is because they've been winning because they just got the defense flying around the court. And they've actually gotten better. Like, for whatever you want to say about Luka Doncic defensively, and he's not Anthony Davis, obviously. He's not Max Christie. Those are two great defensive players they traded. Like, he's fit right in there, and he's given them a whole different dimension offensively that I didn't know how this was going to work with him and LeBron, but it's been fairly seamless, which is incredible to say, considering how impactful of a player Luka really is.
Yeah, and I remember when this happened, I thought to myself, oftentimes these kind of blockbuster trades only really show up the season after. Pau Gasol probably being the last one who actually did that and came in and they actually made a difference in this situation. So this is remarkable, not just for the Lakers, but in many ways for the league.
So I was sitting with a scout the other day, and I go, what is it about how are the Lakers playing such good defense? Like, they don't have a true center. I mean, Jackson Hayes is their center, but he's not an all-star. He's not Anthony Davis, et cetera. And he goes, I think they're really just playing harder. It's like funny. Kendrick Perkins did a breakdown of, I guess they're giving up the three. They're letting people have threes. Like, they're betting against the trend in the NBA. Is like, okay, you want to take 40 threes? Well, I'm going to bet that you're not going to make a lot of them.
Right.
And I'm going to give up the three, and then we're really going to control the paint. They've done that very well during this stretch. Some of that is because teams just don't have good shooting nights. Some of it is because they're just long on the perimeter. So even though they're not flying around, they don't have Max Christie out on the perimeter, right? They don't have a great guy like that.
Right.
They're just playing really hard, and I think they got a couple guys. They got a couple guys who are sort of underrated in the addition category. Like, we weren't like, oh wow, Jared Vanderbilt could make a huge difference. He has. Dorian Finney-Smith is huge difference on the perimeter. Like, they're long, they're playing hard, they're giving up threes, and they're getting bad shooting nights out of other teams, and that's why they're winning. Like, you think, they're winning because LeBron and Luka are crazy offensively. Yes, but it's because they have the number one defense right now.
Ramona Shelburne joins us here on Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. So back to my point about LeBron and how he's playing right now versus, and this is kind of an interior discussion that you don't have to get into too much if you don't want to, but I'm of the mind now that
I'll go there too.
This is the time in which you really need LeBron. Like, all the other stuff, getting them back to the playoffs, getting a bubble win, steering the Kobe passing situation going on, getting AD, blah, 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 whiffing on Russell Westbrook. The now of now, after getting a ring, you think to yourself, man, this LeBron James investment has really paid off.
Yeah, and they didn't have to do much. He chose them.
Yeah.
Like, he was like, I'm gonna go play for the Lakers. Like, they had to clear some salary cap space, and they had to, I think he liked how they treated their all-time greats. Like, he saw how they treated Kobe at the end of his career, and they do big moments well, and he was gonna have all the big passing of NBA greats with whoever his team was the last 6-7 years. Passing Kareem. Like, the Lakers were the biggest stage and the best stage for him to do all that. And he gets that from a branding perspective. But I think, they were just there. They'd been in the wilderness, and then he chose them. And I think Laker fans have come to respect LeBron, but I don't know that they love him. And it's not really fair to him because, he was drafted by the Cavs. He played for the Heat. Then he went back to the Cavs. Like, he didn't have a choice in the matter. He was taken number one overall. Like, it wasn't a choice for him to come to the Lakers. I guess he could have come to the Lakers after he played, when he chose the Heat. But but it's he's done really well there. They won a championship in the bubble. They went to Western Conference Finals. They missed the playoffs once, but I think he returned them to relevance, and now there's this transition to the Luka era. And I was there the other night when he started this rant about being the face of the league and things like that. Right. And you know what I felt when he was saying it, like, if you've watched LeBron since the All-Star game, right? He's been awesome. He's played through injury. He's played on second night of a back-to-back. I mean, there was one night he was like yawning during the post-game interview in Portland, and after he had 40. Okay, and I thought, like, this is his answer to a week's worth of bad press that he got for not playing in the All-Star game, and this is his rebuttal. Like, he waited until after he's been awesome for a week, and he wants the same people who were ripping him for not playing in the All-Star game to, like, show some respect, give him his flowers. And I get it. Like, I get where he's coming from, where it's, when he's great, he hears all that he's great, and then when he does one thing, it's always bigger when it's LeBron, and so there's a 2-3 days worth of bad negative news cycle, and whether it's deserved or not, he's like, be as loud with your praise as you are with your negativity. I get where he's coming from.
Right.
I'm not saying I agree wholeheartedly, because I thought the All-Star game could have been handled differently, and so some of that, that is it on him? Is it on his, the league? Who, that's still up for debate. But I think we're in this era where I think we should just celebrate the fact that this man at age 40 is still able to do what he's doing for a team that's like second in the Western Conference now.
Right. All right, we're going to do a little radio magic here, Momo. We're going to take a call about the Lakers, and I want to see what you have to say. Kay in Ohio, you're on with Ramona Shelburne. Let's do this.
Yes, sir, man. I'm really attached to the whole. I'm born in Ohio, 2 hours away from where Brian.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I got you.
Man, this Bluetooth is real. Wow.
Oh, goodbye. We tried, Momo.
No, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, keep going.
Blew up the show.
He's gone.
I shouldn't have tried it. Got to get rid of him, DK. I tried. Anyway, Momo, I was trying to see. He was on hold forever. I knew he was a LeBron fan. I was going to have a Laker take. But anyway, your point about LeBron, I think your point about LeBron is a good one, which is he can still turn it on whenever he wants. And that is something that is a resource that I think is a little too easy to take for granted in this league. When he's gone, it's going to be very different. Very different.
I mean, I've spent I think this is my 22nd season, which means I think I line up exactly with LeBron.
Wow.
Wow. Right? And this is 22nd year. I mean, it's kind of amazing to think, like, how, like, I don't think I've ever covered the NBA without LeBron. If I think about it now.
Quickly, that's interesting you say that, because the other team you covered for a long time, the Clippers, on a backslide, Momo. What is going on with that team, and what can we expect out of the Clips in the playoffs, if anything at all?
Well, they're the team nobody wants to play because they play incredible defense, and they just got Kawhi Leonard back. And I think what's going on, Clinton, is just there's a little regression to the mean. Like, they were beating teams because they had a really good defense, and they were cohesive enough on defense that, like, they would get other teams to have a bad night against them, right? And now you got Kawhi back. You're sort of working them in, and people have seen them for a year. So there's scouting reports. They've had a few little injuries here and there. Norm Powell, who had been giving him a lot of offense and enough offense to win these games where they don't have a lot of offense, he's been hurt. I think that hurt. That was hard for them to lose 2 in a row to the Lakers like that. That was like a big stage because they have owned the Lakers the last few years, and then this year the Lakers really flipped the script.
All right. Thank you, Momo. I'm sorry I jackknifed the whole segment trying to get that dude on the phone. It's great to hear
from you. That's all right. You know what? It was the effort that matters, and I think he appreciated it, and it was radio magic, and it went poof.
Appreciate you. Talk soon, Momo.
Thanks, Clinton.
Oh, man. I was doing my best there, Devin. I really, really tried to make that happen. I thought I was going to mix in a phone call, yada, yada, with the guest. Look at me. Nope.
No, a lot of that's on me. I couldn't get him to the second line, so that's
it's okay.
That's kind of my bad.
Bluetooth crapped out. I appreciate you doing that, but I also threw you for a curveball. We could have thought of that earlier. On the fly, though, That's what we call teamwork. The Lakers are what everyone is watching. What to watch for is brought to you by Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Get great deals on the hottest tickets. Experience it live. Behind the Horn, it's next, because I'm on TV today, kiddos. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio.
This is Clinton and Friends.
You are freaking African Americans plus Mark. You know what I'm saying? Which I'm rocking with Mark because Mark is rocking with us.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
New treatments for joint pain are here. By now you've heard about regenerative medicine. If you're wondering if you're a good candidate, answer these questions. First, does chronic pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or other joints keep you from doing the things you enjoy? Golfing, jogging, time with the family. Does it hurt doing the things you need to do, like getting out of bed, sleeping, working, and walking? And finally, do you want to avoid surgery and all of the pain, long recovery, and uncertainty that comes with it? If you answered yes to any of those, you need to call QC Kinetics now. Learn about exciting advancements in regenerative treatments that can give you long-lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Get your free consultation today. Call QC Kinetics. That's QC Kinetics. Here's the phone number.
Call now, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955.
Chicago, it's Michelle Smallman here from Unsportsmanlike, and do I have something cool for you? Are you dreaming of seeing your team draft their next superstar? Well, Travel Wisconsin is sending 10 lucky fans and a guest to the draft. Experience the thrill of the draft firsthand and make memories that will last a lifetime. Enter Travel Wisconsin's Dream Draft Sweepstakes at travelwisconsin.com/draft for your chance to win. Epic moments that become lifelong memories are waiting to be discovered across Wisconsin. Terms and conditions apply.
Introducing Sam Adams American Light. Crafted for those who appreciate a smooth, refreshing beer with true American spirit. Now available at Binny's Beverage Depot. Brewed with all American ingredients from an American-owned brewery, this light beer delivers on taste without compromise. Find Sam Adams American Light at any of Binny's 46 Illinois superstores. Ready to elevate your next gathering. It's clean, crisp, and brewed for moments like this. Sam Adams American Light. Wherever you're watching, it's always Sam season.
When this is the sound of a waterfall in nature, there's no cause for concern. But when it's the sound of water gushing through your living room ceiling because a pipe bursts inside the wall, there's reason to panic unless you pick up the phone and call 1-800-SERVPRO. Only the cleanup and restoration specialists at SERVPRO can help make fire and water damage like it never even happened. So make the call to 1-800-SERVPRO at the first sign of water damage. Franchises are independently owned and operated.
True Chicago-style pizza? It's not what out-of-towners think it is. True Chicago-style is thin, crispy, and cut into squares. Thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are made with the same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years, and they're exactly what you crave. Get to know the true Chicago-style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available in a freezer aisle near you.
Dear employer,
my name is Phil Martin.
My name is Michael Raskovich.
Ronaldo Bird.
Zach Deiser.
I am writing to express my excitement at the opportunity to join your team.
As someone on the spectrum,
I possess a unique set of skills
that sets me apart from other candidates.
My detail-oriented nature allows me to communicate complex ideas,
to break down data,
to have no fear in meeting new people.
I may communicate in ways that are different from what you are used to.
Structure, routine,
and clear expectation.
Help me do my best work.
My autism allows me to have a perspective that needs to be seen and heard.
It allows me to make the world safer and improve systems in ways others can't.
It allows me to bring people's inner worlds to life with my artwork.
My autism
will bring your team important insights.
Thank you for your consideration.
An autistic inclusive workplace is good for business. It's time to make a change. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/win.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Jannard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
If you miss a show or an interview on ESPN 1000, you can hear it anytime, anywhere through the all-new ESPN Chicago app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. You're listening to Clinton and Friends. It's been a heck of a show. We started the program off with a couple of very kind calls. The Walrus got a little loose, though. He laid out this whole thing, defending me, defending the program, which I genuinely appreciate. And then he said, and then to my next one about the Lakers, we were like, yo, gotta go, Walrus. Love you, brother. Talk to you soon. But we couldn't do a full 5 minutes on a call. Kathy chimed in with some nice words as well. That was very kind. And, of course, Ramona Shelburne, joined us to talk about the Lakers, in which I tried to no avail to get a call on while a guest was on, and that blew up in our faces. Alas, what are you going to do? Momo is my friend. I see Momo around here at ESPN 710 all the time. And, of course, I work on Around the Horn with Momo, which leads us to this.
What's coming up today on Around the Horn?
Let's go Around the Horn.
Let's find out. This is Behind the Horn.
Clinton and Friends, ESPN Radio.
Josh Barr joins us because I missed the conference calls. We do them on the air. Hello, Joshua. Happy Monday.
Hi, Clinton. Happy Monday.
All right, what do we got?
I'm impressed that you had Ramona on and it didn't go an hour. I've never had a phone call with Ramona that's gone under 1 hour.
That's cold-blooded.
Bravo to you. I love Ramona. She's the best.
I love it.
We're starting with Debo to the Commanders.
Okay.
And, you know, obviously this one central to you. And we're talking, you know, who is this a better deal for? And does it feel like it comes down to Debo's level of buy-in in Washington? What do you think?
I think it comes down to the fact that the 49ers are falling apart before our eyes. I believe that the analogy I used on this program is the most expensive part of the soup has the least flavor. That's going to be an issue for the Niners down the line. So the Commanders picking up Debo is clutch.
Okay. Going to also talk a little bit about the Combine. We're trying to be positive, but we're looking a little bit at the negative. That Will Howard Combine. It's not great when there's like negative highlight reels of your Combine out there. Yeah. And we talked about it on the call a little bit today. We had Courtney and we had Bill on the call, Bill Barnwell. And what's the point of the Combine if you don't ding guys for a bad performance, right? Like this was a chance for him to maybe rise in the ranks of the QBs. But what happens if he does that?
I think we're in kind of late-stage capitalism on what the Combine is good for, period, anyway. You know what I mean, Josh? Like, I just think that this has become more – like, there was a time and it was, it's the underwear Olympics. It's not even that anymore. It's like, it's like prom where nobody dances. And that's fine, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know that the utility of the event in total is nearly as close to what we think it is, never mind what happens with any individual performance.
I totally agree. On Friday's show, we talked about, was it Isaiah Bond, who promised to run the fastest 40 ever and didn't even come close? Right. And just like, so what is this now?
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
What are we doing?
5-12-mins. What are we doing? Right.
Yeah. Cavs or Celtics, that big comeback by the Cavs, they're getting smoked by the Celtics. What was the more newsworthy part of it this weekend? Cavs also had a big comeback yesterday against the Blazers. Celtics finished off the Nuggets. Kind of, we'll stack those two teams up. Going to talk stadium series at Ohio State. We had like 90,000 plus there. Can I pitch you an idea real quick? We got time for a quick idea?
Yeah, we got time for a quick idea.
Okay. I think some people are a little tired of stadium series, although the 90,000 plus people in Ohio State would suggest otherwise. But what if we do an outdoor game on a pond in Minnesota or Canada? Set up the boards on a pond. We get bleachers on the banks of the pond. It's for TVs anyway, so who cares if people are really attending?
I get it. It's a good idea. Mystery Alaska is a great movie. It's a logistical nightmare and an insurance nightmare, but I appreciate the ideas. Who's on the show today, Josh Bard? Lastly, sorry.
We got you. We got Courtney Cronin. We got Bill Barnwell, and we've got Pablo Torre.
Oh. Pablo Torre, who misses conference calls for reasons that are not a radio show. Thank you, Joshua.
You're welcome, Clinton. Talk to you soon.
All right. Now I know what I'm going to be doing later today. Let me tell you what I did this weekend. Took a trip on down over to Pauley Pavilion, where UCLA, the number 2 team in the country, do we have the Mac Miller, was playing USC, the number 4 team in the country. And Juju again went off. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Juju Watkins, pay to get in the building talent. A lot of friends were there. The Millers were there. Jaden Daniels was there. It's the second time I've run into Myles Garrett at an LA sporting event in a long time. And there's a couple points I want to make about going to UCLA. Pauley Pavilion is wildly undersold in pompous grandeur than some of these other places that don't have half the history that UCLA does. Excuse me. People are going to get mad at me for that in LA. I've seen buildings where they've got one conference title and you'd think that they'd conquered 5 nations in Western Europe. Pauley is still low-slung, discreet, banners, sure, but there's not big hagiographies to everybody. There's not wacky tributes that make you think that the greatest thing in the history of basketball was UCLA men's basketball. There's not. It's modest. Dare I say humble. But they got humbled by the SC Trojans and Juju Watkins, who is a force of nature. Never mind basketball. What she brings to the table from a leadership standpoint is unstoppable. And the last thing I want to say is big ups, huge big ups to the UCLA student section. My media seat was right in front of them, meaning everything they were doing, from feeling their footsteps to hearing their chants to learning about their inner workings, just because I was there, I got an up-close experience with. And as somebody that covered a decent amount of college basketball, and by that I mean a lot when I was in college, let me tell y'all, they were annoying as hell, which means they're doing it exactly right. For a women's college basketball game, that environment, top 5, USC, UCLA, A-plus effort out of everybody.
Coming up, it's Carmen and Yerk. We are back for a new week, and we are talking about the weekend that was at Indy.
It's a new week?
Risers
Thank
and fallers,
heavens.
my friend, at the Combine.
I like it.
Another guard has hit the market if the Bears are so inclined.
Oh.
I don't know that they will be. For
Is it Maurice Cheeks?
It's not.
It's not Mo Cheeks.
It's definitely
Loved
not.
him as a guard. Chicagoan, I'll have you know. Sweet Mo Cheeks. It's somebody else, Carmen. It's somebody that the Bears
Seth
can go
Jones era
after.
is over. The Oscars last night, college basketball, IO season comes to an end. We're recapping an action-packed weekend. We'll see you at noon.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp and it's electric. How is it sharp? How is it electric? Good questions. Try this on for size. 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime, forcing, playoffs on the line, golf. With 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Atlanta, Boston, Jupiter, LA, New York, and the Bay. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. Tune in every week for TGL matches, only on ESPN. Keep up. It's golf.
Spring is finally here, and so are spring projects. So get them started at Harbor Freight's parking lot sale. This weekend, save on products like pressure washers for $69.99, 42-inch roller cabinets for under $500, plus 30% off Hercules corded power tools. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until 3/9/25 while supplies last. Limitations apply, so spring in before it's over.
Winter is here. Snowball fights, sledding, and more good times with your kids. What a great family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to start thinking about the next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
The 125th season of White Sox baseball. The 20-year anniversary of the 2005 World Series champs.
White Sox winner and a world champion.
And a year of rebirth under new manager Will Venable. The fans will follow the Sox as they get back in the AL Central mix. And they will do it all on the White Sox radio network on ESPN Chicago. Tell your story to some of the most passionate fans in baseball. Consider advertising here. Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
This is a message from Green River Bourbon. This St. Patty's Day, residents are reminded once again to never drink from the Green River and instead drink Green River. So, Green River water from the river? Don't drink. Green River bourbon from the bottle? Drink. The Chicago Green River? No. The Kentucky Green River? Yeah. Visit Don'tDrinkTheGreenRiver.com to learn more about the Don't Drink the Green River Ultimate Game Show. Always drink Green River responsibly. The bourbon, not the river. Green River Distilling Company, Owensboro, Kentucky. Alcohol by volume varies by product.
Want to know where the snow is? Snow River Mountain Resort in Michigan's UP is buried in it. Over 125 inches of pure natural powder this season alone. Skip the airport hassle and head to the UP's only resort with high-speed lifts. We're talking deep snow, zero crowds, and a season that stretches well into April. Why fly south when winter's best-kept secret is right here in your backyard? Make this spring break legendary at Snow River Mountain Resort. Snow River Mountain Resort, where the snow stays longer and the lines move faster. Visit snowriver.com to book now.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. Are you dreaming of spring and looking for the best fencing for your home? Check out my friends at FenceWorks, aka the guy on 41. They handle fences for homes, install playgrounds, hoops, trampolines, all over Chicagoland. No middleman, no big box runaround, just a great experience that will make your kids want to play outside all summer long. We have a hoop and trampoline from them, even my swing of sadness. So visit theguyon41.com to see their lineup and let them know that Sylvie sent you.
Smiles are powerful. A simple smile can light up a whole room. And for 25 years, Smile Train has been lighting up the world with smiles. And each smile marks a step towards a brighter future. As the world's largest cleft lip and palate charity, Smile Train has supported more than 2 million life-changing cleft surgeries in over 90 countries, leaving a legacy of resilience, joy, and beaming smiles for generations of children. To learn more about cleft lips and palates and how Smile Train is supporting the cleft community all over the world, please visit smiletrain.org/learn. Smile Train, lighting up the world with smiles for 25 years.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hope everyone had a great weekend. It was action-packed for late Feb, early March, I feel like, Yerk, with lots of news, a lot of local news. As the biggest trade to date in the NHL for, leading up to the deadline here was made by the Blackhawks. The Seth Jones era is over. You had the Combine in Indy. Unfortunately, Ayo Dosunmu's season comes to an end, but the Bulls' season somehow continues to chug along. They're going to be in that play-in, as we were saying on Friday. They were losing for a big stretch of the game Friday night to the Raptors. They came back. They tied it late. They won it in overtime. And the Nets stink, and the Sixers stink, and, they're going to be that 10 seed. So it is what it is at this point.
Yep, there they are.
I can't muster up much effort for that kind of stuff, but I just like watching Matas play. I'll put the Bulls on now just to see Matas. And even though they lost yesterday, I saw some of that game. He had a thunderous dunk. He had a big block. I like his motor. I like his energy. His skill set is obviously very appealing, and maybe they actually found something in Matas Buzelis. Other than that, it's hard to muster up any energy for Bulls basketball. But it continues. The beat goes on, my friend. There was some other really good NBA stuff, I thought, over the course of the weekend. The Lakers continue to play great. The Cavs showed out. I was on the wrong side of that on Friday. Sorry, everybody who listened to the Odds Couple.
Oh, boy.
We've been hot since football ended, too. We've been getting on a lot of winners. And I gave out Boston -2.5. Porzingis didn't play. Boston had a huge lead in that game and still lost because the Cavs are playing great basketball again.
You can't have that, guys.
No, you can't. I
Cannot
apologize
have
for that one. They won a couple of games over the weekend. So some fun NBA stuff, and we'll kind of recap all of it with you today. Happy Monday. We are off early.
Monday.
We have White Sox and I think they play the A's today at Camelback Ranch.
They might.
So today and Friday, just as a public service announcement, we will be off a little bit early, a little truncated twice this week.
Darn it.
For White Sox baseball. I know Yurko's all busted up over that. We're out at 2 today. We're out at 2 on Friday. Actually, Friday is Cub Sox. So that will be on our air to end the week.
Yes. I mean, does that count as a victory for the regular season?
It does not.
Sounds like a waste of time to me.
You know the Cubs leave for
Japan
a week from tomorrow.
Right. It's March 17th and 18th, I think the two games
18th
are.
and 19th. Yeah.
There you go. I'm in the neighborhood.
Next week.
Yeah.
To start acclimating.
Of course. They've got to get out there.
Insane.
It's a different time zone, Carm.
It's a lot of different time zones. They cross a lot of time zones.
They got to get used to the food, the climate, everything that's going on over there. Get introductions to Sadahara O.
You think the date
still with us?
I don't. That's a good question. I don't know. We should check that. I'm not sure. Actually, I don't know.
Well, you never know. They might go visit the gravesite. Why not? One of the greatest Japanese baseball players ever.
I think he's still alive.
He's a home run king.
He's 84. Sadahara is still alive.
Don't talk to Sadahara O.
Absolutely.
Home run champion of the world.
You know they bring him out.
Nobody has had more home runs than Sadahara O.
That's true. I mean, I don't know how you want to if you count
There's
that.
no qualifying anything. He does.
He does have more home runs than anybody else in professional baseball history.
That's it. Period.
868.
Nobody can deny it.
That's
your home run champion. Your true home run champion.
That's a lot of home runs.
Sadahara O.
That was another thing.
My guy.
That was another thing from the weekend.
Yeah.
Pete Rose, too little, too late for Pete. They might actually finally did you see that?
They put him in his grave.
Manfred Mann, as you call him.
Yeah, Manfred Mann.
Manfred Mann.
That clueless individual.
Has said that the family, I guess, submitted some, I don't know, something for him
something evidentiary?
I don't know.
Was it something that exonerates Pete from gambling?
No, it's not that. It's like, please reconsider the league's position on the lifelong ban. I know, now he's dead.
When it mattered, it didn't get done. This guy there is dead.
You know?
Yeah.
The president is saying he's going to pardon Pete. I'm not sure what that means. Pardon from what?
What?
He already did his Pete's
time.
Dead. He did his time. He's dead. What do you
want him to vote now that he's no longer a felon? I mean, what's going on?
I don't know. I don't. Listen, politics is not my realm. I don't get what goes on, but what are you pardoning exactly?
Well, I don't know. Was he convicted of a felony? I know he's banished from being. then you pardon him and clear his name.
But Pete did his time 35 years ago. He served jail time. What do you pardon?
I get it. Maybe they want to remove the stain from the name.
Is that what you do? That's what happens?
I don't know. I'm asking questions.
I didn't know Pete would be in the news so much over the weekend after passing in September, but he sure was. So, it was an action-packed weekend, my friend. I hope it was a good one for everybody. We can kind of start with wrapping up the Combine. I think they're just finishing up some individual stuff today, but by and large, all the fun stuff is over, and that puts a bow on the 2025 NFL Combine. I saw that 22 players ran sub-4.40s. That's a lot of fours, I know.
Sub-4.40s. 22 players.
Man, guys can scoot these days, can't they?
Yeah, they can.
That's a lot of guys that are scooting.
They can get scooting, kid.
22 different players ran a sub-4.40 40-yard dash. Jared Wilson of Georgia was the fastest O-lineman. He went down the line in 4.84, and he's in good company, Yerk. And I think
4.84.
4.84. It's
a pretty good time for
over 300 pounds.
For a big man.
Only two guys have ever done it. Landon Dickerson, so he's in good company. Great player. Dickerson and Wilson are the only two players ever to be sub 4.85 and weigh more than 300 pounds. So that's a kid that's scooting, man.
Good.
And you saw that a lot from the O-linemen if you were watching over the weekend. And I think that is a position of great interest to the Bears, obviously. In total, 5 O-linemen came in under 5 seconds, Yerk. 5 of them, and they're all big boys. That includes Will Campbell, who not only was sub 5 second in the 40, I think he was at like 4.91. He also finished with the second best broad jump, and he was tied for 7th in the vertical jump. So whatever questions you might have about the size of his arms, the length of his arms, and I think most people do view him as a guard going forward anyway. The one thing you do know you're getting is a tremendous athlete. For a kid that weighs nearly 320 pounds, to do a sub 540, to have a broad jump that was about 10 feet, and to be 7th in the vertical jump with a 32-inch vert. You're getting one hell of an athlete if you end up with Will Campbell out of LSU. And
what did he run?
4.91.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
He's one of those five O-linemen. Yurko ran a sub 5.
I got you. And your caveat there, obviously, is the fact that it's over 300 pounds.
Yes.
Which you'll find a lot of offensive linemen now. Back in the day, Randall McDaniel, he ran a 4.60 40.
Wow, did he really?
But he was only 270 pounds.
Holy cow, that's
so
still
at
fast.
270 pounds, that's what he ended up running, 4.60.
Holy cow.
His splits are phenomenal. His vert was off the charts. You know,
You've always said how good he was.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Him, Larry Allen, and Dermontti Dawson in the middle.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah.
Uno, dos, tres. When people ask me who the best were.
That's your power rankings?
Uno, dos, tres. No, it's right guard, it's center, it's left guard. Them are the three.
Oh, you were saying, like, I got you.
The best that played the position that I played against, boom.
Got you.
Larry Allen, boom. Dermontti Dawson out of Pittsburgh.
And
then Randall McDaniel. I had to look up Randall's numbers just now because I knew they were phenomenal.
Yeah.
But he did it at 270.
Yeah,
so
it's
that's
like
a little bit of a difference.
You're carrying a little bit less weight.
Yeah,
it's still incredible for a big
He's
man.
Scooting.
That's really scooting.
Yeah.
So there is a new PFF mock draft out post-combine, okay, with, trying to factor in some of the risers and fallers here just to see, let's be reactionary. Why not? We still got months to the draft, and the boards will continue to evolve and continue to change, especially next week. Because remember, 1 week from today, we're going to reconvene after the weekend. And the legal tampering period will be open, Yerk. It's next Monday.
That's right.
And then the new league year starts a week from Wednesday.
That is correct.
So we'll be, hot and heavy, deep into free agency when we get on the air next week. So here's the new mock draft. You ready from PFF?
I'm ready.
I think it's interesting to get to the Bears selection and see what they have. All right, so number 1, Tennessee Titans. They pass on the quarterback. They don't trade the pick, and they take Abdul Carter out of Penn State. Minor foot injury and all. Cleveland Browns select Cam Ward. That was one of the things over the weekend, too. There's some speculation. There's some growing speculation out there that Deshaun Watson is taking his last snap for the Browns. I don't know how they do all that with the contract. I'm not exactly sure. At some point, if they are done with him, there's going to be some short-term pain. Excuse me.
Right.
So I don't know how that'll all work, but that was some growing sentiment coming out of Cleveland that he won't ever play there again, that they take Cam Ward, and that they've got their quarterback of the future.
You saw the short-term payment for San Francisco in the Debo trade.
It's like 31 million. And they just have to eat that this year, right?
1 year, it all accrues.
Right.
1 year, eat it, and then gone after next year.
Yeah, that's it.
Then you get it back. You recapture
You recapture that?
So if the cap goes up another $22 million,
yes,
you recapture the 31, they're going to have $53 million.
That's pretty good.
In cap space automatically.
So it's short-term pain. That's I as we were kind of recapping all the wild news from the weekend, I didn't even get to that on Saturday night.
Yeah.
We got to touch on that a little bit
Debo
later.
trade and, what it means for Washington and why they did what they did in this situation. They only gave up fifth rounder, too.
Pretty good.
Very interesting, yeah.
So
I didn't mean to take you away from that.
All good. So Abdul Carter 1, Cam Ward 2. The Giants take Travis Hunter 3. The Patriots go with T-Mac out of Arizona at 4. This is where it starts to get interesting, and I think this is a lot of let's overreact a little to the combine. Jags take Armand Membao out of Missouri. And if
That's
you were watching,
the tackle.
Yes.
Armand Membao.
And if you were watching over the weekend, here's another kid that did another one of these big boys on the O-line, one of the 5 that did a sub 540. He was at 4.91. He was tied for 4th in the vertical jump at 34 inches. He was 1st in the broad jump. Everything I've seen about Membao is he is a right tackle. That's the position he played in college. That's the position he's going to play in the pros, kind of like when the Bears went out and got Darnell Wright. But he looks to be a ready-made one, a good one, a big one, and a ready-made one who played against great competition, obviously playing in the SEC, taking on some of the most dominant pass rushers in the country. And he had a very good combine, comboed with his tape and his pedigree. They've got the Jaguars taking Membao 5th. Ashton Genty goes 6th to the Raiders. That'd be. I mean, wouldn't give the Bears a choice. Not that I think there is much of one, but man, that was another thing again over the weekend. Ashton Genty met with the Bears, and there's a lot of mutual admiration. So the Raiders take Ashton Genty 6th. The Jets take Ty Warren out of Penn State 7th. The Panthers take Shamar Stewart 8th. We talked a lot about Shamar Stewart on Friday because the defensive guys, the linebackers and the linemen went first on Thursday. So we reacted to that. He had a great combine. He had a great week at the Senior Bowl. He's flown up the draft charts, obviously. The Saints at 9, one spot ahead of the Bears, take Jalen Walker, the linebacker out of Georgia. And then that leaves the Bears with a couple of interesting choices here because if you were paying attention, I know I gave you a lot of names through 9 picks. The one name I haven't said yet is Mason Graham out of Michigan.
He might be sitting there at 10 for you.
In this mock draft, he is. But PFF still mocks Will Campbell. And they write, I still love Will Campbell as a player. His arms measured at 32 5/8. And they write that is just the 7th percentile for tackles. And his 77 3/8 inch wingspan would be the shortest of any offensive tackle taken in the draft since at least 2011. Pete Skronsky never got a chance to play offensive tackle when he was drafted. I'm not sure Campbell will either.
He went straight to guard.
Yes, he did. And he's been a good one. Pete was a top 10 pass blocking guard this year.
Right.
According to PFF. That doesn't change the fact that he's an NFL starter, especially for a team like Chicago, and he would be a perfect fit at guard or center. So they're kind of comping him to Skronsky, who did blossom a little bit here in year 2, and again was one of PFF's 10 best graded pass blocking guards in the NFL in 2024. Will Campbell, and he's fun. He's the kid who said during the offseason, he's like, show me, what did he say? He said something to the effect, he goes, you show me the pass rusher that gives up, show me the pass rusher that gets a sack a game, and I'm going to show you the pass rusher that's going to be a top pick in the draft. He goes, now show me the guard that gives up a sack a game, and they're moving furniture, like you always say.
Yeah,
he had a funny comparison about it. He said something about
they're delivering cakes to the local pub,
right? And he goes, I defy you to put on any of my tape and watch any of my bad plays and say it's because of my short arms. Now maybe somebody can look at some of that tape and find some problems with his punch, with his arm length. I don't know. That's for someone much more qualified than I to go ahead and do that.
You take Mason Graham if there's a possibility and a chance you could take this individual that played in the Big Ten.
I would think.
In the 39th or 41st pick, because right now he's ranked as the 8th offensive lineman. Ariante Ursery. You say, Yurko, who the hell is this guy with all the vowels in his name? And he's got a slew of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the first name. Ariante. Ursery, 6'6", 331 pounds.
It's a big boy.
Offensive tackle, Carm. 6'6", 331. You know what his 40 was?
What was it?
6'6", 331.
5'2".
5.01.
Wow. That's
5.01. So he's not being talked about because he didn't run a sub-5. But at 5.01, he's one of only 4 offensive tackles since the 2003 Combine to weigh at least 330 pounds and ran under a 5.05 40.
Wow.
And had a 9-foot-plus broad jump. There's a caveat. You have to throw a little explosion in there, too.
Athlete.
Yeah. The other guys, Jason Peters, Greg Robinson, and Darnell Wright.
Wow.
So he's still the 8th-ranked tackle, so he may not go in the first round. The kid out of Minnesota.
5.01.
Ariante Ursery.
So they've got Mason Graham.
I'm giving you a name.
Well,
That's
and I'm
all
glad
doing.
you did.
Yeah.
I think if Mason Graham fell to the Bears at 10, it'd be tough to pass him by. They've got him going next then to the 49ers.
Mm-hmm.
Like Will Campbell, Graham's measurables in Indy did not help his case to be a top 10 pick. He was 24 pounds lighter than what Michigan listed him at.
Well,
he weighed in at 296.
Who did?
Mason Graham.
296 is still a big fella.
I know, but they're saying it's 24 pounds lighter.
Again,
than what
you don't need you can be the big guys at Tennessee. You can do that, and you can play it that way. They had him listed at 320 pounds.
They had him listed at 320. Yeah. Yes.
And he weighed in at 296.
He weighed in at 296.
Maybe he was trying to get in good shape.
Maybe he was.
Maybe I'm trying to get in shape.
Maybe he was try to get a little quicker, a little bit more explosive, a little faster.
Yeah.
I think it'd be a tough prospect to pass if he fell to the Bears at 10.
Especially if you think he's going in the top 5 and all of a sudden he's there for you again.
A lot of this depends on what they do next week, and we're going to talk about that coming up next as we continue to look at the free agent O-line market. Another name was added today, cap casualty in a place where they're desperately trying to free up money to pay one of the biggest, brightest stars in the game. So we will talk about that coming up next. If at any point you'd like to join us to talk about a pretty loaded weekend, whether that's the Debo trade, whether it's Bears draft, what you saw out of the Combine, or anything else, you can ring us up at 312-332-3776. It's Carmen and Yerk. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
ESPN Chicago listeners look forward to March for one thing. No, not that. It's Spring Trading Tuesdays. Same lovable ESPN Chicago hosts, but paired with different radio partners. Where will your faves be tomorrow? ESPN Chicago Spring Trading Tuesdays.
Chicago, it's Michelle Smallman here from Unsportsmanlike, and do I have something cool for you? Are you dreaming of seeing your team draft their next superstar? Well, Travel Wisconsin is sending 10 lucky fans and a guest to the draft. Experience the thrill of the draft firsthand and make memories that will last a lifetime. Enter Travel Wisconsin's Dream Draft Sweepstakes at travelwisconsin.com/draft for your chance to win. Epic moments that become lifelong memories are waiting to be discovered across Wisconsin. Terms and conditions apply.
Today's game is brought to you by Yingling Traditional Lager, a beer that, like true legends, stands the test of time. It's a crisp amber lager with a bold, smooth flavor that's perfect for game day. Whether you're cheering from the stands or watching from your favorite Chicago bar, Yingling is the taste of tradition. Yingling. Legends stand the test of time.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Please enjoy responsibly.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now boarding Group A. Please have your boarding passes ready to scan. If your phone is cracked, old, or was chewed up by your Chihuahua travel companion, please refrain from holding up the line. We ask that you kindly not be that guy, and instead simply go to Verizon and trade in any phone from their top brands in any condition on any unlimited plan for the new Samsung Galaxy S25 with Galaxy AI.
With new line on my plan. Additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp and it's electric. How is it sharp? How is it electric? Good questions. Try this on for size. 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime, forcing, playoffs on the line, golf. With 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour. Split into 6 teams. Atlanta, Boston, Jupiter, LA, New York, and the Bay. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. Tune in every week for TGL matches, only on ESPN. Keep up. It's golf.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now boarding Group A. Please have your boarding passes ready to scan. If your phone is cracked, old, or was chewed up by your Chihuahua travel companion, please refrain from holding up the line. We ask that you kindly not be that guy, and instead simply go to Verizon and trade in any phone from their top brands in any condition on any unlimited plan for the new Samsung Galaxy S25 with Galaxy AI.
With new line on my plan. Additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Guys, you've heard me talk about my friends over at Nancy's Pizza, family-owned and operated and a true Chicago staple. Been around since the early 70s when Rocco Polisi invented the original stuffed crust pizza of Chicago. Absolutely delicious. It's a little doughy pocket for all the goodness inside, that ooey gooey cheese. The thin crust, fantastic as well. Make sure you check out one of their many Chicagoland locations today for pickup or delivery. And remember, their flagship restaurant in the West Loop, the perfect spot before and after games and events at the UC. Full bar, great food, killer pizza. That's Nancy's Pizza. Check them out today.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Yurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
All right, welcome back from the weekend. It's Carmen and Yurk. No crosstalk today. Waddle and Sylvia will be on later, but we're carrying White Sox and A's from Camelback Ranch here on your home for White Sox baseball. So we're out at 2. That'll be the case on Friday as well. You'll get White Sox and Cubs from Camelback in Glendale at the end of the week at 2 o'clock. The Bengals have released veteran guard Alex Kappa. Look, they're trying to free up as much money as they can. They're going to pay Jamar Chase, obviously.
He'll be 30 this year.
He turned 30, Yerk. He turned 30 in January, so it's his age 30 season. He's been a good player in his career. He was not a good player last year. He's had a couple of ankle injuries that maybe as he continues to get older have slowed him down. Out of 83 qualified guards last year, his PFF pass blocking grade was 77th. He allowed the most sacks in the league this year at 8. His run blocking grade was 68th, so not much better. He was a better player a year ago in 2023. He was actually top 25 overall in his overall blocking grade, but he really fell off. And again, it could be just lingering effects from a couple of different ankle injuries during the course of his career. But it adds another guard to the market. I'm not sure it's one the Bears are going to be in the market for, considering his age and some of the dip in productivity. But it does put another guy out there, and there are a bunch of those guys right now, some young, some old. Trey Smith won't be one of them, as we know. Some of the older guys, Kevin Zeitler, who obviously has great familiarity with Ben Johnson. He's like 34, though, at this point. I don't know. Maybe on like just a real short-term kind of a deal. You think that he's still got another good year of football, and you catch lightning in a bottle. Okay, I just don't know about... I don't know that he's the best fit or the best answer right now at his age. I'd put Brandon Scherf and Kappa in that group as well. I think looking at the younger guys like Will Fries and Aaron Banks, even though it's going to cost more, would be much more prudent and much more beneficial for the Bears long term. So I'm not sure Kappa's one of those guys they go after, but it's another guard that will be on the market next week.
I don't think he's going to be a guy that signs in the first flurry of activity.
Yeah.
He'll be a guy that signs 2 weeks in. Somebody will find some room for a veteran offensive guard if they need depth.
Probably
that's
right.
what he is. Yeah, that's who he is. That's what he is at this point. 41st guard, that means there's a lot of guys in front of you.
Yeah.
There's 20 teams or, 40 players. 41 is 41.
Exactly.
I don't know where Tevin was at, and I don't think Tevin's going to be a guy that signs in the first week either.
That's going to be an interesting
When
one.
Darnell Mooney became a free agent, I said, you know what, Darnell Mooney's going to sign with somebody, and somebody's going to be very happy with it. He signed early. He went to Atlanta. It wasn't much of a mystery. He wasn't going to get paid that here because they've already decided to pay somebody else. And he wasn't drafted by Ryan Poles.
Yeah.
Right? So that's why. Yeah, well, we didn't draft him. We don't feel like we have any connection with him. Let him go get paid someplace else. Plus, you had quarterbacks that could barely even throw him the ball.
Mm-hmm.
So this feels like a guy that's going to wait a little bit before he signs a contract. So I'm not in a hurry to look at him. The kid out of Indianapolis, Fries, is a kid that you might want to take a look at.
I'd be
if you
much
want
more
to address
inclined.
something, yeah.
Coming off an injury himself, an ugly one, but it was a broken
because
leg.
of your familiarity with Zeitler and Zeitler's familiarity with Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
There'd be another guy, but he's old. He's 34. You're not signing him to a 20-year deal there.
Right.
You're going to get him in. You're going to put him on a friendly deal. As far as length, the length of that deal is not going to be a long deal.
He turns 35 next week.
Right, and if you see...
I'm sorry, on Saturday. He turns 35 on Saturday.
If you see a 4-year deal, it's structured to be able to get out in 2.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's structured to be able to get out in 2.
You cool if the Bears grab a tackle that projects to be guard with the top 10 pick?
I don't mind. But if it was between Mason Graham and between Campbell, I'd take the defensive tackle.
Again, I think a lot of it depends on next week, but
I think there's depth. I think there's depth in the offensive line in the draft, where you can go ahead and pick up an offensive lineman in the draft.
Yeah.
31st.
Right.
It's 39th, 41st pick. Yeah.
Calvin Banks is another guy that has been linked to the Bears a lot in some of these mocks just because of the need. He seems to be more a guy that will stay at tackle at the NFL level. I think his weekend was pretty good, too. Another one of these big guys that, was scooting a little. He didn't have a sub-5, obviously, but he's a big man. He's got the kind of arms and the wingspan that you do like. He had a 4.66 20-yard shuttle, Yerk, and his 40 was 5.16. So is that the kind of disparity that you always talk about that you like? You like the short, quick burst, like 4.66 20-yard shuttle, 5.16 40. He was also tied for seventh in the vertical jump at 32 inches. So
5.16 and 4
and 4.66.
Yeah, it's about 5/10,
yeah,
right? 5/10.
Yeah, it's 5/10. Yeah,
it's in that range.
Is it okay for you?
Oh no, that's fine.
Okay.
I've got no issues with it. 4/10 is usually what the difference should be between the 40-yard dash and the shuttle. What was his 10 time? Even more importantly, what was his 10 time? How did he come out of the blocks?
I don't know if they have.
They usually do. If you go to the combine, they'll have 10, 20, and 40. They'll have them all. Yeah. So if he's got explosion coming out, that means he's got short-term quickness.
Let me try to find it.
4.66 doesn't scream, oh my, how quick am I? But it's pretty darn good. I mean, it's not tremendous, but it's pretty good.
His 10 was 1.79.
Okay, in the 1.7s.
Yes.
Yeah, so he's okay there.
All right.
Yeah, that's what you're looking for. You saw some disparity, and the disparity's not. I mean, 4.66 great. I mean, it wasn't 4.42.
A good kid 4.42.
Yeah. I mean, change of direction. You got to have some change of direction. All these guys are so fast. Everybody's so fast. How about the guy that said he was going to bring Xavier Worthy? Didn't even come close.
How do you make that prediction and then not even come close?
And fail miserably. I mean, now you're still lightning quick at 4.39.
Yes.
You're still lightning. What's his name? Bond?
Isaiah Bond. Yeah.
Said I'm Bond. Isaiah Bond.
Yeah.
Oh,
how do you make that prediction?
Me and my big mouth,
How do you make that prediction and then you don't even really come close? Yeah. And again, he's blazing fast, but
and
not 4.2.
We talked about the kid that had all the tremendous times and everything. You look at his Texas A&M film, and what did I tell you before? They do ask him to hesitate a little bit to clear the run before he rushes the passer.
Yeah.
If they take that off of him and say, don't worry about anything, come off the corner and let's get after it.
Yeah.
Could be a different player. And I saw one play where they totally missed him. And he came through off the line of scrimmage and he got to the quarterback, but the ball was released. Because even though some plays, if you got 2 seconds and you're getting the ball, you're getting rid of the ball, even if you're unblocked,
right, you might
not even get to the quarterback.
Yeah, exactly. I hear you. I still can't believe how much people not buy into, but like just how much continued attention that like Ashton Genty to the Bears is getting is stunning to me.
It's ridiculous.
I mean,
it's silly. It's silly.
You know, that he's going to do a 30 visit. And I understand the Bears, like, meeting with him and talking to him. I mean, any of the handful of guys that go from 1 to 15, like, you're probably going to line up meetings with. You probably want to send certain signals to other teams. Like, there's a bunch of gamesmanship that's going on here when you do some of these visits.
I still think the Bears are going to trade down in this draft.
You think?
I don't think they stay at 10. I certainly don't think they're going to go up. You got too many needs. You need youthful players, young players. And I think they're going back. I think they'd meet with Genty for that exact reason. For that reason. And then you throw smoke screens out the rest of the way, trying to convince somebody to come up here and get this guy if you think he's that special.
I think that's what a lot of it is. I can't imagine that anybody would want, like, new voices here, right? There's new voices. There's new blood. That anybody would think it'd be a good idea for, or that it would even send a good signal about what we think of Ben Johnson if they draft a running back 10th overall, regardless of what they did with Jahmyr Gibbs a couple of years ago in Detroit, is like, I have a hard time wrapping my head around that one. Considering like what we sort of have come to know and what we all want them to do in terms of roster building.
There's a guy, too, and I'm partial to him if they do trade back and like Yurko wants them to do and thinks they'll do. Tyler Booker out of Alabama.
Yeah, sure.
He was projected high second round, and after this weekend, he shot up all the way to 22.
Yeah.
Like, he only allowed 9 pressures last season, like 716 snaps, 715 snaps, something like that.
And he's a guard.
Yeah,
like
he is a guard. Yeah.
Like, you're
and
getting a ready-made guard.
He's violent.
And if you could, and if you could trade back and add, like Yurko said, and still get him, I mean, that's the kind of roster building that I think we should be expecting and hoping for. Even if they go out and they address the O-line in the free agent market, how could anybody honestly think in what is being deemed that one of the deeper running back draft classes in recent memory that it'd be a good idea to spend that kind of capital or make that kind of investment in the top 10 on that position? I don't even know that there's is Ashton Genty like clear cut better than Hampton? Do people think that? I don't know. I mean, it's like this really deep draft for running back, and yeah, they should draft a running back somewhere. Don't do it with your 10th pick.
Yeah.
Just with everything that you, regardless of what you do in free agency. Well, what if they sign a guard and a center? Then draft another one. And think about your defensive line. Think about what matters when it comes to building your roster out. The best, most important positions and where you need to thrive, where you failed, and where you have failed miserably in recent years. Fix that. Fix those things.
Yeah.
The running back will take care of itself.
Right.
Fix those things.
Fix your O-line, fix your D-line. That's what you need. You need pressure on the quarterback to make everybody better back there.
That will be a constant refrain.
And you need to protect your quarterback. Your quarterback needs to get rid of the ball, too. But you need to protect your quarterback.
Yeah, that's true. Then you need to combo that. That'll be a constant refrain.
I'm looking at your guy, Tyler Booker, right here. He looked like he's pulling a train over here, kid.
Pulling a train?
Yeah, like slow as molasses.
Yeah, but you know.
Trying to find some quickness. I'm looking at some short-range stuff right here.
Do you want the times? We have the times for him.
Yeah.
Booker's times. Go ahead.
10-yard is 1.96.
Molasses.
Yeah, that's molasses.
20-yard is 4.84. And the 40 was 5.38.
It can't. The 20 time can't be 4.84.
Yeah, 4.84 seems like that can't.
20-yard shuttle.
Oh, that's
not
the split though. That's a shuttle.
Not the split. That's
they don't mark it on the official combine website.
I've got you. 4.84 for his 20 shuttle.
For his 20 shuttle.
So the disparity 5.37 to 4.8. Are we looking at another 5/10?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, another 5/10.
Which is not terrible.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm watching him. I mean, he's hefty. He's a big
He's a big boy. Yeah. He's a big kid.
But those feet look like they're in clay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the slowest 10-yard splits of all the guys.
Next Gen on the NFL's official combine website ranked him as the highest guard score at the combine.
Well, that's highest guard score at the combine.
Yeah, he ranks first.
Yes.
Boy, that bar is low, huh? Yowza.
21 on the bench press, 27-inch vert, 710 broad jump. But he is a big-ass man, dude.
How much broad jump?
He did a 710 broad jump. And he is 6'5", and he is 321 pounds. Big hands, too. Big arms, big hands. It's Carmen and Yurko. We'll be right back.
Oh, boy.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Let's talk hockey. ESPN Chicago and Four Winds Casino present The Hockey Show. Hosts Pat Boyle and Barstool Chief are your guide for pucks, skates, power plays. Join us tomorrow night at 8 for The Hockey Show on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. Presented by Four Winds Casino and brought to you in part by Nancy's Pizza and your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in Hinsdale and Deerfield, call West Coast Men's Health at 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
What's up, it's Jay Hood. College basketball is gearing up. Fans are ready to see which teams will prove that they're ready to shine in March and who will be headed to San Antonio. Get in all the action from tip-off to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 of bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Well, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Yurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
The Seth Jones era has come to an end in Chicago, Yurko. Oh, Seth, we barely knew ye. I'm not sure how many people who consider themselves big Chicago sports fans would be able to tell you anything about the Seth Jones era. Blackhawk hockey has not been top of mind here recently. I mean, if we walked down the street with a picture of Seth Jones in his hockey uniform,
How many people?
How many people?
How many out of 100?
Out of 100.
25.
I don't think there's any chance.
25 people tell you that's Seth Jones.
I don't think there'd. I don't know if you'd get 5, let alone.
Let's get one of the interns on it, guys.
I don't know, let alone.
Let's get one of the young bucks
We have
on
any
it.
interns sitting around in the office?
Q rating. In a hockey uniform.
In a hockey uniform.
With his number on it.
With his
playing
number on
for
it.
the Blackhawks.
They say, who is this
Who is
player?
this guy? 100 people, 25 would
There
say
is,
Seth Jones.
there is no chance.
I'm a believer, guys.
There
Who do
is
we
no
have
chance.
in the building today?
There's no chance.
We got a little Smokey. Who do we have?
You know,
we got
little
Shardog.
Little Smokey would do it too.
I know he would.
But he's not here. He's not here.
What a shame.
Yeah. I would love to assign someone of this task. I'm not sure we've got the personnel for that right now.
This would be
You guys
important.
are off the air at 2, Carm.
Go down to the street and just start asking.
Go for it.
I don't mind.
You do mind.
I get it done. But I'll do it in Northwest Indiana.
I mean, technically, you guys are supposed to work till 3, but, you know.
You just go down for an
Not-
hour
not
and
really.
poll
You
100
didn't even know you were
100 people.
off early today.
Not really.
And you were complaining about it when we told you.
It's above my pay grade when the station makes commitments to other properties.
You were like, oh, I don't
above-
want to be off early. I want to talk more. Call Jesse.
It's above my pay grade,
Call
fellas.
Jesse.
Remember, I'm just a worker bee. That's all I do. I'm a worker bee.
We don't have to. We don't have to get too deep into this, but it was a big trade in NHL circles. We'll leave it at that. I think it seems to me that the Hawks did well. Just reading the reaction from people that do know. I saw Chiefs' reaction to it. Barstool Chiefs' reaction. He and PB will be on Wednesday. Obviously,
He's a
with the hockey
goaltender
show.
that couldn't see the light of day because of Bobrovsky down in Florida.
Part of the problem. He
Part of
also
the problem.
had, like, he took some time away to deal with, I think, some obsessive compulsion disorder things that he didn't like were going on in his life.
Oh.
Like, he was playing in the NHL as a 19-year-old. He was a first round, but the kid they got a goalie from Florida. And Yurko's right. He's been largely blocked by Sergei Bobrovsky, who's one of the best goaltenders in the world.
He's got a 2.4 goals against average and a 907 save percentage.
Like, he played in a couple of their playoff games, like in 2021 when he was very young. And it seems like he's kind of rediscovered things here this year. He was Bobrovsky's backup. It's a kid named Spencer Knight. He's 23. He's an American kid. He played, I think, at Boston College. I hope I have that right. I think he played at one of the Bostons. But like a very impressive youth career, was a first-round pick, is still very young, and would appear to be the Blackhawks goalie of the future. Plus, you got a first-round pick. You got a future first-round pick. You gave up a couple to get Seth
You're also
Jones.
taking $2.5 million each year for the rest of his contract.
Taking a quarter of his salary.
Yes.
You're eating that in order to get this deal done. I'm sure Seth Jones is not quite as bad as his numbers looked his 4 years here. The Hawks are miserable.
Yeah.
And he obviously, towards the end, just didn't want to be here.
The Hawks are pathetic.
Yes.
That being said, I'll be at the game Wednesday night.
Wednesday.
That being said, I will be at the game on Wednesday
Who is
night.
dragging you to the game on
I got an
Wednesday?
invitation from some fellas, some buddies. They got real nice seats.
Yeah.
And they said, Yerk, do you want to go? And I said, you know what? After, I don't want to say the word, after complaining and kibitzing this whole time about how terrible they are and bragging about not going to a game, I'm going to go.
It was
You on the glass? You're going on the glass?
Oh, it's going to be free.
Are you on the glass?
I don't know. I don't know. I didn't ask. I accepted the invitation. They told me whose tickets they were. I said, okay, it might be nice tickets. But I just said yes, right? You don't get into it.
No, that's fair.
You just say yes.
I'm not saying. I just wonder if they told you.
Yeah.
Plus, it's an
No,
early.
they didn't tell me. No.
It's an early puck drop because it's an ESPN Plus game. It's a 6:30
Yeah,
start. So it's-
perfect for me.
yeah, it's kind of nice.
Get us back into the neighborhood probably at about 9:15. Go out gallivanting, maybe have a few cocktails.
It was 5 years ago, almost to the day. Okay? Right as you know what was about to hit the fan. Like, we were getting ready to shut it down. 5 years ago, almost to the day, that you and I went to Swift and Sons
Swift
for
and
dinner.
Sons, yeah.
And then Blackhawks Oilers. We wanted
did
to
a
see
mandate.
McDavid.
We did a mandate.
Did a mandate. We went to see Blackhawks Oilers. Was that the last time you were at a Blackhawks game?
Possibly.
Possibly?
Possibly the last time.
5 years ago.
5 years ago.
How about that?
Maybe Crawford dragged me at the suites.
Okay.
With the Seneca Petroleum. Maybe I went with Crawford after that upstairs to see a hockey game in the 500 suite. That's where we see Allie all the time.
Yes.
She was up there. So Maybe.
Okay.
But it wasn't memorable. And the hockey we weren't really watching. When you're up there in the 500 suite, the puck looks like a laser dot.
Yeah,
you know,
it's
it doesn't
tough.
really look like a lot.
It's tough, yeah.
So, but I'm going back Wednesday, Carm.
Well,
And
you're
I'm
going to be in the building.
I'm thinking about going to a Bulls game, too.
No,
Why?
you're not. No,
I'm
you're
going to tell you why.
No, you're not.
Because I complain and I kibitz and I do this and I do that. And at some point, I'm still the preeminent sports figure in the city of Chicago.
You are?
And when you are that, you have to go to some games. And that's what I told myself.
Who are you
I'm
going
gonna
to a
punish
Bulls game with? Like,
Oh, I don't know. I'll find it.
are you
I'm
waiting
not-
for someone to offer you a
I won't
seat?
pay
or-
I won't pay a dime for a ticket.
Oh, I understand that.
Zero.
I understand that.
Same thing with the White Sox and the Cubs. Not a dime. Zero. I'm not even spending money. I told the guys meet me downtown. I'll spend money outside the United Center. I will not spend a dime inside the United Center.
Well, I don't know how many Bulls home dates are left.
My
Eric.
treat everywhere else. But Reinsdorf doesn't get one of my pennies.
There are 9. I like your philosophy there. There are 9 home dates left. So, and then the play-in, of course, because they're going to make that stupid thing.
And it'll probably have to be a team in the East. You know, probably somebody in the East.
They host Cleveland tomorrow. If you want to make
I'm
it
not
back-to-back
going. No,
nights.
no. That's
Hey,
too-
boy, that's a team you'd want to go see.
It's poker night on Thursday, guys.
All right, never mind.
Poker night.
There are some good teams still coming in on this stretch. You've got Cleveland, a game against the Lakers at home, and a game against the Mavs at home. So they have a couple of
the
good
Mavs,
home games left.
The Mavs struggling now?
Yeah, a
They've
little
started
bit.
to struggle. That might be a game to go see. Maybe see Nico Harrison and yell at him in Slovenian.
Yeah, how dare you?
know? Yeah.
How dare you trade Luka?
That'd be fun.
Dude, the Lakers, man. I don't know what to make of it.
They're picking him up and putting him down. Hey,
They're the second seed right now.
don't peak too early, fellas. Don't peak too early. That's all I'm going to tell you. All that excitement and all that rigmarole. Woo, look at this. Woo. And then the playoffs come and what do? Right down your pant leg. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it.
They have the second longest winning streak currently in the NBA, the longest in the West at 6 in a row. They've won 8 of 10. And believe it or not, we wake up this morning and the LA Lakers, after sweeping the Clippers over the weekend, are number 2, if you can believe it.
In front of Denver?
In front of Denver. Number 2. Denver and then Memphis. Like the teams
Memphis is right there too, aren't they?
I said Denver and Memphis.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, Memphis is one back in the loss column,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
And then the
Half
Rockets
a
are a
game.
couple games behind that. Yeah.
Half a game, yeah.
Yep. Oh, so what do you know? Yurko at the UC this week. That's going to be a special treat if you're going to Hawks and
Going to
Senators.
be there. Be there tomorrow. I'll be there with bells on, thinking about wearing the Dale Talon jersey.
Which is a
Harken
gem.
back to the thrilling days of yesteryear to try to force this team to reckon with its history.
It's an absolute gem. It's Carmen and Yurk. We'll be right back.
Carmen and Yurko. They'll be right back. ESPN Chicago.
Cap and J Hood presented by ESPN Bet. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Okay, it's that time again for another utterly unnecessary announcement from our friends at Green River Bourbon. Reminding you, don't drink the Green River. Let's be honest, while that glowing Green River may look tempting, it's not the pour you're looking for. No. These aren't the droids you're looking for. To make sure we are crystal clear, they are bringing back the most legendary game show that never existed, a game of luck, skill, and some questionable life choices. Go to don'tdrinkthegreenriver.com to sign up. That's don'tdrinkthegreenriver.com to sign up. Always drink the Green River responsibly. The bourbon, of course, not the river.
Chicago, it's Michelle Smallman here from Unsportsmanlike, and do I have something cool for you? Are you dreaming of seeing your team draft their next superstar? Well, Travel Wisconsin is sending 10 lucky fans and a guest to the draft. Experience the thrill of the draft firsthand and make memories that will last a lifetime. Enter Travel Wisconsin's Dream Draft Sweepstakes at travelwisconsin.com/draft for your chance to win. Epic moments that become lifelong memories are waiting to be discovered across Wisconsin. Terms and conditions apply. Michelle Smallman here. Are you dreaming of seeing your team draft their next superstar? Travel Wisconsin is sending 10 lucky fans and a guest to the draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Witness unforgettable moments and make memories that will last a lifetime. Don't miss out. Enter Travel Wisconsin's Dream Draft Sweepstakes. Visit travelwisconsin.com/draft to learn how you can win a trip to experience the biggest moment of the offseason. Epic moments that become lifelong memories are waiting to be discovered across Wisconsin. Terms and conditions apply.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit. Credit for deciding while stuck in traffic to get a bachelor's degree, Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. Students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. Flexible online and hybrid classes start March 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Something amazing is happening. Despite a citywide blackout, this company is still up and running. That's because CDW deployed and managed a cost-effective Eaton Triplite Series Smart Pro UPS to safeguard equipment easily and reliably. Keep the power on and protect your IT equipment from electrical challenges. Triplite by Eaton and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/triplite.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Why would we trade our best player?
Well, at least you got to watch him in person when he was here.
I named my only son after him.
So you'll always remember his name.
Yeah, but what do I do with this jersey?
Luckily, the company has a great return policy.
I wore it for 6 seasons.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Mitch Lyons Wealth is your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement. If you are nearing retirement and you're looking for the best way to optimize your income, give my guy Mitch a call at 866-857-8335. That's 866-857-8335. Or visit MitchLyonsWealth.com.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Yurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Big win for the Illini yesterday. They need to pad the resume a little bit, right? Fighting Illini go down and win against
it's not going to hurt.
Michigan Wolverines.
Yeah, they're out of both the UPI or AP and coaches top 25. They needed a big one. They haven't beaten a ranked opponent in a long time. They played very well against the University of Michigan, against Wolverines.
Yeah.
They've got a home game coming up against Purdue. A couple of victories in the Big Ten tournament would bring them up to, I believe, it looks like it would be 20-21-22 victories. 22-12 if they finish their campaign. They're also have an above 500 record in the Big Ten. I think that comfortably gets them, and nobody's saying they're not in. I'm just saying that comfortably puts them in there and improves upon somebody's got a thing out there before the victory against Michigan. They would have been an 8th seed.
Lenardi's got them as an 8th seed, right now, for what it's worth.
Right.
So
even with the victory against Michigan.
Yes, I think because I want to say this is updated as of today.
So they'll need the victory against Purdue.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
No,
that's without it. This was last updated on Friday.
Right.
So at least the one I'm looking at right now.
Listen, you're not going from an 8 to a 4.
No.
You'd be going from an 8 to hopefully a 7.
But it helps.
Right.
And I had asked Yurko about, I watched some of the Kansas game. Kansas lost again at home. Now, Texas Tech's a ranked team. I get that. But they lost again. And I said to Yurko, I was like, is Kansas out? And you said, no, they're in. But, boy, they're flirting with it. Like, they've got Houston tonight on the road, and we know how good Houston is. They have a ranked Arizona team before the Big 12 tournament starts.
So I have,
Lenardi does have Kansas in right now.
One of my guys that I follow, and I love following this guy, his last 4 in as of 2 days ago. Georgia, Oklahoma, Ohio State, IU, Indiana.
Last 4 in.
First 4 out, Texas, North Carolina, Wake Forest, Xavier. The next 4 out are Boise State, SMU, it looks like. It's a Mustang, Cincinnati, and Stephen F. Austin, or the University of San Francisco. I don't know what that SFU is right there. It's right there.
That looks like San Francisco. Right?
That's what I thought
the
it
Dons.
was.
That looks like San Francisco.
So that's San Francisco. It's got Kansas in here as a 7 seed. Illinois is an 8 seed.
Okay.
So
yeah. Boy, Kansas, though, man, I tell you, it's funny to look at them and see 19-10.
Like, you got 2 weekends left. This will change, whatever happens in the tournament. And then, God forbid, you're a bubble team, and all of a sudden one of your key players gets hurt. Because they'll jack you, like they jacked somebody a couple of years ago when they were a top 2 seed, and they had a key injury, and all of a sudden they were a 6 seed. I don't remember.
Is that right? I don't remember.
Oh, yeah. There's all types of
I thought that was only in football. They do that in basketball,
too? Do you remember how Minnesota got seated, and then they suspended 2 players before the beginning of their game.
Really? No.
The Golden Gophers were in the tournament.
I remember that.
And they suspended 2 players. They were already seated. It was already done.
Right.
And they went in and they lost, obviously, in the first round because they had 2 guys that got booted, I think.
I am enjoying watching more college hoops, though. This is the time of year, I always tell you. Now it starts to get fun.
This is the
And I'll
time.
consume more and more of it as these weeks go by, and I'm very much looking forward to the tournament as always, even though my college basketball viewing doesn't really kick into high gear until late Feb, early March these days. But that's okay. Some people just go to the NBA for the playoffs. Or like this time of year, they might finally start getting into the NBA or just go for the playoffs. Debo got traded over the weekend. I want to spend a little time talking about that. We'll do it during the 1 o'clock hour. Plus, we're going to catch you up on a few interesting pieces of chatter from around the NFL and some of the insiders on the Bears and the way the offseason is going to go. We'll do that coming up after 1. Debo was traded to the Commanders for a 5th-round pick. I think it's a good trade for the Commanders. I think you're buying pretty low on Debo. To give up a 5th-round pick only seems good to add to Terry McLaurin and to add to their offense. They got in at this. They got in on this at the right time. I mean, Debo's coming off a season in which he had the lowest success rate of his career, 41%. Fewest touchdowns and yards from scrimmage in a season since 2020. Second worst catch percentage of his career. So if San Francisco really had to just kind of sell low here, and that's why they only got a 5th-round pick back. And as you said, they're going to be in a situation where it's some short-term pain with all the money they have to carry, all the dead cap money they have to carry on their books this year, but then they'll get that relief next year. But that just tells you how the time was, they had felt like the time had come. Even with IU coming back off injury, they had felt the time had come with Debo in San Francisco. They were done with it. It's funny how that works sometimes.
That's the way it is. And he had voiced his displeasure.
Yes, he did. He absolutely did.
And,
I think they might have been done even before that.
Maybe. They've got a problem with receiver, too.
Yeah, I mean, Ayuk's
coming off an
injury.
It makes sense for Washington. 3 of their 4 guys, besides McLaurin, are free agents.
Correct. Like 3 of the top 5 guys in terms of target share. We talked about that last week. Are impending free agents.
They're free agents. So, all right, we're going to make a move. Now you've got no leverage. If you want to go. If not, we'll find a comfortable area that we could pay you, and you can be on the team.
Seems like a good trade for Washington. A little reset for Debo. He might be a pain in the ass for you in a couple of years, but for next year, with the way you ascended with a young rookie quarterback and you only expect to get better, you didn't lose your coordinator, like you expect things to continue on that trajectory. You were in the conference title game, for crying out loud.
And he's a
good opportunity to buy low.
And he's a different receiver than McLaurin.
Very much.
He's a different receiver.
Very much so.
So he's a different type of target. And then you got Ertz is it Ertz that was there? Mm-hmm. And then Ertz that seems to have had a little bit of a recovery in his career.
Yeah.
Because for about 2-3 years, he looked lost.
Yeah.
Like nothing was going on with Zach Ertz. If you're in the Dynasty League as a Zach Ertz owner, you were like, what in the hell is going on with Zach Ertz?
Yeah.
And then this year he came to the forefront.
So interesting trade affecting maybe the balance of power a little bit in the NFC East. As that was the biggest news to come out of the NFL over the weekend, of course, in terms of the trade market. Free agency starts next week. Matthew Stafford staying in L.A. was another big story. We talked a lot about that on Friday and how it affects the quarterback market going forward. And it sure seems like the Giants are the most desperate team right now, trying to figure out what the hell are we going to do. They can't afford another bad season. I don't know that they want to turn the reins over to a young quarterback. So losing out on Stafford, they made a huge, substantial financial offer to him, is going to be one of the interesting storylines in the coming weeks as free agency gets underway. Speaking of some of those, we'll update you on rumblings and grumblings from around the NFL and certain things that insiders were hearing about the Bears over the weekend. 312-332-3776 for Carmen and Yerk. We're back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Imagine using your skills and experiences to inspire young minds. We see the teacher in you. No matter your starting point, We can help you become a teacher. Teaching offers consistent pay, a pension, and summers off. Learn how you can be the teacher. Visit betheteacher.org. Sponsored by Grow Your Own Teachers, Illinois.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
We're off in an hour. Early off today, early off Friday for White Sox baseball. They've got the A's at Camelback today. They have the Cubs at the end of the week, Cubs Sox, from Camelback in spring training on Friday. Waddle and Sylvia will be on a little bit later today. Their show truncated, obviously, as well, once the Sox are over. Bleck and Abdallah tonight until 7:45, and then it is Northwestern and UCLA. Is that game at Pauley Pavilion? Are they out in UCLA in Westwood, or is that here? That's got to be out there if it's starting at 7:45.
Yeah.
Boy, Mick Cronin does not like traveling east, and he lets you know about it. And then they lost by 10 to Purdue on Friday night. It should have been an easy bet. I should have made that the best bet of the weekend.
The Purdue bet?
Yeah, because, boy, he
No,
can...
I'm seeing a Evanston
they are in
location.
Evanston. Oh, boy.
Welsh Ryan Arena.
Let's bet
It's an 8 o'clock tip. It's going to be on FS1.
Okay.
So I think that's probably why it's late.
Let's bet Northwestern now. No, I mean, he hates that he has to travel this far east.
Oh, I know.
And so much so he had to be in the Eastern time zone. Purdue's Eastern time zone, right, Yerk?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. They're not. He really.
West Lafayette is an hour ahead.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Boy, he's a salty dog, isn't he? Mick Cronin is a salty dog. And when you ask him about the time travel stuff, and then he went after a reporter earlier this year. Like, not went after. I shouldn't say that.
He went after his players one day,
Oh,
too.
yeah. Oh, he's a red
threw
ass.
him under the bus.
But, like, he was sort of annoyed that a reporter was asking about how hard it is for teams to the East to travel west. And he went off on a whole hilarious tirade about it. I was like, you got to be kidding me. He goes, how can you even say that? He goes, it's hard for kids from the East where it's winter and it sucks to come to California and see the sun and the palm trees. He goes, you think that's as hard as us going to these? Like, he went crazy. And I looked at it when the day was over and, like, as that game was about to tip, and I'm like, you know what? I should have made the best bet. Should have made it Purdue. Purdue over UCLA. So UCLA will be in Evanston tonight. That game's a little later. It's an FS1 game, as Chris said. We'll have that game on our air. The Hawks have a game tonight, so that's why it'll be on GN. We'll have the Northwestern game, and Bleck and Abdallah will take you to that until 7:45. You want a few things from around the? I don't want to say this is the rumor mill. That's not what it is. It's more like the news and notes. It's like the old Twib notes, back in the day.
This week in baseball.
Yeah.
Only this week in football.
It's just this weekend in football.
It's the Twiff notes.
The Twiff notes.
Yeah,
that's
I'm ready.
exactly right.
Give me the Twiff
Careful
notes.
with that one. The Twiff notes.
Yeah. It's not that difficult.
From ESPN.com, this was Jeremy Fowler over the weekend. The sense is Chicago will sign. They were talking about next Monday being the illegal tampering period.
Right.
Opening. So we got just 7 days to go, folks, and we're gonna be into it. The sense is Chicago will sign at least one interior O lineman. Drew Dahlman, 49ers guard Aaron Brooks, and Colts guard Will Fries are among the players on their radar. Like Dahlman, Banks, and Fries are in line for sizable contracts. Guards dominated free agency last year and will do well once again. The Giants, Cardinals, and Seahawks are lurking in this market, too. This is all we're going to talk about the next 10 days or so. Which of these guards, centers, or maybe multiple, will the Bears end up with? Dahlman has been connected to them a lot. Banks has, I'd say, some geographical ties, having been recruited to Notre Dame by a former Bears O-line coach and having starred at the University of Notre Dame as an offensive lineman. So be on the lookout for those names. And then this from The Athletic, as they were writing over the weekend about what things that were being said around the combine. Multiple league sources pointed to the obvious disconnect with the 24 Bears, using the cliched phrase of things, quote, not being on the same page, close quote, when it came to the offense and Caleb Williams' development. Quote, you have to go out there with a plan to build around Caleb. They seem to have that now, close quote, said one scout who has watched the Bears closely. That's from The Athletic. And that is not a new refrain, and I continue to be amazed at how much they screwed things up a year ago. And how a lot of us missed the mark on that, thinking, hey, man, the Bears have really done well to support Caleb Williams. They've really set him up to succeed. As a rookie quarterback, ever been in a position? Maybe that's our fault. I don't know. I don't like blaming the media thing. I think sometimes it's ridiculous. Maybe some of it's our fault. I don't get it. I don't know how we were so like, yeah, this is the best situation ever for a rookie, to it literally being one of the worst. How we missed on that so badly. Maybe we should have seen it coming. I never understood their decision to keep the coach. I just didn't. It made no sense to me. I was way off on Shane Waldron. I didn't think that was nearly as bad of a hiring. I didn't think it was going to go so sideways. I had no idea that seemingly everything that went well in Seattle had more to do with Pete Carroll and Dave Canales' time there than it ever had to do with Shane Waldron. That's for damn sure.
I didn't realize one Hail Mary completion was going to totally dismantle this football team. And that's
fair.
how fragile it was.
That's fair.
I'll give the players credit when they win. I give the players credit. I give them blame when they lose. A lot of the coaches pay the ultimate price. They all get fired.
Right.
Right. But you still got those guys that quit on you this year.
I know.
They're still on your team.
Some of them.
Still on your team. Those guys that quit are still on your football team.
What do you think they did so wrong, Yerk? Not just that. And I hear what you're saying about that. And I know that's sort of like that pivot point for you. I know that. Like, what do you think they did so wrong in the holding Caleb and other people on that offense accountable to what was expected out of them? Like, how did that fall apart and unravel like that? How does a coaching staff allow that to happen?
I don't think a coaching staff tries to allow anything to happen.
I know, but it does, though. You know what I'm saying?
But was that the problem?
Well, doesn't that seem like it?
No, but we talked about it, and I know Ben Johnson said he wouldn't have taken the job last year. Believe him if you want to. I don't think that's true. I think if the Bears job was open, he might have considered it. Was that the problem? The problem was that they didn't fire Eberflus. The problem was that they brought in Shane Waldron. The problem is that they didn't look themselves in the face and say, we're bringing in a new quarterback. This guy's probably not going to make it.
But if they saw, but outside of all that, Adam, if they saw steps were being skipped, I guess as I'm asking, is that incumbent upon the coaches of the front office to recognize those things and then react? It seems like they just never reacted to it.
First of all,
as we got into this thing and they realized it was slip sliding away.
The minute you put an 8-person leadership council together was crap. That was garbage. The minute you didn't have an O lineman or a D lineman up in that leadership council, it was garbage. You don't lead from the outside in, you lead from the inside out. That's the way the world works. Okay? So that was garbage. You got too many players on this football team that believe they're stars. You got too many guys that think they're absolute studs. When you are a star and you are a stud, that's what you do? Every week you go out to prove exactly what you are. You got too many paper champions on this team and not enough guys actually getting the job done on the field. That's your problem. And then too many people with thoughts. Too many people thinking this is what should be done.
Right.
Sometimes when you're the worker bee, be the worker bee, go work. Okay? And let yourself be led. When too many people have thoughts and too many people have opinions, you know what you have? You got too much talk and not enough action. It's the problem.
I think they had a lot of that last year. You're right, Yerk. A lot.
Captains, 2 of them. 2.
2 captains?
2 captains. That's it.
4 at the most.
2 captains.
2 captains.
And none of them are special teams captains. Shut your mouths and kick the damn ball.
They didn't have a special teams captain last year.
I understand. I'm letting you know what my rule of thumb is.
Cringe. I'm with you on that.
2 captains.
Yeesh, that's cringeworthy.
One on offense, one on defense. And if that guy wants somebody to be an assistant, then you go to 4. But it's the defensive guy that's the captain that says this is the assistant captain. The offensive line, the captain that says this is the assistant captain.
Yeah, I mean, just like this is the constant refrain we keep hearing.
That's
Not
it.
on the same page.
Yeah.
Steps were skipped. Mistakes were made.
I've been on football teams and I've game planned for games. There's never been a moment where I wasn't on the same plan as the coach. The coach introduces the game plan. That's the way it is. There's no varying from the game plan, except if you think you know more than the coach, and then you've got a problem. I think that's more of an indictment, not on the coaching staff, but of individual players not getting it. Okay? You're here. The game plan's being implemented. You take it in and perform.
Clean this mess up. And
Too
hopefully,
many people with thoughts like they have an opinion.
Yeah.
Your opinion doesn't matter here.
Hopefully everybody's got the message now, and hopefully this
Oh,
coaching
no,
staff
we'll
is-
see it
I
again.
hope. I
Every
hope
Wednesday
not.
and Thursday, the Jackaloons will be out there.
I hope
You'll
not.
see them on there. Oh, it's a podcast. Well, these are my thoughts on what I think we should do. Really? Did you have 12 catches for 240 yards and 5 touchdowns? You didn't drop a pass? You didn't miss a block? No? Then what are you speaking for? The day that they play a perfect game is the day I want to hear from them. If they didn't play a perfect game, I don't want to hear a word or a peep. Win.
Yeah.
That's what you're here for, to win. Not to play, not to participate. You are here to win.
Amen, brother. I mean, and I hope they get all of this cleaned up. I really do. And if there's any similar type of refrain, I mean, you start questioning a lot more than just, pivoting it away from the coach and changing the coaching staff. I mean, let's hope everybody now has the message, and wherever it got lost, that they have a better plan for making sure that everybody understands what's expected of them. No silly story. I'm glad, the Hard Knocks thing was. I don't know, and I'm not saying that's why it had much to do with anything, but just looking back on it now, it seems funny. Looking back on it now, thinking about the storylines of training camp and Hard Knocks and Matt Eberflus's new look and 40 minutes of an episode being devoted to a punter. And, I mean, just the complete and utter nonsense that was going on. I don't know. I feel so duped by last year.
The problem here, this year, is it sets up to be so much more difficult than last year did.
It does. I think in certain ways, it certainly does in terms of schedule. I know what you're saying. Part of me feels like watch this be the year that they go out and fire. That a lot of us that were duped by last year, and I'm in that. I picked the Bears to win 10 games. I'm totally duped.
If this team can go 9-8 this year, this coming year,
yeah,
it'd be a miracle.
I won't predict it,
but my point to you, it would be a miracle if this team can go 9-8 this year.
Maybe everything we thought about last year comes to fruition now. That there are new voices, there's new ideas, there's a different approach, there's more accountability. You're not drafting special teams players, hopefully.
They're barely better than Cleveland.
No, I disagree with that, Yerk.
They're barely better than Cleveland.
Right,
We're talking
Cleveland
about the Chicago Bears.
Cleveland is good, actually. I think Cleveland's a lot better than a 3-win team. I think the quarterback thing ruined them.
My point is, I said the Bears are actually a little bit better than Cleveland, Carm.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
Barely better than Cleveland. They're not as good as Cincinnati.
No, of course not.
They're not as good as Pittsburgh. They're not as good as Baltimore.
No.
There's a legitimate possibility that this team has 9 road games last year and goes 1-8. So you're telling me they're going to be able to run the table at home?
Listen, I'm not telling you anything. I'm trying to make this very clear. I will not go out at any point and predict them to win 10 games. I can promise you.
That's my point.
There is a 0.0% chance. Now, maybe it happens, and maybe everybody's like, you dummies. You see, you were just a year too early. You didn't see the signs. This is I don't know. Yeah. I will 100% not predict them to win.
I bought in
9 or 10 games.
I bought in this year like a fool.
Me too.
Like a jackaloon, like a jackass.
Now, maybe we're being short-sighted. Like last year's got nothing to do with our predictions for this year. But I'm done with it.
No, I understand. But the toughness of the schedule is legitimate.
Yeah.
There's no getting away from what your schedule is this year and what it was last year. You can't get away from it.
It's going to be tough.
This year's schedule's a lot tougher. And guess what? I won't get fooled again.
You can't get fooled again.
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame, shame. Shame, shame, shame.
Get fooled again.
Yeah. No. Not going to happen, Carm.
Ain't happening.
Not going to happen this year.
And watch, they win the division. Watch them go out and win the division.
Win the division. I think you get 30-1 odds right now on that.
Well, not 30-1, but you'd get long odds. They're going to be, well, depending on what Minnesota does at quarterback.
30-1 would be accurate.
They're going to be the long shot to win the division.
Right? Is Detroit going to get worse next year?
I mean, maybe a little.
Oh, they're going to get healthy.
They lost a lot of coaches. What'd they lose?
They're going to get
5
healthy.
Coaches, you guys? I think they lost 5.
So you believe the jockey runs the horse and the horse just doesn't do anything?
I didn't say that.
I'm just telling you, it's
teams
the
that lose both coordinators usually take a step back.
Right.
Baltimore didn't, but it happened. Well, Baltimore didn't lose both coordinators. In fairness, Chris, they lost 3 guys off their defensive staff.
Be fair.
They lost 3 guys off their defensive staff. Monken obviously stayed.
Yeah,
but Chris is right. I mean, that's.
I think what's more important is they're getting their healthy. Their people are getting healthy and they're coming back. I think for them, the health issue is as important, if not more important, than losing their 2 coordinators.
Right. Especially if they find another stud on defense somewhere, you know?
At least they'll have an offense coordinator that doesn't want to throw the ball to the lineman all the time.
That's our coordinator now, so don't.
No, it's our head coach now, Carmen.
Well, he's also the coordinator, but let's not do that.
Well, no, he doesn't have I hope he's smart enough not to realize he's got the luxury to throw to offensive linemen.
What was the worst one? What was the one he did? Maybe Williams was the one.
He wants to do the stumble play.
Remember having Jameson Williams throwing the ball in the playoff game? Like, what are you doing, dude?
Yeah.
What are you doing? And maybe some
okay
of that is on Williams.
Yeah. It's okay to
like
be
not
cute.
reading it properly, but like, what are you doing?
Put the ball in your arm and run the ball.
What are you doing?
In that type of situation.
Can we stop the nonsense? Like if you're up 3 scores and you want to do it, or you want to put something on tape just to do something off of it weeks later. But in a playoff game, Jameson Williams throwing the football, like what are we doing?
And here's the other point. The Bears can play better this year, and they can be better, and they can be more competitive and still struggle to win games.
You think?
Yes. Because they're going to have to be better to be mediocre.
All right, what do you think, Bears
fans? Play
fans?
better to be mediocre.
You can ring us up at 312-332-3776. We'll grab some Bears calls coming up. It's Carmen and Yerk. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the boom. The Chicago Bears podcast. Here comes the boom. If you aren't listening, you're not getting the whole story. Join host Pat the Designer with special guests and guest host daily. See it or hear it now on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you like to pod.
Yeah. $5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football, being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases. Served them in personal injury, auto and truck accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. And their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and they help my friends, and they will help you too. Call 8444-VLG-LAW today. The Verdoliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. GI Bill, SkillBridge, and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp and it's electric. How is it sharp? How is it electric? Good questions. Try this on for size. 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime, forcing, playoffs on the line, golf. With 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams: Atlanta, Boston, Jupiter, LA, New York, and the Bay. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. Tune in every week for TGL matches, only on ESPN. Keep up. It's golf.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
Hey, Chicago, if you're dreaming of being at the draft in Green Bay, you can visit travelwisconsin.com/draft and learn how to win a trip to experience the biggest moment of the offseason. Yerk and I are going to be doing shows up there at the Tundra Trio outside of Lambeau. Epic moments that become lifelong memories are waiting to be discovered across Wisconsin. Terms and conditions apply.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. If you miss something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
A friendly reminder now that we are into March, Whiskey U returns for 2025. We did not do an event in Jan or Feb, but we are back for the rest of the year every month here through the rest of the calendar year. And we kick it off next week. Normally, Whiskey U is on a Wednesday. We're doing it next Thursday, the 13th of March, at Crazy Pour, the OTB, the Hawthorne OTB at Crazy Pour in Villa Park on North Avenue, just west of Route 83. We are going to be with our friends at Green River Bourbon. Don't drink the Green River water. You want to drink Green River Bourbon, one of Kentucky's oldest and most legendary, that original distillery in Owensboro, DSP number 10. That's how old that distillery is. So Green River is back, and it is fantastic, and can't wait to learn more about it and discuss it with you fine folks and eat some delicious food and have some great pours at the next Whiskey. Remember, they're free events, so just come on by. We're going to have a blast, 6:30 till 8:30 next Thursday night, March 13th, at the Crazy Pour in Villa Park. Let's say hi to Joey G. in Melrose Park. Joey, what up, brother?
Good afternoon, guys. How are you?
We're great. How are you?
Well, you know, this all goes back to polls. In the beginning, I was a polls guy, but let's see. The Jalen Carter move, we don't want him. Okay, that was a wrong move. Cutting Montgomery or trading Montgomery, he's better than the running backs we have now. And now, with the first offensive lineman that was available for to be a free agent, we see it on our hands, and he went to, I forgot where he went to. Kansas City signed their guy. And then the number 2 guy.
You talking about right now, this offseason?
Yes.
They haven't. Who are you talking about? Trey Smith?
Trey Smith.
Yeah. They haven't signed him yet. I mean, they're going to put the tag on him.
Yes. Well, of course. To me, I consider that signed.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, they
yeah, he's tagged, and it's a big price to go ahead and get him.
They did do this with L'Jarius Sneed a year ago, though. Remember, and they traded L'Jarius Sneed. They did the exact same thing. So I not all hope is maybe lost with that one, Joey. Like, that still could be an option. It's going to cost you something, though. It's going to be more than just signing him in free agency. You're going to have to give up some draft capital.
It's going to cost them whatever it costs. George opened up the checkbook finally. Okay, let it keep on burning paper. They got it.
Again,
Go
it's not
get
just,
it.
but it's not just the money, though. I guess is
the
what I'm
draft
saying.
equity,
It's like,
yeah.
and thanks, Joey. Like, you're investing some equity now in that.
And you've got a number of different areas of need that you have. It's not just like if you've gotten one offensive guard, you're set. Oh, here we are.
Right.
We're set. We're on the march.
Right.
Yeah, you've got other holes. Yeah. You've got problems.
Yeah, I think you need a lot of, your available resources, the ones that are available to you this offseason. I don't think it's a stretch. I mean, I think most Bears fans would probably agree. I mean, a lot of that needs to be invested on both offensive and defensive lines, to Yurko's point. It's not just one guy's going to fix all your woes.
No.
And, you could see some redundancy here. Even though they do some things in free agency next week and in the weeks after, that doesn't mean they won't pick that position or look at that position or look at a player that can help them in the draft. Because I think you need an influx of maybe some veterans and some young talent. You need some redundancy and a little bit more depth. You certainly do on the defensive line. Look, if anything, Philly's showing you, right? I don't know that there's such a thing as having too many of them. Some old, some young. Some they're going to lose, some they're going to hope, and then they're going to hope their young guys replace. They're probably going to lose Josh Sweat. They're probably going to lose Milton Williams. And they hope their young guys.
And what's his name might retire? Brandon Graham?
Brandon Graham probably is retiring, right? He's probably done. And so you're right. I mean, and I think that's why there's nothing wrong with the rotation and depth at that ever so important position. And aside from the quarterback being great, right? Like you want your quarterback to be great. I think it's pretty clear, no matter how we play football. Football's played differently than it was 20 years ago, certainly different than it was 30 years ago, and wildly different than it was 50 years ago, right? In terms of what teams value. Passing the ball is a little bit more, not a little bit more. I mean, passing is just more, it's more efficient. The rules sort of benefit it. Like, whatever we talk about in terms of the way the game is, in a sense, like X'd and O's and strategized, outside of your quarterback being great, the next most important thing is protecting that quarterback and getting after the other teams. That's it. And if you can do those things, you're probably going to be pretty good. Would it be nice to have Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase? Sure.
Yeah.
Sometimes those guys are rare. Not sometimes, most of the time, those guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, you want your quarterback to be great. That is that's the biggest no-brainer in sports these days. But what you better be good at after that, and we have no idea if Caleb's good. I think hopefully there's still a lot of promise there. What you want to be able to do after that is protect that guy and get after the other teams. And if you do that well, hell, like I don't care how you fill in all the rest. Like but just be good at those things. Be good at those. That is one thing that'll probably never change. Even though we don't value running backs as much, or you pass, like all the other stuff is almost, I don't want to say superfluous because that's wrong, but like when you hear that old cliche, I generally loathe those the old axiom or the old cliche is this, like, embrace it with football. Winning the battle at the line of scrimmage is going to win you games. Like, that is not going to change.
Being better than the other team on the lines is a good thing.
Yes. It is not going to change.
Mm-hmm.
For how different the game looks now versus then, and all the passing this, and like all the other things, like winning there is going to win you football games, period, end of story. I would think from now into perpetuity. Unless somehow this becomes a 7-on-7 game. I don't know. Like, winning there matters. And so I would spend as much of my available resources on fixing where it's addressing the areas where it's broken and where you failed.
Yeah,
exactly right. That's exactly right. So do all those things.
Yeah.
Load up on O-lineman and D-lineman.
Right. Your inability to get to the quarterback.
Yeah.
And your inability to block.
To block.
Yeah.
And to protect him. And some of that's on Caleb. Sure, he's got to take some accountability and some role in that.
We acknowledge that some of that's on him.
Yeah.
That's fine.
But if you've got studs there, you're like you're like life becomes so much easier for you. The rest of your roster building, in a sense, becomes a little bit easier. If you can win there, you're going to be in good shape, by and large. So focus there. Like, focus on winning there. Lewis is in Homewood. What's up, Lewis?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Great.
Good. What's up?
I just that. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, perfectly.
I'm sorry. Thanks, guys. Trey Smith was drafted by the Kansas City Chiefs. It was a 226 pick. Yep. And now, with the tag, he's going to be the highest paid guard in the NFL. So why is it that the Bears can't follow in that same direction where, hey, just continue to draft as many O-linemen as you can until something sticks? Something got to stick unless we just have bad luck where our O-linemen can't turn into studs.
Yeah. Keep taking swings, right, Lewis? Yeah. And hopefully
that's just my take on it.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I don't think it's a bad philosophy, especially where they are right now, like considering where they are and trying to fix all this. And you've got new ideas in your building now. You've got new coaching. You've got new voices. And you hope all that comes together that can help foster maybe a slightly better environment to develop these guys in an area where they failed here the last couple of years. So, Chris, you look like you were chomping at the bit to say something.
No, just listening.
Okay. All right.
I'm trying to find Trey Smith's combine stuff.
We could probably find that.
His guard rank in athleticism was 4th. His guard rate, his total score as a guard was 5th, and his production score was 6th. He was a 6th-rounder.
Yes, he was. 6th-round pick.
6th-round draft choice.
21, right? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. And he was like the 5th, 4th, and 6th. So he was ranked as like the 5th total offensive guard.
Yeah. 312-332-3776. Probably touch on the Oscars a little bit from last night coming up here in the lunch rush. We're off early today. We're out in 30 for White Sox baseball. It's Carmen and Yerk. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
ESPN Chicago listeners look forward to March for one thing. No, not that. It's Spring Trading Tuesdays. Same lovable ESPN Chicago hosts, but paired with different radio partners. Where will your faves be tomorrow? ESPN Chicago Spring Trading Tuesdays.
All right, Chicago, it's time to make some room in the beer fridge because Yuengling is finally here.
That's right. After 196 years, the oldest brewery in America has officially landed in Illinois, and we're not just talking about one beer. They're bringing the whole lineup.
Start with the legend, Yuengling Traditional Lager, smooth, rich, and a beer that's been around longer than the North Side-South Side rivalry.
Then there's the light lager, that famous Yuengling taste, but crisp and easy drinking. You got Golden Pilsner for that clean, refreshing finish, and if you like a little extra flavor, Black and Tan is the perfect mix of dark and light beer.
So next time you're at the bar or grabbing a six-pack, don't just go with the usual. Try a Yuengling. You've waited long enough.
Chicago, the wait is over. This is officially Yuengling country.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Legends stand the test of time.
Hey, it's Yurko. I'm here with Mitch Lyons, owner of Mitch Lyons Wealth. He's here to protect and optimize your retirement funds. What are some of the great football metaphors that apply to retirement planning?
Oh, man, there's so much that I apply to my career in helping people. Game plan, right? You got to have your best game plan to hit your goals. Retirement red zone, we talk about a lot as far as when you get into that area, approaching retirement or in retirement, the game changes just like it does on a football field. You don't want to take on unnecessary risk, and you really got to change your game plan at that point.
What's one thing you wish everybody knew about preparing for retirement?
I think the biggest thing is people don't need to take on the risk that they think they need to. You don't have to, and quite frankly, you don't want to when you're in retirement. You protect what you have and optimize through income strategies that we have available.
How can listeners get in touch with Mitch Lyons Wealth for a free consultation?
Call 866-857-8335. There's nothing to buy. There's nothing to lose. Call today to see if you can better protect and optimize your retirement. MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Think ski season is over? Well, think again. Granite Peak's bringing you Wisconsin's longest ski season, going strong through April 6th. We're talking spring skiing at Wisconsin's largest resort with live music, fireworks, and endless snow across our incredible terrain. Make it a getaway in nearby Wausau, where comfortable lodging and family activities await. Why travel far when the best spring skiing is right here? Book your ski and stay packages today. Visit SkiGranitePeak.com for lift tickets and lodging packages. Granite Peak, where winter lasts longer.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text TAP to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text TAP to 321-321. That's TAP to 321-321.
ESPN Chicago's The Hockey Show will be live from Four Winds Casino in New Buffalo on March 12th. It's pucks and slots together. Perfect. And you can make a night of it with a special $99 room rate. Go to fourwindscasino.com, select New Buffalo, and use the event code 0325ESPN.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Yurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
This is Breaking News, brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group. Breaking news on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
All right, breaking news. It's NFL related, isn't it, boys?
It is.
Yes.
We start the lunch rush with breaking news as T. Higgins has tweeted the word tag. And everyone is reporting that he has been franchise tagged. The Bengals have placed the $26.2 million franchise tag on wide receiver T. Higgins. This is the second year in a row they've used it.
This is the second year in a row.
They had to pay him 120% of what they paid him last year.
Right.
So,
yes.
It's a big number.
It is a big number.
Big number trying to get, I mean, I understand why you want to keep your offensive weapons, but
can you pay both
between
of them?
your quarterback and your two wide receivers, I think you've dedicated approximately.
And Hendrickson.
Well, they haven't signed him yet.
I'm saying, like, someone's going to be
going to be left out in the cold. And if I had to guess, it's going to be your 31-year-old pass rusher, if I had to guess, if that's how old
really
he is.
Pay your quarterback and two receivers like that?
That's tough.
That's what I think.
They're that good, though.
They are good. I mean, I'd want to pay Jamar. I mean, I'd prioritize Chase. Obviously, that's a no-brainer. But, I mean, like, they are good, Chris.
Like, all three healthy.
I know.
It's the best quarterback, two wide receiver combo in all football. And all three healthy essentially gets you to the playoffs every year. The problem that they ran into last year was that they weren't healthy for the full season.
Yeah, like Jamar, as great as that season was, remember, like, those first couple weeks because he was a late arriver to camp. Like, it felt like it took a couple weeks to fire, and then Higgins got hurt and he missed some time. You're right.
Like, even with the defense taking a step back,
they were terrible.
They were still almost good enough to get to the playoffs.
They almost were. I mean, you can think of a couple games if the defense wasn't so bad. You know, you probably win 2 extra and you do make it. Like one of the Baltimore games although Burrow had a bad turnover in one of those Baltimore games. The Eagle game, you know, and it's like if your defense was a little bit better, could have been a different story. So, all right, so now we know. I feel like there haven't been a ton, guys, right? Like Trey Smith, obviously we knew about. Higgins. I forgive me, I haven't like really looked at the tracker. I don't even know if I'm missing an obvious one, too.
They've got $70 million in room.
Yeah, they cut Alex Kappa today. We talked about that earlier.
That's
probably not a guard that the Bears will be interested in, considering his age and some of the struggles, but they did save some money by cutting Alex Kappa.
Joe Burrow's taking 16.57. Jamar Chase, $21 million is 7.81. This deal looks like it's going to vault him a little bit higher, $6 million. That's 10% of your salary cap, almost 9% of your salary cap. So
Does
you guys
Jamar
maybe 25, 32? It's like 33% is going to 3 players.
Does Jamar just play this year on the 5th-year option, or is he unhappy? Like, is he?
I'm sure he's unhappy.
Go to camp late again? Like, you know what I mean? Do they wait a year? Do they? I don't know. Do they? I would think you try to do that now. And if you go one more year, paying 120% of what he made last year to T. Higgins, maybe you roll the dice with it for 1 year and see what happens in 2025. Your chances are you're going to be pretty good. They've got a new DC. They'll probably add to that side of the ball. I think a lot of their resources will go to that side of the ball. And they just want to get it a little bit better because they know how elite their offense is if they're all healthy. All right, good way to start the lunch rush with some breaking NFL news. So T. Higgins has been tagged by the Bengals. Did you say non-exclusive? Or does it say, Adam? Does it say exclusive or non-exclusive?
It just says franchise tag.
Franchise tag, okay. All right, next item.
All right, speaking of 31-year-old pass rushers, let's talk about a 34-year-old pass rusher. There was a report over the weekend that Khalil Mack has an interest in returning to Chicago.
Yeah, I saw that.
He isn't interested in being in the spotlight, but the vision would be for him to be a complementary piece in the defense, not the star.
What does Khalil Mack cost right now?
I mean, he's 34.
34.
He just turned 34.
Still's got 22 sacks the last 2 years?
Yeah.
7 in one game.
2 years ago, yeah.
Yeah.
When he had the monster 18 sacks.
Also, say that again. What does that mean he's not interested in being in the spotlight?
I think when he came here, he was the spotlight. He was the
I think
light.
he knows
Maybe
he's 34.
Maybe that's what it means, Chris. I don't know.
Might be in a rotation of some form.
But yeah, that's what he's at right now.
I don't know. Maybe it's a
hear.
reference to the last time he was here. I don't know. I mean, I just went on my rant about adding as many guys as you can on those on each side of the ball. It's another guy that's part of the rotation. What does he cost? That's what it always comes down to. That's what could I be interested if it were?
If it was a low 1-year deal, why? Of course.
That's what I mean.
Why not?
Okay,
he could still play.
Sure, in a rotation. And what are we talking about? Are you talking about? Am I crazy? Are you talking about $6 to $8 million a year? Is Khalil Mack playing for that?
He signed his contract last year was 1 year, $19.2 million.
Okay, is he taking half of that? And would I be interested if I were the Bears? Probably. I'm not paying him $19 million.
Say not half. Say 13. Would you take him for 1 year for $13 million?
That seems high, but you'd probably talk me into it. Maybe. What do you think, Eric? You're sitting over there. You've got that look on your face. You want it. You're thinking something. I can see it. You passing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pass.
Say that. That's fine.
Pass.
Okay.
Well, I'm looking. I'm crunching numbers.
Okay.
You see, you don't see the smoke coming out of my ears.
He's
but I'm crunching numbers in my brain.
He's like Alan in The Hangover when they're going down and they're playing blackjack. It's all just coming into his head right now.
To be fair, to those listening, he was making facial expressions.
I thought
he was
all the while. All the while.
Yeah, you were calculating.
He was doing the calculation.
I thought the hamster died on the wheel.
Yeah, might have. Replaced by
and
a sea otter.
And I guess I insulted Mac by suggesting he'd play somewhere for $6 or $8 million. Maybe it is in the $10 to $13 million range. It's not going to be 19. I'll tell you that. Would I be interested for half of that or even slightly more?
Can we incentivize it?
It's kind of intriguing because I'm just saying, go get a lot of dudes. Go get guys that can get to the quarterback. All right, yeah, I'll do the Hawk Harrelson. Don't tell me what he's...
Where's he going to play? Oh, sorry. Wrong Hawkism.
Don't tell me what he's hitting. Tell me when he's hitting it. Or what was Hawk's thing, It's a hard 210. I don't know. 210's kind of like 210,
No, it's a hard 210.
Yeah, it's a hard 210. 210's kind of like 210. I mean, I don't...
It's a hard 210.
I don't put too much in batting average, but 210's still kind of like 210. I don't know.
Right size, wrong shape.
Don't tell me... Don't tell me where he's playing. Tell me what he's making. I don't know if I'm making any sense in the analogy, but let's, if you told me it was reasonable, do I think Khalil Mack still got a little bit of juice left? Yeah, in a rotation, I actually think he probably does. So there's my take on that. All right, next item, Adam.
All right, you might be able to cross Will Campbell off the list. There's a report out of New England that the Patriots have already decided that Campbell is a tackle. Quote, arm measurements be damned.
That New England
has
determined him to be a tackle.
Yes.
Arm measurements be damned.
And he has, quote, fans in the organization. And apparently those fans didn't have to wait to see his arms measured to feel that way.
Okay, Mike Vrabel likes him. So he might not fall to the Bears at 10 after all.
Well, plus it was also written in The Athletic that Penny Sewell has his arms are half an inch longer than Will Campbell's.
Penny Sewell's are only half inch is a big deal though.
There's also a big to do about
half inch is a huge
the
deal,
scandal at the combine is the guys got their arms measured at either the Hula Bowl or the Senior Bowl, and at the combine they're all measuring shorter.
What?
Yeah.
What are they all of a sudden? They're shorter?
No, he's right. Yeah. He's absolutely right.
What, the tape measure's different?
No, but the way you do it and the points.
where do you measure from the base of the arm?
Base,
the
or
landmarks.
do you measure like from the top
or from
of the
shoulder?
arm?
Which are you measuring?
Where
from?
are you measuring?
Big to do, yeah.
I don't know.
Do you include the shoulders, the boulders?
You measuring from here?
Or where are you measuring from?
I always go from underneath, guys.
All the way down underneath, the very bottom.
Do you include the sleeve if you have one?
I have one. I always include the sleeve. Hello. Hooga!
Yurko definitely includes the sleeve.
Oh,
right?
you bet.
I would too.
That's why I call added dimension.
Hell yes. And that half inch is a huge
half inch. Boy,
well, he said the half inch between Sewell's arms and Will's camels.
Yeah.
I said, hey, a half inch is a big deal, Adam.
I've got you, yeah.
By the way, last year, Khalil Mack still finished in PFF's final grade, in the rankings of the best 100 from last year. Khalil Mack was still 54th. They wrote, Khalil Mack continues
Still 54th.
54th best player in the league.
Oh,
Yeah.
best player in the league. I thought you meant at defensive
No,
end.
no, best player in the league. Sorry, I'm sorry.
I'm going to smack
sorry.
you.
I thought that too for a second. I was like, what are you reading?
No. In their top 100, Khalil Mack was 54th. They write, Khalil Mack continues to age like a fine wine. He is once again a member of the PFF 101 club. His 87.7 run defense grade trailed only T.J. Watt among all edge defenders, while his 90.2 overall grade ranked 5th. The future Hall of Famer looks to capitalize on his back-to-back stellar seasons in free agency this offseason, one where he's one of our top 5 free agents available.
All right.
That's how PFF wrote about Khalil Mack. But 34 is still 34, boys. That is true,
It
too.
is.
And we saw what happened in that year he got hurt and how much he kind of fell off a little bit at the tail end of 2019. Like, we've seen it, and he was a much younger man back then. Anyway, all right, Adam, what else?
Real quick, Jimmy Johnson announced his retirement from Fox. He's no longer going to be.
You got to get one guy
Can
off
he take
that
Terry
set.
Bradshaw with him?
Terry. Like,
I mean, at some point, somebody at Fox, you just got to put him out the pasture.
don't you think they were like, Jimmy, don't retire yet. We're going to get rid of Terry.
Yeah, can you stay one more year, please?
Can't you stay? They need to get somebody off that set, though. It's too many guys.
Too many
Yeah.
guys.
It's a big sausage fest on that
Yeah.
set.
A host and 3, and give me your thoughts after that.
Too much.
The problem is that they haven't aged out. The problem is they
Yeah.
keep adding
Right.
young people to
Right.
it. And no one wants Gronk.
Well, that I agree with. Some of the guys they're adding are not that great either.
Gronk
Right,
is-
that's what I'm
as
saying.
lovable as Gronk
Yeah.
is as an analyst.
He
If
doesn't add
Jimmy
anything.
leaves, they should look at Terry and say, get the H out of here.
Well, now
Well,
they
we
need
don't want you.
But now they have to replace a coach with a coach.
They need a former coach.
They need a former coach. You got to slide a coach in there.
I
Equal representation.
Who's available? You can't get Pete Carroll. He got a job. Who are you going to put in there? Belichick got a job.
Eberflus.
Well,
He
Flus
got
is
a job.
working. He's a
Coaching.
Dallas.
He's
Dallas
He's
DC.
working.
He's
Mike
working.
McCarthy.
Oh, well, that's an interesting one.
There's the name right
There
there.
you go, Yurko.
Yeah.
With the edict, drop about 50.
All right.
I'm just letting you know.
What else, Adam?
Finally,
Hey,
guys,
I'm a television
I will
person.
give
I
you
know what you need.
I will give you my player of the weekend right now. We'll do that in a few minutes. But
you
my
gotta
player
save
of the
it.
weekend, shut up.
Otherwise, he
No,
takes the
it's my
same
player of the
space as
weekend.
Terry and Jimmy.
It's my player of the weekend. I do what I want. My player of the weekend, Conan O'Brien, host of the Oscars yesterday. The broadcast was great. He did a great job. Honora, Yurko, have you seen it yet?
No, I haven't.
I haven't either.
Best
I
Picture,
know
Best Actress, Best
cleaned up.
Directing, Best Screenwriting.
It cleaned up, dude.
Yeah. Guy won 5 awards.
That
Yeah.
sounds like the one.
Yep.
I
I
don't know
thought
why.
Conan did a great job last night. He was very funny. All of his jokes landed, and if they didn't, he's very self-deprecating
Yes,
at
he
the
is.
point of that.
Yes, he is.
He
He's a
had
good
pictures.
host.
He had pictures of people when they were
It
younger,
was funny. I saw
and
that.
then put his picture up there too,
That I did see.
so he can make fun of himself. Everybody doesn't get all salty.
I saw about the first 30 minutes and the last 30
Saw
minutes.
highlights this morning.
And that
That's
was
kind of
all
all
you
you needed to see.
I saw the first
Highlights.
30 and the last 30. And that perfect
Highlights.
night. We will talk about our players of the weekend coming up next. White
We
Sox
will?
baseball at the top of the hour. Yes, we'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
$5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured in a truck accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW today. That's 844-4VLG-LAW. The Verdoliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BIKE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BIKE to 321-321. That's BIKE to 321-321.
Want a golf course quality lawn? It's easier and more affordable than you think with True Green. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green brings pro-level expertise straight to your yard, so your lawn can look like a fairway. Sign up by March 10th and get one free application. Plus, you'll get True Green's price match guarantee. If you're not satisfied, True Green will revisit your lawn between scheduled visits to make it right. Visit TrueGreen.com today to get a free application. Offer ends March 10th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the A to Z savings event at AutoZone.
Yeah, happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with the rotors.
Free. Really?
Really, free.
Okay, I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah, how much is that?
Free with 5 quarts of oil.
Free? Really?
Really, free. It's part of the A to Z savings event.
You might as well call it A to free.
At AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, you know, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Yurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
White Sox and A's coming up from Camelback, so we'll get Len and DJ here in just a matter of about 10 minutes, a little less actually. And then we'll have another early off on Friday at the end of the week. It's actually Cubs Sox from Glendale, and we're going to carry that game. We'll be off at 2 at the end of the week. Waddle and Sylvie will jump on, obviously, for a few hours when the game is over. Black and Abdallah tonight until about 7:45, and then they're going to take you to Northwestern and UCLA from Evanston College Buckets. So a loaded Monday still for you.
That's what it
with
sounds
some
like.
Play-by-play, my friend. Time for our Players of the Weekend, brought to you by the great folks over at Howard Orloff Imports, orloff.com, or here in the city on Armitage just off the Kennedy. My guys discovered the Land Rover Defender 130 and the full lineup of Defenders, Range Rovers, and Land Rovers at Orloff. The Range Rovers and the Land Rovers designed to conquer any terrain, and it will certainly do that for you. All right, who you got, my friend?
I'm glad you asked.
Talked about his. He's going with Conan.
I heard it. Nice job there, Abdallah.
Conan was good.
I don't know if you guys know what Saturday was. It was March 1st.
It was.
The beginning of March Madness. And what direction do I go? I apologize to Abdallah already. But in the Tennessee-Alabama game.
I'm so mad at this game.
It was absolutely
I'm so mad at this game.
Down 76-72, they found a way to tie it up, and they bring the ball down court. And who is it? He hasn't taken a three-pointer all day. Jemai Meshack.
With 2 timeouts in his pocket, Natos just stands there with his hands on his waist.
They let him basically walk right into a really good
Call a timeout.
It's a 30-foot shot. I get it.
It was.
That's still maybe not a high percentage shot, but like he walked into a great look.
Yes.
What was that from Alabama?
And made it.
And made it.
March Madness.
It took him down to a 2 seed now.
It began.
I didn't get the defense or the notion, like you said, Adam, with timeouts to spare, how he handled. I don't get it why he handled that in that way. And what, I don't know, they let him walk into like a nice, clean look, and he buried it.
I mean, they covered, so great teams cover. Well,
shout out to it 4.5? Yeah. Alabama was getting 4.5.
Yeah, 4.5 they covered, so thanks
All
to
right.
them for that.
So you're going with the kid at Tennessee.
I appreciate that.
Yes.
Exciting finish on Saturday.
Jemai Mesha.
All right, Black, who you going with?
I'm going to go back to Friday night, Celtics-Cavs. The Celtics got out. They jumped them early at home, and it looked like it was going to be a sleeper. And then the Cavs battled back. Donovan Mitchell with 41 points. So I will give it to Donovan Mitchell. The Cavs seem to be the best team in the Eastern Conference. They have the best record, but they continue to show up in big spots.
10 in a row. And listen, I tipped my hat. I was on the wrong side of that. I told you guys earlier. I'm with Chris. I thought, oh, this is okay, good. And then second half was terrible, and Mitchell was awesome. So good on Mitchell. I'm going to go with Luka. Back-to-back wins over the weekend against the Clippers, Yerk. Luka had 31 and 29 respectively. They keep holding teams like 100 points, which is hard to do in this day and age. Like I don't get it. I don't get how they're doing this. They've won, I think, 6 in a row now. Does that sound right? It's like 6 in a row. I said that earlier, right?
You said it earlier, Carl. 6 in a row.
And Luka dropped 31 and 29 in each of those games, and they keep winning. The Lakers are the 2 seed. And I think it started a little here in the last week or so, but like all of a sudden, J.J. Redick for Coach of the Year has got some legs. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious it's one of 2 guys.
I think it should be the Executive of the Year.
Luka?
No.
I mean, I'm sorry.
Pelinka.
Pelinka,
He's the one that swindled the Mavericks.
Yeah, JJ's doing something.
I mean, it was the
right
Mavericks'
now.
idea, so shouldn't Nico Harrison be the executive of the year?
Yeah. I think you got to give JJ some credit, too. I mean, especially because they're figuring some things out defensively. I think it's pretty obvious, though, it should be either Kenny Atkinson or J.B. Bickerstaff, right? I mean, I think it's maybe not a 2-horse race. If the Lakers continue this and if they're the 2 seed, nobody could have pegged them for that. But at the same time, like, Detroit's going to win 40 games. They didn't win 40 games the last 2 years combined.
It's true.
And it's funny, like, JB left Cleveland to go to Detroit, Yerk. He could win it, and he's turned around Detroit. But at the same time, like, he was pretty good in Cleveland, and Cleveland was good last year. But Atkinson's taken them to even another level himself in what he's done for them.
Now you've got to do it in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
I don't know, man. The Lakers are impressive. I'll go with Luka. Those are our players of the weekend, brought to you by Orloff. Again, discover the Land Rover Defender lineup, the 130 and more at Orloff, designed to conquer any terrain with confidence and style. All right, so that's going to do it for us today. Like I said, White Sox baseball is coming up. Back to a full ride tomorrow. Actually, tomorrow starts spring training. So you're in with...
At the same time.
Yeah, you're on our show, but you're with Cap.
I'm with Cappy.
And then in the morning, it's going to be Hoodie and Abdallah. I'll be with Sylvie in the afternoon, and then Black and Waddle tomorrow night for the first of 4 fun spring trading shows every Tuesday in March. A recurring tradition around these parts here on ESPN 1000 and ESPN Chicago. So that'll start tomorrow. So I won't see you till Wednesday, Mike. Well, I'll see you for Crosstalk tomorrow as I hang with Sylvie in the afternoon. All right, buddy.
I'll be here with bells on.
But with bells on is right.
All the way to 3? Is that what you're telling me?
You have to be here till 3 tomorrow, yes.
Yeah.
Full ride tomorrow. Thanks for listening and calling into today's show. Thanks to Black and Abdallah. The guys are on tonight after Waddle and Sylvie, which will come your way after White Sox baseball. Enjoy the afternoon, everybody, and the nice warm temperatures as we warm up and stay, upper 40s and into the 50s for the next couple days. It's nice. The White Sox are next. We'll see you tomorrow.
This is Carmen and Yurko, making your lunch break extra delicious.
Hey, Ma! Can we get some meatloaf?
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Let's talk hockey. ESPN Chicago and Four Winds Casino present The Hockey Show. Hosts Pat Boyle and Barstool Chief are your guide for pucks, skates, power plays. Join us tomorrow night at 8 for The Hockey Show on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. Presented by Four Winds Casino and brought to you in part by Nancy's Pizza and your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
This is a message from Green River Bourbon. This St. Paddy's Day, residents are reminded once again to never drink from the Green River and instead drink Green River. So, Green River water from the river? Don't drink. Green River bourbon from the bottle? Drink. The Chicago Green River? No. The Kentucky Green River? Yeah. Visit Don'tDrinkTheGreenRiver.com to learn more about the Don't Drink the Green River Ultimate Game Show. Always drink Green River responsibly. The bourbon, not the river. Green River Distilling Company, Owensboro, Kentucky. Alcohol by volume varies by product.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text EQUAL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text EQUAL to 321-321. That's EQUAL to 321-321.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Now, along with Darren Jackson, here's the voice of the White Sox, Len Casper.
Hi again, everyone. We're at Camelback Ranch, the spring training home of the White Sox here in Glendale, Arizona, as the Sox host the Athletics, or the artist previously known as the Oakland Athletics. Cactus League action right around the corner. Right-handers to start. Joey Estes for the A's. Sean Burke will pitch for the Sox. We'll get you the lineups and all the action next on the Hard Rock Casino White Sox Network.
Got a plumbing emergency? Call Four Seasons. An electrical emergency? Call Four Seasons. Heating or cooling not working? You know who to call. Four Seasons. Need a new hot water tank installed today? Call Four Seasons. Thinking about a whole home generator? They have you covered. At Four Seasons, they guarantee same-day installation for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, electrical, and generator needs with no extra charges for nights, weekends, or holidays. For all the right reasons, call my guys at Four Seasons, 866-4Seasons.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, you'll find the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for your backyard fun. And right now, during our Save Some Green sale, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. We can even install. See store for details. The Save Some Green sale is going on now at American Sale. Come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale. Bring the fun home.
When this is the sound of a waterfall in nature, there's no cause for concern. But when it's the sound of water gushing through your living room ceiling because a pipe bursts inside the wall, there's reason to panic unless you pick up the phone and call 1-800-SERVPRO. Only the cleanup and restoration specialists at ServPro can help make fire and water damage like it never even happened. So make the call to 1-800-SERVPRO at the first sign of water damage. Franchises are independently owned and operated.
Reason number 283 to visit the city of Countryside, Chicago's Western Gateway.
Craving a traditional Mexican meal, a refreshing margarita or horchata? If so, stop by Hacienda Cacula in the city of Countryside, a local, family-owned Mexican restaurant that has been in the industry for over 45 years. Perfect for a quick bite, family dinner, or carry-out for those days you just want to stay in. Hacienda Cacula also offers catering packages great for your next event. Hacienda Cacula is excited to welcome you to our home away from home.
The Hard Rock Casino Chicago White Sox Audio Network on your home for the White Sox, ESPN Chicago. Get weird with Waddle's World on ESPN Chicago.
The starting lineup is brewed by Modelo Especial, brewed for those full-time White Sox fans. And let's run down the batting order for Mark Kotze's athletics this afternoon. You started off with Lawrence Butler, followed by Jacob Wilson and Tyler Soderstrom. Part of the lineup, Shea Langoliers, Nick Kurtz, and Luis Urias. Max Schumann, C.J. Alexander, and Denzel Clark. Sean Burke, the right-hander, was 2-0 in the big leagues last year with a 1.42 earned run average. Toes the rubber for the White Sox today. Matt Dice behind the plate. In the outfield, it's Slater, Robert Jr., and Talkman. From third to first, Drury, Mydroff, Rojas, and Sosa. Now let's give you Max Venable's batting order for today. It is Chase Mydroff starting things off, followed by Luis Robert Jr. and Mike Talkman. Part of the lineup, Lenine Sosa, Josh Rojas, Brendan Drury, 7-8-9 Austin Slater, Matt Dice, and the DH Joey Gallo. Joey Estes goes for the A's today, with Shea Langoliers doing the catching for him, and Alexander, Clark, and Butler from left to right, Urias, Wilson, Schumann, and Kurtz from third to first. The umpires today, Steven Yashinsky at home plate, Quinn Walcott at first base, Adam Hemery at second, and Austin Jones, the first base umpire. Third base umpire, that is. And a reminder, fans, the Nissan no-hitter's back for 2025, starting with the season opener. That's March 27th. Keep an ear out for details regarding your chance to win a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue if the White Sox throw a no-hitter. Brought to you by your Chicagoland, Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers at Nissan. We make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com. And your White Sox are presented by Rate, one of the top mortgage lenders in the country. Thinking about buying a new home? Wondering how you could pay less each month? Trying to find the right insurance coverage? All that and more answered on Rate.com. We're ready to do just that. As you heard in the background, play ball. It's time to bring in my partner with the play-by-play. Here's Len Casper.
Thank you, DJ. And let's check in on the Four Seasons game day weather. It has cooled off a bunch here in Arizona. 62 degrees here in Glendale. Wind was blowing in earlier this morning, but has shifted and is now blowing out toward left center. I would call it mostly cloudy conditions. Sun has peeked through just a couple of times so far. So I would say it's a sweatshirt or light jacket weather, although I do see a lot of people in t-shirts and shorts. They're a hardy bunch. Having a plumbing, electrical, or heating emergency, call Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric for same-day installation and service with no extra charge. For nights, weekends, or holidays, call 866-4-SEASONS. Lawrence Butler, the left-hand hitting right fielder, will lead it off for the Athletics. White Sox in their normal spring training black jerseys, white pants with the black pinstripes, those light gray caps here in the spring, and Sean Burke delivers. First pitch swing, and Butler fouls off to the left and out of play, and we're underway.
Butler went for it on the first pitch of the game. Big swing, trying to go deep. He had 22 home runs last year, missed some time with injury, but he was a force.
Stands tall in the box. Burke is 6'6", and he throws, and a called strike. And it's 0-2. The ABS challenge system is available for both clubs. Burke home. Outside on a fastball at 95. It was close. That's Matt Thies catching today. Burke works out of the full windup, holds his hands at the belt, now into action. Swing and a tap foul behind the plate.
I saw Thies try and frame the previous pitch and bring it back toward the corner and steal a call for his pitcher, but with the ABS working now, framing pitches is not necessarily going to work very much for you.
1-2 coming, and there's a line shot, base hit over a leaping Mydroff and out into left. So Butler is aboard. You mentioned the 22 home runs he hit last year. 20 came over his final 73 games. He got off to a slow start, but by the end of the year, he was kind of one of those young superstars in waiting.
Yeah, I had seen and heard his stats to finish the season. He was 1 or 2 in baseball, and slugging and home runs and all the things that he accomplished in the latter part of the season.
Jacob Wilson, the shortstop, drives one in the air on the first pitch. It's way back there and onto the berm. It is a 2-run homer for Jacob Wilson. That is his 4th hit of the spring and his first home run, and the A's lead 2-0.
Boy, just like what we saw from Butler hacking at the first pitch to him with a home run swing. Well, no time wasted by Wilson. He said, I'm looking to drive one out of here, and he did not miss it. Short, quick swing on a fastball trying to tie him up.